Oh my god, Song Yuhan, so handsome, truly a national idol. The murmurs of passers-by around. At this moment Higu turns towards the source of the sounds, his eyes locked on the poster. The corners of his mouth lift slightly, he nods, having worked several days in a row. Higu's head is spinning. The autumn rain falls on his umbrella like ice needles. Higu runs home through the heavy rain. By the time he reaches his doorstep, he's soaking wet, also carrying the strong smell of alcohol. Higu fumbles with his waist to unlock the door. After a spin, the door opens, Higu steps in, he quickly grabs his phone to check his reflection. Another night without sleep. Another rainy night. At this moment Higu looks indescribably haggard, and as he opens the door he hears the sound of a gaming console. When Higu pushes the door and enters, a man's silhouette in the darkness sits on the sofa, holding a game controller and focusing on the screen, two long legs that don't seem real casually resting on the coffee table. Have you eaten? Higu continued to undress as he hung up his coat. The man didn't lift his head. His slender fingers kept pressing buttons. Suddenly, he said, "No, I haven't eaten. This game is." The man threw the game controller aside and said, "Family matters aren't going well, you came. Why don't you turn on the light?" Song Yuhan muttered, "Don't turn it on, I'm busy and stressed out." He covered his eyes with his hand. After adjusting to the light, Song Yuhan's face, with its three-dimensional features, looked tired and lazy. His waist leaned in a relaxed manner. The black turtleneck highlighted his smooth, fair skin. His semi-long curly hair was casually tied back. "Yuhan, are you hurt?" Higu's eyes fell on Song Yuhan. "Maybe." Song Yuhan picked up a cup and took a sip of water. His collarbone was exposed from the turtleneck, making Higu's heart skip a beat. Song Yuhan's movements were both sensual and lazy at this moment. Higu turned his head and said, "If you're tired, just take a shower and go to bed early." Song Yuhan turned his head to look at him and smiled knowingly. "You don't think I came all the way here just to sleep, do you? Why wouldn't I sleep at my own place or in a 5-star hotel?" Why does he look at Song Jihan so calmly? He knows what Song Jihan is here for. It's nothing more than doing some lowering of that door. Over the years, the only things they've done together are playing poker and racing, that's it. He's just a little hopeful, hoping that Song Jihan is just tired, just coming to him to calm down his emotions. "Song, why do you always come in like that? Come here." Song Jihan triggered his defensiveness. "How long has it been since we last met? I've actually missed you." But Jiyushin retorted. Song Jihan, with his hands, pulled him closer. Jiyushin struggled against his strong physique, while Song Jihan let out a soft snort. "Worthy of being an engineer. Let me check if you've gained weight. Remember to exercise more, always sitting in the office." He flipped Jiyushin onto the couch, burying his head in Jiyushin's neck, gently biting it before starting to tug at his clothes. Song Jihan seemed very impatient. Song Jihan flipped Jiyushin onto the couch. When he's in a good mood while driving, he might even have a little race prepared, but when he's not in a good mood, he would just recklessly charge into the crowd. Today, Song Jihan was the latter. Jiyushin raised an eyebrow in acquiescence. With his lips curved and a content expression, he asked why it was still you, why some muddy ground looking at his face as innocent as a baby's, which irresistibly charmed. "My body can't help but desire, I wish to slowly crawl upon your skin." He still couldn't adapt to the physical demands of Song Yuhan's embrace, but it wasn't too hard, at least he got used to it, at least he could endure. He didn't know how much time had passed, he was somewhat delirious, but he felt Song Yuhan's presence physically within him. When Song Yuhan finished it was already midnight. He lay on the ground, too lazy to move his evenly distributed fingers. Song Yuhan lay beside him, already asleep with even breaths. His gaze shifted from scattered to focused, carefully observing Song Yuhan's profile. Recently it was hard to describe. Song Yuhan had complained more than once about not being in sync with others. "No one could match him as well as I could. Perhaps that's why our relationship has lasted until now." Among the countless handsome men and beautiful women by Song Yuhan's side, how could none of them come to sleep with him? It was precisely because of the cold weather in the capital, and the function hadn't started yet, relying on the hot temperature of human bodies. To walk out of the deep autumn chill, all I wanted was this moment of peace. To keep it would be great. He opened his eyes. Song Yuhan was sleeping soundly. His scattered hair draped over the side of his face. His hand rested on my waist, slightly electrifying. I felt a bit moved, so I shifted slightly. I turned my head to look at Song Yuhan beside me, took his hand, and placed it on my heart, quietly observing the whole person. The moment he woke up, he went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Song Jihan sat at the table, scrolling through his phone, and a WeChat message popped up, along with a pleasant female voice. "Why didn't you reply to me?" "I'm so sad." As Song Jihan ate, he replied indifferently, "Busy lately," Song Jihan said calmly. "Can you hear this voice?" It sounds so distant. Ah, I forgot, you don't really listen to Jae Hong, a newcomer, asked me to write songs for him. You slept, he said calmly. In fact, he has listened to each of Song Ji-han's songs countless times, he just doesn't listen to others' songs. Song Ji-han turned his head and said intimately, who knows if it's clean, then why do you still bother with him? He quietly lowered his head, holding the bread in his hands. Not afraid to promote him, he thinks he's very unique, wanting me to write songs for him. Song Ji-han laughed. Why would I agree to him? Are you unhappy? Song Ji-han said calmly, the hand holding the bread tensed up. Could he be unhappy? He doesn't get jealous? At this moment, Song Ji-han moved closer to him, his eyes fixed on him, asking, are you unhappy? It was hard to discern in his downcast eyes. Are you happy or not? Hee-gu, are you upset? Hee-gu wore a blank expression, his eyes vacant as he said, how could that be? Song Yu-han continued, oh, really? Song Yu-han looked at Hee-gu with a mocking smile, anyone who gets close to me always wants something from me, right? Hee-gu's eyes remained blank. His feelings were just a joke to Song Yu-han, a burdensome joke. He didn't want to humiliate himself, so Hee-gu played along, giving a faint smile, I want something too. Hee-gu wiped his mouth, looking at him calmly, I want to smear your face. Song Yu-han burst into laughter. Hee-gu watched Song Yu-han. The reason they could maintain this kind of relationship was mainly because Hee-gu didn't talk much, didn't cling, didn't cause trouble, didn't resist. If he had even one of these traits, he probably wouldn't have the chance to get close to this man for the rest of his life. It was better to let him think that Hee-gu was no different from others. At that time, Hee-gu was a bookworm, a top student preparing for the college entrance exam. He only dared to secretly watch Song Yu-han. Song Yu-han was the campus idol, popular everywhere, tall, played basketball, mastered several musical instruments, and often appeared on various media like a big star. He even had one foot in the entertainment industry. Most importantly, he was very good looking. Originally, the two of them would never have had any interaction. But by chance, during a school event, Song Yu-han's role was to sing the theme song Live, while Hee-gu's role was to print out the lyrics of that song. He discovered that Song Yu-han's English was much better than his own, so he nervously said, sorry, I didn't help much. The teenager's skin reflected a mesmerizing glow in the setting sun, his bright eyes like shattered stardust, sprinkling into people's hearts. It's rare to meet someone who doesn't talk much when they're with me. Song Yu-han's words made Hee-gu's heart race. He couldn't tell if Song Yu-han was genuinely praising him or mocking him. He only remembered that he kept watching Song Yu-han's back. The event was a great success. After the performance, Song Yu-han said many words of thanks gracefully. At this moment, Song Yu-han patted Hee-gu's shoulder and said softly, it's a good thing you were here. Hee-gu, it was the first time Song Yu-han called his name. Hee-gu's palms were sweating with nerves, his body heating up. Song Yu-han suddenly leaned close to Hee-gu's ear and whispered softly, Hee-gu, do you want to try being with me? Hee-gu was startled. His secret crush had been discovered. The embarrassment and awkwardness of that moment felt like being caught red-handed. Song Yu-han continued, isn't this what you want? Song Yu-han thought Hee-gu was no different from others. They only wanted his looks, his fame, his money. Because this kind of mutually beneficial relationship was what Song Yu-han wanted. Besides, this kind of emotion was just a joke to him. Why humiliate oneself? After dinner, Song Yu-han made another phone call. Hee-gu opened his tablet. This 65-inch TV is so expensive, over 40,000 yuan. Hee-gu thought for a while, moved his fingers. 2 months' salary was gone. Hee-gu was a loner. He rarely spent money. In the future, he wouldn't get married, nor would he have children. What's the point of saving money? Although Hee-gu felt a little heartache, he thought about it. Earning money was just for spending. Spending money was just for happiness. Seeing Song Yu-han made him happy. After finishing the call, Song Yu-han lazily lay on the sofa. Hee-gu, come and give me a head massage. Hee-gu put down the tablet, sat next to him, and placed Song Yu-han's head on his lap. He massaged Song Yu-han's temples with moderate force. Song Yu-han closed his eyes and let out a light hum. He looked quite comfortable. Hee-gu couldn't help but smile slightly, wanting to lower his head and gently kiss his smooth forehead. He whispered, you're preparing for a concert, right? Song Yu-han replied, yes, but I should probably cut back on them. Donating money is fine, but it just takes too much energy, right? Hee-gu said gently, I know you prefer writing songs. Song Yu-han let out a light hum, then suddenly seemed to remember something. Hey, guess who I saw the other day? Who? Hee-gu asked. Your college boyfriend. He came back to the country. Hee-gu's hand paused. His emotions were stirred. Feng Zhen, you know he wasn't my boyfriend. Oh, then what was he? A fling? Song Yuhan laughed. But wait, weren't you still a virgin when you were with me? Higu said calmly, I told you we were just friends. Why bring up the past? Song Yuhan's displeased expression slightly angered Higu. You humiliated Feng Zhen back then and toyed with me. You were the clear winner, Song Yuhan. What more are you dissatisfied with? Song Yuhan looked at him with piercing eyes. Are we still together? Song Yuhan tilted his chin, staring at Higu without blinking, as if trying to see through Higu's expression. Guess what I told him? Higu's tone was flat. It doesn't matter. Song Yuhan smiled mischievously. I told him you're still in my harem. His expression at that moment was really something. Higu stood up and said, I don't want to talk about this. Song Yuhan grabbed his wrist roughly, his expression arrogant. What's wrong? Upset? No. Just not interested. Song Yuhan stood up, pulling Higu close under him, smiling. Don't pretend. As soon as you heard that name, your expression changed. Because of that guy, we got together. We were never together, right? Higu shouted, Song Yuhan. Higu laughed, pointing at himself and then at Song Yuhan. This is not what you call being together, and I'm not a part of your harem either. Song Yuhan's face turned cold. He let go of his hand. What did you say? Higu, do you really want to discuss our relationship? Is it necessary? Because Feng Zhen is. Song Yuhan interrupted, shouting, it's not necessary. Song Yuhan turned and walked out. There was only the sound of the door slamming shut. Higu sighed heavily. Why? It's hard for him to come by, yet we just argue. What's the point after all these years? Doesn't he know what kind of person Song Yuhan is? He saw a cell phone on the sofa. Song Yuhan doesn't take most things seriously. He's often careless. He picked up the cell phone and texted Xiao Song. Xiao Song, Yuhan's phone is with me. He was planning to take a day off for himself because he was too tired yesterday, but now he needs work to distract himself. When he stepped out of the company elevator, the phone rang urgently. He reacted instantly and hung up. He immediately realized it was Song Yuhan's phone and hastily redialed the number. Hello, Xiao Song. On the other end, Song Yuhan was furious. You dare hang up on my call, Higu? But the elevator just came out, the signal was bad. Song Yuhan took a deep breath, and after some static, Xiao Song's voice came through, Brother Higu, we're at Desheng Cinema. Sorry, I really can't get away today. When can you bring it over? No problem, I'll have my assistant deliver it now. Alright, have your assistant call me first when they arrive. I'll give them a work pass so they can come up themselves. Hand my phone to some random assistant? Are you kidding? Song Yuhan's annoyed voice came from afar over the phone. Xiao Song chuckled bitterly, Brother Higu, okay, I'll come over. After hanging up, Higu shook his head helplessly. Desheng Cinema is located in the North 6th Ring, getting there would mean crossing the entire capital. He just hoped there wouldn't be any traffic at this time. After driving for more than an hour, he finally arrived at Desheng Cinema. It's his first time at this so-called boyfriend's Hongdian without Desheng. The place was incredibly busy, at least 2 or 3 films were being shot here daily. Higu parked the car and called Xiao Song. Brother Higu, here's your work pass. Brother Han is shooting a commercial, come in and have a look, Xiao Song said. I'd rather not, just give him the phone. There's nothing interesting to see. As an outsider, I might get in the way of your work, Higuo replied calmly. Not at all, it's actually quite fun. Have a look, Xiao Song insisted. Higuo looked at Xiao Song feeling something odd. Realizing he might have been too pushy, Xiao Song said awkwardly, you had a fight with Brother Han, didn't you? Brother Han's in a pretty bad mood today. Why don't you go in and cheer him up? Otherwise, it's hard for us to work too. I'm not good at cheering people up, Higuo said very frankly, plus we didn't fight. How could he possibly argue with Song Jihan? Even talking back a couple of sentences is his limit. Xiao Song looked at him disappointedly and said, drive safely, you've worked hard. Higuo patted his shoulder and turned to get into the car. The car slowly made its way back. Not long after driving off, his phone rang. It was Xiao Song. As soon as he answered, he heard Xiao Song say in a lowered voice, awkwardly, Brother Higuo, Brother Han is angry, he wants you to come back. Angry? Higuo really couldn't understand Song Jihan's logic and said helplessly, okay. During rush hour, it was a bit congested. It took half an hour to get there. Xiao Song led him to a gate where shooting was happening. Standing at the door of the rest room, Xiao Song said cautiously, Brother Han, Brother Higuo is here. A cool voice came from the restroom, open the door. As soon as the door opened, they saw Song Jihan in the uniform of a Kuomintang Major General, standing in front of a mirror while a stylist fixed his belt. Song Jihan said, everyone out, I need to rest for a while. The stylist, makeup artist, and everyone else left. Xiao Song also followed them out. He Guo hesitated for a moment. As he was about to step in, Song Jihan glared at him. You, come here. He Guo closed the door and walked up to him. What's wrong? Feeling upset? Song Jihan took off his glasses and tossed them aside. Xiao Song told you to come in, why didn't you? Song Jihan, because of his long eyelashes, really dislikes wearing glasses. I was afraid of affecting your work. Nonsense. Song Yuhan pinched his chin. You just want to avoid me, right? Why would I avoid you? Song Yuhan sneered. Isn't it because I mentioned Feng Zhou? You seem quite upset about him. We haven't been in touch for so many years, that shouldn't count as being upset. Then why are you acting so strangely because of him? He Gu thought for a moment. I don't think I'm acting strangely. Song Yuhan raised an eyebrow. Are you contradicting me? He Gu sighed. Yuhan, what do you want? Talking to me in that tone, as if I'm being unreasonable. Song Yuhan pushed He Gu, almost knocking him to the ground. He Gu straightened his clothes. He didn't know how to comfort people. He just understood Song Yuhan, the fire in his heart. No matter the cause, as long as he doesn't vent it out, it will definitely cause chaos for everyone. Song Yuhan suddenly kicked the tea table apart. He roared at He Gu, are you fucking dead? Can't you say something nice? Can't you smile? I spend money on an MB who is more considerate than you. What use are you? He Gu's heart ached a bit, his lips trembled slightly. He didn't know what to do. He Gu paused for a long time. Then he spoke, Yuhan, I was wrong. Don't be angry. Although he didn't know where he went wrong. Song Yuhan looked at him coldly for a long time and said, take off your pants. He Gu looked at him in surprise. It wasn't like it was a show. There are people everywhere outside. No, since you don't even know how to coax people, you should at least learn how to calm someone down. The place is full of people, yet Song Yuhan shouted, no. Since you can't even coax someone, you should at least learn how to calm someone down. He Gu was stunned and hesitated before locking the door with a click. Song Yuhan casually locked the door, crossed his arms, and watched him. He Gu unzipped his jacket expressionlessly. Song Yuhan strode over, grabbed He Gu fiercely, pulled down the zipper, turned He Gu's back to him, and threw him onto the sofa. He played poker recklessly and relentlessly, mumbling with regret, it's a pity you never officially got together with Feng. Without a comparison, you'll never know that I'm even better in bed than him. He Gu clenched his teeth, his forehead was covered in sweat, and his eyes were slightly bloodshot. He endured both the pain and the indignity. In his heart, he told himself not to mind, to not be petty. What he wanted was Song Yuhan's company, and for that, he had to pay. The cost of not getting up is quite fair. Song Yuhan finished and tidied up his clothes. He Gu's legs were weak, and he lay sprawled on the sofa, unable to move for a long time. Seeing He Gu's miserable appearance, Song Yuhan's mood seemed to improve a bit. He pinched He Gu's cheek and showed a malicious smile. Did you enjoy the beating? He Gu glanced at him without saying anything. Song Yuhan patted He Gu's face and said, I'm asking you a question. Did you enjoy it? He Gu whispered, I did. At this moment, He Gu's face was flushed red. Song Yuhan bent down, gave a gentle kiss on the corner of He Gu's mouth, and said something that felt like a slap in the face, I enjoyed it too. Among all the people I've slept with, none are younger and prettier than you, but few are as captivating. You could say you're quite gifted. Song Yuhan's favorite exercise was playing poker, and He Gu was the one he had been with the longest. Previously, it was mentioned that Song Yuhan had displayed his poker skills in the lounge. After finishing, he turned around, walked to the mirror, tidied up his clothes, and said to He Gu, wait here for me. I'll take you out for some good food tonight. Song Yuhan hummed contentedly, left the room while swaggering out, and closed the door. He Gu leaned against the sofa, weakly adjusted his pants, fastened his belt, and looked blankly at the ceiling. His heart felt empty. He knew he was somewhat despicable, but he didn't love anyone else. He was nearly 30. He couldn't expect to live for many more years. He wanted to enjoy every minute and every second he had with Song Yuhan before he lost his charm. It would be nice to have some more memories. He didn't care how others lived or what they thought of him. He didn't want to deny his own feelings for the sake of pride. He liked Song Yuhan, so he just liked him. From yesterday to today, he was already exhausted. As he waited, he fell asleep on the sofa. He didn't know how long it had been when someone pushed the door open. He Gu woke up in a daze, looking confusedly at the door. He Gu Ge, why are you still here? Xiao Song looked at him in surprise. He Gu rubbed his eyes and replied, Yuhan told me to wait for him. Xiao Song awkwardly said, Han Ge left a long time ago. He went out to eat with the crew. I stayed behind to clean up. Higu was stunned for a moment, then regained his senses and tiredly got up. Oh, then I'll go home, he said. Xiao Song seemed a little reluctant. Han Ji was so busy this afternoon that he probably forgot. How about I take you out to eat? No need. You should go home and rest early, Higu replied. Xiao Song, feeling sympathetic, said, you must have had a hard time, Higu Ge. Higu said nothing more, picked up his keys, and left. As he left, his phone rang. On the other end, a voice said, Higu, it's me. After Higu had been used and discarded by Song Yuhan, he was left alone in the lounge. When he exited the room under Xiao Song's sympathetic gaze, he received a call from an unknown number. The voice on the other end said, Higu, it's me. Higu's heart tightened. Song Zhen, you're back in the country? When they met, Song Zhen was standing by the stairs of the restaurant, waiting for him. Higu felt dazed and emotional. Time had passed so quickly. Song Zhen hadn't changed much and still looked so good. His demeanor was even more composed than before, and the aura of wealth around him had grown stronger. His tailored trench coat made his figure look especially tall and upright. Higu softly called out, walking up with a smile and extending his hand, Song Zhen, long time no see. Song Zhen also smiled. As his hand clasped Higu's, he slightly pulled him closer and gave him a gentle hug. Song Zhen asked Higu, you look tired. Have you been working too hard lately? Higu replied, I'm in the construction business. Working overtime is normal. I'm used to it. Higu brought a bottle of 1999 Romanée Conti. Higu didn't really know much about wine, but he knew Song Zhen liked it. He smiled slightly. Is this from Song Yuhan? The tone was not pleasant. Higu felt a bit awkward. Yes. Is it expensive? Not too much, Song Zhen replied, but then added, it's not something you would usually drink. Song Zhen looked at him and said, time flies. Did Song Yuhan tell you that we met? Higu pretended to remain calm and said, yes, he did. Song Zhen raised his eyebrows. It seems like you two are getting along well. Higu responded, it's okay, I guess. But he talks so much. Don't you often argue? Song Zhen's probing made Higu uncomfortable. Song Zhen said with concern, Higu, why are you putting yourself through this? Higu, can't you see? Song Zhen's words stabbed into Higu's heart like needles. Higu smiled wryly. Song Zhen, I think you misunderstand the relationship between Yuhan and me. After all these years, we've just been keeping each other company. His scandals, real or not, don't concern me much. Song Zhen clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, so when Song Yuhan says you're part of his harem, he's not joking. Higu forced a smile. For all these years, have you and Song Yuhan just been friends with benefits? Song Zhen's voice was cold with a hint of anger. Higu paused and said, Song Zhen, my relationship with Yuhan has nothing to do with outsiders. Today is about welcoming you back, let's not talk about others. Song Zhen became emotional upon hearing Higu's response. What? I can't even ask? He shouted. If it weren't for Song Yuhan, you would have been mine. Higu could only sigh, let's not bring up the past. It's been so many years. Song Zhen moved closer, his eyes flashing with coldness. He said something that felt like a stab to the heart, you must like him, right? Higu's heart trembled slightly, and he lowered his head to hide his emotions. Song Zhen sneered, you like him, yet you've stayed by his side all these years, watching him switch partners one after another, without saying a word. Higu, are you blind? Higu suddenly threw his chopsticks to the ground, stood up, and looked at Song Zhen expressionlessly. Song Zhen, I didn't invite you to dinner to lecture me. Whether I'm blind or not has nothing to do with you. Let's not meet again. Song Zhen also stood up and shouted, I just can't accept this. How come you only have this strong sense of self-respect when it comes to Song Yuhan? Higu froze. Song Zhen reached out and grabbed Higu's arm, continuing, why did you choose that bastard? He doesn't even like you. What are you after? What does he have that I can't give you? Song Zhen moved closer. Higu turned back and looked calmly at Song Zhen. It's not Song Yuhan's fault that he doesn't like me. He doesn't owe me anything, and I'm not after anything from him. We're all adults here. Song Zhen, it's time you stopped caring about my life. We both have our own paths to follow. Higu's voice was steady. Song Zhen watched him, speechless, as Higu turned and walked away, leaving him standing alone in the restaurant. I chose how to live my life, whether drinking water or doing anything else, it's up to me. Higu's heart ached deeply, and Song Zhen's words made his heart throb with pain. As long as he cut open his wounds himself, he could avoid more trouble. Higu had resigned, and some of his colleagues wanted to have a farewell drink. Higu was with these colleagues. He had booked a KTV room to let them have the farewell party in advance. As soon as he got out of the car, a middle-aged lady said, "Mr. He, is this the first time you're riding in this car? This car costs over $1 million, right?" The lady continued, "Mr. He, you're truly young and successful, and you're handsome too. Really, Mr. He, I'm not bragging. My niece would be a perfect match for you," she said hesitantly, with a cautious and tentative tone. "Ms. Yang, I appreciate your thoughts." He replied calmly, "I grew up in a family where my parents didn't get along. When I was in middle school, my father passed away. After my mother remarried, she never came to see me. I don't believe in marriage. That's why I won't get married." He glanced at her when he pushed the door into the private room. "Thank you for your kindness, Ms. Yang. In the future, I hope things unrelated to work won't be mentioned in front of me." Ms. Yang just muttered a couple of times, not knowing what to say. At this moment, Higu's phone vibrated in his hand. When he saw the screen displaying a private number, Higu's eyes lit up, and he immediately answered the call. It was Song Yuhan. What are you doing?" Song Yuhan's voice, with a lazy tone and slightly hoarse, sounded exceptionally sexy. After a brief silence, Higu replied, "I'm at a dinner party." Song Yuhan said, "Boring, come over and keep me company." Higu answered, "I can't leave now, maybe a bit later." "How much later?" Song Yuhan asked. "Around 10? There was a pause on the other end of the line. "No, come over now." Higu replied softly, "I really can't leave this dinner, but I'll try to come earlier, okay? Suit yourself." Song Yuhan's tone was clearly displeased. He hung up the phone right after saying that. Higu was still holding the phone, not yet turned around, when a hand patted him on the back. Higu saw Gu Kuangpei's bright smile and smiled back at him. Come on, go inside the room. What are you standing outside for?" Gu Kuangpei, Higu's superior at the company, was an extremely charismatic man. With his appearance, the story would only get more exciting. When Song Yuhan was bored, he would think of Higu. Last time, he told Higu to come to him. After angrily hanging up the phone, Higu held his phone, hesitating. The elevator doors opened, and he heard Gu Kuangpei's hearty laughter. He pulled himself together, smiled, and greeted him, "Mr. Gu." Gu Kuangpei asked what Higu was doing, urging him to join him in the private room. Higu said, "Just making a phone call." "Who was it?" Gu Kuangpei laughed, winking playfully. "Must be a well-known figure. Was it a friend reminding you to go home for dinner?" Higu chuckled, "No, it wasn't. Come on, they're almost all here." Gu Kuangpei looked at Higu and said, "You didn't eat much. Was it not to your taste?" "No, I just eat less at night. It's a habit." "Good habit." "Higu, what about the thing I talked to you about last time? Have you given it any thought?" Higu kept his head down, not saying a word. Gu Kuangpei smiled and shook his head. "You probably also think it's hard to understand. 30 years old and in such a stable position, why suddenly a big upheaval?" Higu responded, "I think Mr. Gu has considered every step thoroughly. And the salary over there is higher. It doesn't really count as a big upheaval." Gu Kuangpei's smile deepened, looking so confident. "Makes sense." He picked up a wine glass casually. Higu also quickly raised his glass, and said, "Let me toast Mr. Gu. I wish you great success in your new environment." While chatting with Higu, Gu Kuangpei noticed that Higu seemed restless. "What's wrong? Are you in a hurry to leave?" Higu awkwardly said, Kind of." Gu Kuangpei said, "Then go ahead and leave." Gu Kuangpei asked, "Can you drive? Should I have my driver take you?" Higu replied, "No need, Mr. Gu, but, thank you. I'll treat you to a meal another day." "All right, take care on the way." Last time, it was mentioned that Higu's little thoughts during the company gathering were noticed by Gu Kuangpei, who didn't insist on keeping Higu there. In this episode, we can't help but feel sorry for Higu. He arrived at Song Yuhan's apartment at around 8:30 p.m. On his way, he bought Song Yuhan's favorite yellow small wontons. After pressing the doorbell, he was stunned by the person who opened the door. A very handsome young man stood before him, looking at him. His gaze finally stopped on the wontons in Higu's hand. He reached out, took the plastic bag, and said, "Thanks." "How much?" Higu calmly replied, 46 yuan. "Who is it?" Song Yuhan's voice came from inside. Higu tried to walk quickly towards the elevator, but it was too late. He heard Song Yuhan's voice from behind, "Higu." Song Yuhan glanced at him, then looked at the wontons. He chuckled, "Why are you here now? Bringing takeout?" Higu expressionlessly said, "You have guests. Go ahead and be busy." Song Yuhan impatiently said, "Come back." He carefully observed Higu, finding it interesting. He had never seen Higu's expressions other than in bed. The young man asked, "Han Ji, who is he?" Song Yuhan ignored the young man, grabbing Higu's face and bringing it close to his own. Not bad, you haven't drunk too much, he said, then took the wontons from him. Song Yuhan casually said, I told you to come at 6, but you didn't. Why are you here now? He rolled his eyes. Did I say I'd wait for you? Higu looked at his watch and replied, no, you didn't. I can leave if you want. Song Yuhan ordered Higu to tidy up the bowls before leaving. Otherwise, the room would smell. The young man playfully said, Han Ji, I can clean up. Let him go. Song Yuhan smiled at him and suddenly asked, Higu, do you know him? I've seen him on TV. Can't remember his name, the young man replied. Song Yuhan said to the young man, introduce yourself. The young man coldly said, my name is Zhuang Jieyu. While eating the wontons, Song Yuhan said casually, Higu, Zhuang Jieyu is your type, right? Doesn't he look like a young Song Zhen? Higu didn't expect Song Yuhan to bring up Song Zhen again. Higu shook his head, not at all. He wondered, with Song Yuhan's fickle personality, what was he trying to do now? Song Yuhan, be a human for once. Previously, Song Yuhan had found a young boy before Higu arrived and had deliberately said the boy looked like Song Zhen, stirring Higu's displeasure. Years ago, Higu. Of course, he said they don't look alike. Really? Isn't it just the same fair-skinned face? The age seems to match too. Song Yuhan smiled slyly at Higu. Not really. Higu walked over, started to clean up their bowls, and took them to the kitchen. Song Yuhan seemed to have had enough fun, ruffled Zhuang Jieyu's hair, and went to get ready, then entered the bedroom. Zhuang Jieyu responded, his gaze drifting toward the kitchen, observing Higu. The man had a good figure and decent looks. Just as Higu finished washing the dishes and turned around, he saw Zhuang Jieyu standing with his arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe, watching him. Zhuang Jieyu suddenly stepped forward and hugged Higu. Hey, wanna have some fun? Hearing this, Higu immediately pushed him away and asked, what do you mean? Upset at being pushed away, Zhuang Jieyu angrily said, am I not good enough for you? You'd be lucky. He added, Han Ji told me to get ready. Can't you just cooperate? Higu paused for a moment and said, you misunderstood. Ju Han doesn't play this game. Zhuang Jieyu chuckled, doesn't play? Then who have I been sleeping with before? Raising an eyebrow, Zhuang Jieyu continued, you know Han Ji has a big appetite, right? Sometimes one person can't satisfy him. He likes to play around. We've already had fun together. Higu pushed Zhuang Jieyu's hand away, saying coldly, I don't play around. Zhuang Jieyu got angry, saying, I'm not that type of person. He doesn't even look at me usually. Frustrated, Zhuang Jieyu grabbed Higu by the collar and forcefully kissed him. Higu was stunned, still in his first genuine kiss, even though Zhuang Jieyu kissed him in anger. But the boy's technique was impressive. Higu pushed Zhuang Jieyu away, wiping the saliva from his lips, unsure how to explain under Song Yuhan's angry gaze. Song Yuhan's furious voice came from behind, what are you two doing? Higu was still in shock from the kiss. Although it was Zhuang Jieyu who initiated it, Zhuang Jieyu looked innocent, saying, Han Ji, didn't you tell me to get ready? Song Yuhan didn't look at Zhuang Jieyu. What did I ask you to prepare? I told you to prepare flowers. Zhuang Jieyu's face changed slightly upon hearing this. Song Yuhan was usually so generous and witty. It was rare to see him speak harshly to anyone. Squinting his eyes, Song Yuhan reached out and pinched Higu's chin. You seemed to enjoy it, didn't you? Can't go a few days without me, and you get this desperate? Higu knew that saying anything would be useless. Whenever Song Yuhan was unhappy, the best thing for Higu to do was disappear. But as Higu turned to leave, Song Yuhan raised his chin and said, if you dare step out of this room, don't ever think of seeing me again. This sentence had its effect. Higu had no choice but to try to explain again. He misunderstood your instructions. He didn't misunderstand. Song Yuhan looked at Higu, his lips curling into a cruel smile. Higu's body trembled. Would Song Yuhan really? Song Yuhan came over and tugged at Higu's tie. For so many years, you've always been obedient. Will you listen to me today too? Higu's Adam's apple moved up and down. Ju Han, don't go too far. He could watch Song Yuhan be with others because he had no position to intervene, but he couldn't participate. That was too disgusting. How do you define too far? Was kissing him too far? Song Yuhan saw Higu kissing another in his home, and it infuriated him. Higu, kissing someone else, shouldn't that be my fault? This sentence seemed to irritate Song Yuhan. He grabbed Higu by the collar. He pressed him against the wall, exuding a cold aura. This seemingly calm Song Yuhan was on the verge of madness today. Song Yuhan asked if Higu would play more exciting games with him later, Would he cooperate? Zhuang Jieyu was almost overwhelmed by the tense atmosphere between them. It was just a kiss. Song Yuhan's reaction seemed a bit excessive. At this point, Song Yuhan squinted, glancing over Higu's face and finally resting on his lips. He rubbed Higu's lips with his thumb. Then, he forcefully kissed him, aggressively. Higu didn't know how to respond to this kiss that felt like punishment. Despite his nervousness, his teeth clashed and couldn't hold on. Song Yuhan's tongue invaded, prying open his teeth, and wandered freely in his mouth. Higu gradually started to lose his breath, a blush creeping up his face. In a daze, Song Yuhan began pulling at his clothes. Higu grasped Song Yuhan's hand tightly, shouting, "Juhan. Today is a special day. Let's play something different." He watched as Song Yuhan tugged, tearing Higu's belt apart. Higu panicked, "Juhan, stop messing around." "Who's messing around?" Song Yuhan's strength was so great that ordinary people couldn't resist. Higu desperately tried to push him away. "Juhan, let me go." Song Yuhan's menacing steps approached. "Don't move. You canceled my date, shouldn't you make it up to me? Maybe someone watching would be even more exciting. Feel it properly. Did he kiss you better, or did I make you feel better?" His hands already stripped away Higu's last line of defense. Higu's heart ached, tears welled up, and he forcefully pushed Song Yuhan away. Song Yuhan staggered a few steps but quickly regained his balance. Higu looked disheveled, clothes and tie askew, trousers pulled at his feet, his face full of anger. Song Yuhan hadn't expected the usually quiet and obedient Higu to react so strongly. The humiliation on Higu's face left him stunned. Higu shakily pulled up his trousers. Before Song Yuhan could react, Higu had already run out, bolting out the door like a whirlwind. It was the first time Higu had ever resisted Song Yuhan. At that moment, Zhuang Jieyu, seeing the angry Song Yuhan, became scared, standing off to the side, not knowing what to do. Song Yuhan's face turned incredibly dark. He viciously kicked a stool over. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he stood there for a long time without moving, lost in thought. After a while, Song Yuhan coldly stared at Zhuang Jieyu. "If you touch him again, you're done in this circle." Zhuang Jieyu gasped, nodding like a chicken pecking rice. Sorry, Han Ji." Exhausted, Song Yuhan pinched his nose bridge, his mood plummeting, and told Zhuang Jieyu to leave. At that moment, Higu, who had run out of Song Yuhan's place, felt like he couldn't hold on. He desperately ran back to his car, eager to start it and head home. Halfway there, he suddenly felt a wave of nausea, grabbed the steering wheel, and pulled over to the side of the road. Higu leaned wearily against the seat back. Thinking about that house, the car had been given to him by Song Yuhan. Higu reached into the glove compartment. He found some tissues, wiped his mouth, and took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. His mind was filled with chaotic thoughts about Song Yuhan and the incident. After a while, Higu started the car again, heading towards his own home, feeling both a sense of relief and uncertainty about what the future might hold. He took out half a pack of cigarettes. Over the past 6 years, Song Yuhan had not treated him badly. Regarding the house and car Song Yuhan gave him, he neither felt burdened by it nor grateful. These things didn't mean much to him, just like how he willingly liked someone who could never like him back. Higu would only repeatedly remind himself that if one day Song Yuhan had an accident, he might be forever lonely. Higu thought that after all these years of getting along, he could tolerate many of Song Yuhan's bad habits. But today, he still underestimated how much of a jerk Song Yuhan could be. Higu felt that his feelings for Song Yuhan were a joke. He was waiting for Song Yuhan to say break up. Now he felt that day was not far away. In the distance, car headlights shone, making Higu think of someone getting out of the car and walking over. Ji Feng saw Feng Zheng getting out of the car. Feng Zheng approached Higu and said, "I'm here to apologize for what happened last time." Higu indicated that it wasn't necessary to take it to heart. Feng Zheng suddenly grabbed Higu's hand excitedly. "Higu, I really miss you. I miss those times we had together." Feng Zheng's word shocked Higu. Could those days ever come back? Higu and Feng Zheng used to be each other's first loves. If it weren't for Song Yuhan, perhaps Higu wouldn't have fallen in love. Feng Zheng's arrival made Higu a bit embarrassed at this time. Higu let out a sigh. "Feng Zheng, what do you want to do?" Feng Zheng said, "I promise not to interfere with your matters with Song Yuhan anymore. Can we be friends?" Higu said helplessly, "As long as you do as you say, we can still be friends." Feng Zheng smiled, "I'll keep my word. When you're free, let me treat you to a meal. Let's go to a bar for a drink." Higu said tiredly, "No, I'm too tired today and I don't know anyone there." Feng Zheng chuckled, "You're still like this." As he mingled with strangers, "You don't have to be scared with me around." There was a slight, hardly noticeable accent in that voice. He-gu didn't pretend to be calm. It's not about being scared. I'm genuinely a bit tired. Seeing that He-gu was truly tired, Feng Zheng let him go home to rest and proposed to meet up another day. He-gu calmed his emotions and drove home. After that day, he and Song Yuhan had no contact for half a month. Considering their last argument was the most intense in their 6 years of knowing each other, He-gu was now tormented by the longing. He felt like he was chasing the fuse of a bomb. It was unknown whether the bomb would explode first or if he would stop first. But no matter where he stopped, the bomb would definitely explode, and he would definitely get hurt. He knew that if he stopped earlier, the damage would be less, but he couldn't restrain himself. Half a month had passed, and he wondered if Song Yuhan was still angry. He-gu thought several times about calling Song Yuhan but couldn't muster the courage. There are so many people in the world who like Song Yuhan, and yet I am so close to him. I should be content, right? At that moment, Ling Sheng's phone rang. It was Xiaosong. He hurriedly answered, "Hello? He-gu, Han Ji is in some trouble here. Can you come over?" After containing the situation, He-gu rushed to TTV as fast as he could. Sure enough, the entrance was jam-packed with crazed fans. When He-gu reached the door amidst a crowd of young girls, he looked rather jealous as if he had drunk vinegar. The bouncer at the door glanced at him. "Are you?" "I'm He-gu, the bodyguard." The bouncer let him in. The waiter led He-gu with his bag, but before reaching the room, they could hear Song Juhan having a tantrum inside. "I told you to go home. Who the hell do you think you are?" An anxious Xiaosong said. "Han Ji, outside are all your fans, you can't look like this." "Fans my ass, what the hell are fans? They're just a bunch of idiots. Do they know me? Do I know them?" There was a scuffle inside the room. He-gu pushed the door open and saw Xiaosong and a beefy guy blocking Song Juhan, with 2 male waiters standing beside, looking utterly flustered. When Song Juhan saw He-gu, he was taken aback and raised his eyebrows. "Why are you here?" He looked at Xiaosong. "You called him? Who asked you to act on your own?" "Han Ji, listen to me, you can berate me however you want when you're sober tomorrow, but now please listen to me. If you get photographed like this, President Song will kill me." Xiaosong was almost crying, continuously giving He-gu pleading looks. But Song Juhan was now full of drunken rage, and likely to explode under the pressure of his fans. If he did something regrettable, it would be troublesome. He-gu approached and said, "Juhan, calm down a bit. There really are a lot of your fans outside, and there might be reporters too." Before he could finish, Song Juhan grabbed him by the collar and bellowed, "Who the fuck let you come? Get lost." He-gu didn't argue with him. Instead, he gently held his hand. "Juhan, you don't usually drink much. Don't let the alcohol control you, okay?" With He-gu's comfort, Song Yuhan managed to suppress his feelings, remaining silent and not causing a scene. Song Yuhan pushed his hand away, gruffly saying, "I don't want to go home. It's suffocating here. Get those idiots outside to move away." Preview of the next episode, Song Yuhan grabs He-gu's hair and lifts him. Song Yuhan's bad temper might only be calmed by He-gu. Perhaps the warmth He-gu offers is reserved solely for Song Yuhan. In the last episode, He-gu went to PTV to pick up Song Yuhan. To calm Song Yuhan's anger, He-gu pressed his shoulders. He let Song Yuhan stay on the sofa, gently massaging the nape of his neck. "Relax, I'll take you home in a bit. Just calm down for now, okay?" Song Yuhan closed his eyes, feeling comforted by the massage. His long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and his breathing steadied considerably. He-gu looked at his fluttering eyelashes, remembering his capricious behaviors, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Song Yuhan really enjoyed the massages He-gu gave him, so He-gu had deliberately learned the skill to have more reasons to stay close to Song Yuhan. In fact, He-gu had done many things to get closer to Song Yuhan, but perhaps Song Yuhan would never realize it in his lifetime. After a while, Song Yuhan really calmed down, so He-gu quickly poured him a glass of water. Song Yuhan took a sip, then opened his eyes and asked, "Since when did you and Xiaosong become so close?" He-gu replied, "We are not that close." Song Yuhan sneered, "Didn't you ask Xiaosong to call you over today? You thought I didn't know you called him tonight? I was right next to him." He-gu didn't know how to explain, so he reluctantly fell silent. Song Yuhan chuckled with a hint of sarcasm in his tone, "It's only been half a month. I thought you'd last longer." He-gu felt a heavy weight in his chest, unable to lift his head. Song Yuhan took another sip of water before slamming the cup onto the table. Rudely grabbing He-gu's hair, Song Yuhan forced him to lift his head and pressed his lips against He-gu's, aggressively exploring He-gu's mouth. Then he let him go. He-gu licked his sweet lips, his clear black and white eyes unblinkingly watching Song Yuhan. his slightly bewildered look captivating Song Yuhan. "The hatred in my heart, you miss me, right?" Higu nodded slightly, thinking about it every day. Preview of the next episode. Higu, you're very simple. That's your biggest advantage. In the previous episode, Song Jihan pinched Higu's chin, asking if Higu missed him. His gaze was like looking at his own possession. Then, he pointed at Higu's heart, asking if this part was rather small, and then with his other hand, he pinched Higu's waist. Or was this part smaller? Higu held his face gently and lightly tapped. Both. Song Jihan laughed, suddenly feeling much better. "I know Higu can't leave me." Higu smiled faintly. "Let's go home." Song Jihan didn't move. He caressed Higu's face with his slender fingers, his eyes deep. "Do I need to tell you who I mess around with?" Higu's smile faded. Song Jihan smirked. "It's true. Sometimes I come across ones that are too careless, so I find two." He leaned into Higu, tracing Higu's lips delicately with his. "But I never involve you. Do you know why?" Higu was expressionless. "I don't play. There's no way even if you want to. I don't allow it." Song Jihan pinched Higu's face. "You're very clean. From graduating college to now, always with me. Your social circle is very simple. I don't like complications. That's why I like your cleanliness. Understand? Don't let anyone touch you, because that's your only advantage." Higu looked at his favorite face, only to find it blurred, so blurred that it was almost unrecognizable. His heart ached as if it was being wrenched, making it hard to compose himself. In the end, he just nodded calmly, his face devoid of any emotion. Song Ju-won frowned with a curse, kissed him fiercely as if out of breath. Let's go home." Higu stood up and followed behind Song Ju-won, staring at his silhouette, which even from the back seemed to radiate light. Higu had followed this figure for 10 years, trying his best to get closer, and closer still. But even so, the red thread between them would never disappear. Even if he managed to grasp a piece of Song Ju-won's opinion, what could it change? Higu took a deep breath, unable to suppress a laugh. Actually, it was pretty much as he had guessed. Song Ju-won hadn't cut ties with him all these years simply because they were comfortable playing poker together and for various kinds of safety. Today's words just proved his guess. He and Song Ju-won were just engaging in a quid pro quo. He needed safety, and I needed companionship. We each got what we needed. Next episode preview, Song Ju-won sees the cut on Higu's eyebrow and gets furious. Higu was hurt while protecting Song Ju-won, and Song Ju-won is enraged. Song Ju-won walks through the hallway and stands at the window, glancing at the chaotic entrance, cursing something under his breath. Higu takes off the protective cover over his head. "I won't let them get close to you. Just keep your head down and follow me. I'm just going for a drink, not committing a crime." Song Ju-won tries to pull down his clothes. "Being photographed in your current state doesn't look too good." Higu clutches the towel, not letting it be pulled away, his eyes immersed and unblinkingly staring at Song Jihan. "Be good, I'll take you out. Once you're in the car, everything will be fine." Song Jihan gazes closely into Higu's deep, ink-like West African eyes. That sort of kiss, unique to mature men, calms his restless heart, and he nods slightly. Higu uses one hand to cover his face, the other grabbing Song Jihan's hand, and keeps his shoulder in check with the other. Surrounded by Xiaosong and the staff, they walk out amid ear-piercing screams that explode around them. Suddenly, a dark object is hurled their way. By the time Higu realizes it's an attack, it's too late to block. He grunts in pain, feeling a sharp ache in his foot and a rush of blood in his right eye, blurring his vision unbearably. "Brother Higu!" Xiaosong cries out. Song Jihan, who had been walking with his head down in silence, stops suddenly. The next second, as if wanting to open his shirt, Higu tightly embraces his head with great strength. The hand that Song Jihan had been shaking also tightens. Their palms sweat as they touch. "It's nothing. We're almost at the car." Song Jihan feels confused. "Higu, what's wrong with you?" Higu stuffs Song Jihan into the car. Song Jihan looks at Higu's brow, now broken and bleeding, his face contorting with worry. Damn, which asshole did this? But suddenly, Song Jihan pulls open the car door. Higu wants to stop him, but it's too late. The crazy surge hits once more, bringing a splitting headache. As Song Jihan's gaze moved past the frenzied fans, he remained as calm as a bystander in such a chaotic scene. Finally, his eyes locked onto a journalist carrying a camera. He grabbed his bodyguard, insisting without delay to bring that person over. The bodyguard quickly made his way through the fans. Preview, Higu sees Song Jihan standing up for him, feeling warmth inside like the sun in full bloom. Song Jihan speaks tender and affectionate words to his fans. Yet, this is the genius, creative type singer Song Ji-han, crafted by countless capital, not the person Higu knows. Song Ji-han runs his slender fingers through his curly hair, takes a deep breath, and flashes a charming smile at the fans. Why aren't you girls going home to sleep at this late hour? What will you do about wrinkles? The fans let out sky-piercing screams. I had a few drinks with a friend I was accompanying to a trial session today, feel a bit guilty. You've taken photos of me, just keep them to yourselves, don't spread them around, okay? His voice is gentle and husky, with a hint of coquettish charm that could captivate any listener. The fans seemed, as if they were about to faint, promising eagerly and excited beyond control. Just then, the bodyguard brought the journalist over. Song Ji-han grabbed his breath and looked at it. The bloodstains on it made Song Ji-han's heart ache. He restrained the urge to hit someone, grabbed the reporter by the collar, and dragged him to the car door. He was extremely tall, nearly 1 meter 9, towering over the reporter like a giant. He pointed to the river valley. He said uncompromisingly, "You heard him, apologize." Higu was still bleeding from the corner of his brow, which was now a patch of red. The reporter was frightened and hastily nodded, offering an apology. Higu didn't even look at him, just urged Song Ji-han to get in the car quickly. Song Ji-han said goodbye to the fans and then got into the car, closing the door with a huff. Xiao Zhuang, worried he might cause more trouble, quickly drove away. Song Ji-han leaned back in his seat, glaring at Higu and asked, "Does it hurt?" Higu smiled and said, "It doesn't hurt." Thinking about how Song Ji-han had grabbed the reporter and demanded an apology, he felt a warmth in his heart like the remaining sunshine. Even if he was lying in the hospital, he was happy. He couldn't hide the smile on Gu's face. "What are you laughing at?" Gu is not someone who loves to laugh. In fact, he rarely has too many expressions. In Song Yuhan's impression, it seems that it has been a long time since Gu laughed like this. To say the least, it is quite pleasing to the eye. Preview of the next episode, Song Yuhan says, "Gu can protect himself, can he still be considered a man?" Song Yuhan also has a gentle side. Can Gu's love be reciprocated? Gu's eyes fell on Song Yuhan's face, unwilling to look away. "You were really handsome just now." Song Yuhan's curly hair was somewhat disheveled, adding a sense of charm amidst a casual demeanor with a hint of decadence. Song Yuhan chuckled, "When am I not handsome?" Gu squeezed his hand and said, "Yuhan, thank you." Song Yuhan brushed his short bangs, looking at his freshly bandaged wound. He said, "A man who can't protect himself, can he still be considered a man? You really scared me just now." If Song Yuhan had gone crazy after getting out of the car, I really wouldn't know how to handle it tonight. But thinking about Song Yuhan's appearance just now, I was still afraid it would get photographed. "About your photo," Song Yuhan said nonchalantly, "the reporter's photos won't be published. There is not much problem with the fans' photos, it's just a bit unsightly, not that serious." Xiao Song warned Han, "Brother, don't take it lightly. President Song is definitely going to want to talk to you. Let him." "What's he going to do, eat me?" Song Ji-han yawned indifferently, "Not going to the apartment. Take us back to the villa in the countryside." The two entered the villa. Using Shay's voice, Song Ji-han said, "Don't turn on the light," then turned over and pulled Higu into his arms, with his hand cradling Higu's head, fingers interlocked, staring at Higu with a displeased expression on his face. His eyes conveyed distress. Higu simply reassured Song Ji-han, comforting him, "I'm really okay." At this moment, Higu felt that everything Song Ji-han did was worth it. Song Ji-han fiercely said, "Damn it, if it weren't for the crowd earlier, watch how I would have dealt with him." Higu touched Song Ji-han's face and gently laughed. Song Ji-han said, "Don't laugh," and kissed him unexpectedly. This kiss was something Higu had never experienced before, so gentle was Song Ji-han that it made Higu fall for him all over again. Next episode preview, Higu is lost in Song Ji-han's tenderness. Song Ji-han's kiss made Higu feel the gentleness, a kiss that lasted a long time, until Higu was almost out of breath, reluctantly pushing Song Ji-han away. Song Ji-han gently touched Higu's wound, saying with distress, "The wound isn't deep, just a scrape near the eyebrow. It shouldn't bleed, right?" Higu lifted Song Ji-han's face gently. "You're really okay? You had quite a lot to drink. Go get some rest." At this moment, Song Ji-han's face showed signs of sleepiness. Yawning, he said to Higu, "You go take a shower first. I'll wait for you in the room." After Higu finished showering, he pushed open the bedroom door upstairs. He saw Song Ji-han asleep on the bed, still dressed. Higu went to the bathroom, got a wet towel, and gently cleaned Song Ji-han's hands. Then, he started to undress him, but halfway through, Song Ji-han woke up. Squinting his eyes, He looked at Higu blankly, his Adam's apple sliding up and down, but he didn't speak. He closed his eyes but couldn't fall back asleep. Higu couldn't help but smile. He tucked Song Ji-han into the blanket and slid in himself. The blanket was still a bit cool. As Higu got under the covers, Song Ji-han instinctively moved towards his warmth, wrapping his arms around him. Higu rested his arm on Song Ji-han's waist and quietly watched him sleep. For Higu, this moment was truly priceless. Higu was used to getting up early. He turned over, got out of bed, and quietly went downstairs to start preparing breakfast. Higu took the TV remote and turned on the TV, wanting to see if yesterday's incident had caused any ripples. Thankfully, there was indeed some news, but nothing official, just some blurry photos taken by fans. It didn't stir up much trouble. It wasn't until almost 10 o'clock that some noises came from upstairs. Then he heard Song Ji-han shouting, "Higu!" Higu grunted as Song Yoo-han had just taken a bath. Wearing only sleep pants, his bare upper body showcased his beautifully toned muscles. Song Yoo-han's physique was the type that looks slim-clothed but muscular undressed. Such a build is very camera-friendly. Song Yoo-han grabbed his shoulder and poked at the gauze on Higu's beautiful corner. "How is it now? Does it hurt?" "No, it doesn't hurt anymore," Song Yoo-han said. "You've almost forgotten, this counts as a work injury. What reward would you like?" Higu rubbed his waist and said with a smile, "A kiss from you will do." Song Yoo-han bent down and kissed him, taking advantage of the rare opportunity. "I'll ask you one last time, what reward do you want?" Higu didn't expect Song Yoo-han to be serious. Naturally, he wouldn't pass up such an opportunity and said without hesitation, "Accompany me on my birthday." Higu, in fact, has never made a big deal of his birthdays. At this moment, he needed a reason for Song Yoo-han to accompany him. Song Yoo-han readily agreed, "Sure, when? Any day next month." He knew Song Yoo-han was busy and couldn't possibly pay hundreds of thousands or even millions in penalties to adjust his schedule just to accompany him on his birthday. Song Yoo-han kissed his temple with a smile. "I like this about you, so understanding." Higu chuckled dryly. He just patted Song Yoo-han's face and said, "Come down to eat." Higu got him 2 hangover pills. "Why did you suddenly drink yesterday?" Song Yoo-han swallowed the hangover pills with water and then let out a contented sigh. "I revised it over 10 times and finally got it to my satisfaction. I'm in a good mood, congratulations." "Can I listen to it?" "You're looking for a little comfort." Song Yoo-han seemed to think of something and suddenly burst into a smile. That pure joy from within made him look somewhat ambitious and incredibly handsome. Only music could make Song Yoo-han show such a smile. Higu also smiled. The greatest benefit of liking someone is gaining these little things in the process. Perhaps for Song Yoo-han, such casual words and actions are commonplace. Every action, in Higu's eyes, can transform into ambiguous meanings and values. Song Yoo-han glanced at Higu, who was staring at him. What was Higu thinking? "Come here." Higu snapped back to reality from his daydreaming, beckoned by Song Yoo-han. "What's wrong?" Just as Higu stood up, intending to walk over to Song Yoo-han, Song Yoo-han suddenly grabbed Higu's hand and lifted him up, walking towards the sofa. Song Yoo-han placed Higu on the sofa and said, "Such a leisurely time, we should do something serious." After finishing, Song Yoo-han pressed himself on Higu and eagerly began to undo Higu's pants. Just as Song Yoo-han was about to start racing, the phone inconveniently rang. Higu told Song Yoo-han to answer the phone. Song Yoo-han glanced at the screen, and it was his father, Song Hee, calling. Song Yoo-han showed Higu the phone and said dismissively, "It's nothing, let's continue." But from the phone, Song Hee's voice could be heard. Song Yoo-han wasn't fazed at all and intensified the impact of the race. Higu couldn't withstand the pressure of the race and accidentally made a noise. On the other end, Song Hee paused. "What are you doing?" Song Yoo-han looked at the bullied Higu, feeling quite pleased. "Listening to music, Dad." "Did you hear what I said? Don't be so indifferent. Reporters can dig up a story from even the smallest detail." Song Yoo-han tried to persuade Song Yoo-han to restrain himself. "Got it, Dad. Compared to you, I think I'm pretty well behaved." Song Yoo-han's eyes twinkled with a teasing smile, still not giving up the rhythm of the race while on the phone. "And don't try to hide it. Last month, the photos of you with that young model ended up in my hands," Song Hee shouted over the phone. "Shut up. It's none of your business," Song Yoo-han replied. Song Yoo-han chuckled, tossing the phone aside. He didn't want the phone to interfere with the thrill of his race. Song Hee's voice continued to shout from the phone, "Song Yoo-han. Are you listening to me?" Perhaps to make up for his recklessness, Song Yoo-han wasn't very gentle with Higu over the next 2 days. Apart from making Higu cry and beg for mercy, Song Yoo-han was an impeccable lover. When Song Yu-han wanted to be good to someone, he could drown them in affection and sweetness. Just one affectionate glance or a whispered sweet nothing in his ear felt like a cannonball wrapped in honey, striking right to the heart. It turns out that even Song Yu-han could be clingy and cute when he didn't want to let go of Hee-gu. Hee-gu remembered when Song Yu-han fought with Feng Zheng over him, causing Hee-gu to misunderstand and think they were in love. Years later, Hee-gu still remembered the first time he caught them cheating, and how Song Yu-han laughed uncontrollably as if Hee-gu was the biggest joke in the world. Fortunately, he had grown up now. Hee-gu enjoyed the good treatment from Song Yu-han and endured the bad. He no longer had any extra expectations. 2 days quickly passed. The driver came to pick them up and take them back to the city. Hee-gu asked the driver to drop him off at his company. Nanchuan Group's headquarters was located in the busiest part of the CBD. The driver stopped the car at the building's main entrance. Song Yu-han was lounging on Hee-gu's body in the car. Slowly opening his eyes, he lazily said, "We're here, we're at the company," Hee-gu said, pushing his lips. Song Yu-han wrapped his arms around Hee-gu's waist and whined, "Don't go to work. It's better to stay with me." Hee-gu ruffled his hair and said, "I still have to work, you don't make much money anyway, and it's exhausting." Song Yu-han snorted. "You see on the news how people work themselves to death all the time. If you keep going like this, your body will collapse sooner or later." Hee-gu replied, "I exercise every week, so I'm still in good shape." Song Yu-han looked displeased. Hee-gu gently pinched his chin, leaned in, and kissed him on the lips. Hee-gu felt a bit reluctant. Sometimes, he wished he lived in a world where it was just him and Song Yu-han, but that wasn't possible. As Hee-gu got out of the car, he noticed the license plate of the car next to him looked familiar. At that moment, Gu Kwangpei walked over and smiled. "Hee-gu, what a coincidence." "President Gu," Hee-gu greeted. Gu Kwangpei pointed to the bandage on Hee-gu's face. "What happened to your face?" The smell of alcohol wafted over. "Just a little scrape, nothing serious." "Have you been drinking?" Gu Kwangpei's face was flushed, and his eyes were hazy, but he seemed to be in a good mood. Gu Kwangpei slung his arm over Hee-gu's shoulder, laughing. "I had a social engagement at noon. My friend brought some good wine." He smacked his lips as if savoring the memory. Hee-gu smiled. "Seems like you enjoyed it, President Gu. Can you walk okay?" "No problem." Despite saying it was fine, Gu Kwangpei's steps were unsteady, his hand still resting on Hee-gu's shoulder. "Let's take the internal elevator so the employees won't see," Gu Kwangpei suggested. Just then, a cold voice came from behind. "Hee-gu." Hee-gu turned around to see Song Yu-han, who surprisingly hadn't left yet. Although he wore sunglasses, his impeccable figure and sharp features made it easy to recognize him as someone extraordinary. Gu Kwangpei also turned around, squinting as he sized up Song Yu-han. He thought, "This guy seems familiar, what's going on?" Song Yu-han asked, giving Hee-gu a pointed look, urging him to get back in the car. Although there weren't many people around, what if someone sharp-eyed noticed them? Song Yu-han rudely pointed at Gu Kwangpei. "Who's this last-time guy?" Hee-gu lowered his voice and said, "You should leave." Gu Kwangpei smiled. "Hee-gu, is this your friend?" Hee-gu responded awkwardly, "Yes." No one here was a fool. Gu Kwangpei was as cunning as a fox. Song Yu-han's inexplicable hostility didn't seem like the behavior of an ordinary friend. When Song Yu-han heard the words last time, he sized up Gu Kwangpei, reluctant to believe it. Hee-gu was different from Song Yu-han. Song Yu-han used to only like women when he was younger, but later, he found that trying something new wasn't so bad, and he adapted quickly. But Hee-gu had always been strictly gay. Song Yu-han hadn't known that Hee-gu had such a handsome, familiar last time. Song Yu-han hated anyone who got close to Hee-gu. He was Hee-gu's only man, and he instinctively felt that Hee-gu belonged to him alone. Anyone approaching Hee-gu was an enemy. Where did this last time come from, anyway? In the next episode preview, Gu Kwangpei, usually so composed, acted a bit out of character today, likely due to the alcohol. He extended his hand toward Song Yu-han. "Hello, I'm Gu. May I ask for your name?" Song Yu-han neither extended his hand nor replied. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing. Hee-gu felt like his head was going to explode. He pulled Gu Kwangpei aside in a panic and said, "President Gu, I'm sorry. Let's head back to the office. I'll explain everything later." Gu Kwangpei retracted his hand, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "You look like that celebrity, right? The one who shoots commercials?" Song Yu-han's eyes behind his sunglasses were as sharp as ever, eyeing him up and down. Hee-gu sensed that Song Yu-han was about to explode. He felt like he was stuck between a rock and a hard place and wished he could disappear. There was no way Gu Qiangpei would let Song Yuhan take him down. He looked but did not retaliate, with a slight smile, said, "I especially like your ad, long and jumpy, quite celebratory." Song Yuhan sneered, "I'm not filming an ad, but you, drinking so heavily at noon, seem a bit suspicious." "Yuhan, don't say that." He Gu panicked, "You should go back first, okay? This is a company, people are coming and going." Song Yuhan still wanted to make trouble, but he noticed that people around were already paying attention to them. His long fingers slightly lowered his sunglasses, revealing sharp eyes reflecting Han's. A sneer twisted on his lips. After glancing at Gu Qiangpei turned around and got in the car. After Song Yuhan left, Gu let out a heavy sigh and then looked at Gu Qiangpei's face, not daring to say a word. Gu Qiangpei raised an eyebrow and said, "Didn't expect you to know Song Yuhan." The high school principal, Gu Qiangpei, gave a long sigh and raised a mocking smile. "You two don't seem like ordinary high school classmates." Gu's face turned pale. Gu braced himself and said, "President Gu, I'm sorry, really sorry. I'll take him to apologize to you." Gu Qiangpei patted him on the shoulder, "It's okay, it's not your fault." Next episode preview, Gu Qiangpei catering to someone's preferences, discussing what happens after Gu Qiangpei and Song Yuhan partner up. Gu Qiangpei, like a fox, sensed the relationship between Gu and Song Yuhan. After work, Gu Qiangpei invited Gu to a bar for a drink. Gu, still worried about what happened today, accepted Gu Qiangpei's invitation and went to the bar. When he arrived, Gu felt a sudden chill. This was a very classy place. This bar was clearly a gay bar, quite famous in the Beijing LGBTQ+ community, nicknamed Blackgate. How could Gu Qiangpei invite him to a gay bar? Even if he wanted to recruit him, did he really have to go to such lengths? It felt so awkward, as if he was interested in Gu. Was Gu Qiangpei really doing this? The two of them found a seat, and Gu Qiangpei, quite experienced, called the waiter, "Bring me what I stored here last time." Gu frowned slightly. "President Gu, why here? Don't you like this kind of place?" Gu Qiangpei asked back, "What? You don't?" Gu's eyes widened. "You've been here?" Gu Qiangpei smiled, "Yes, I come often." Gu's eyes widened even more. So Gu Qiangpei was just like him. Gu Qiangpei raised his glass and said, "Honestly, since we're no longer colleagues, I really want to make you my friend." Gu Qiangpei took a sip of his drink, squinting at Gu. "Since we're friends, how about you let me gossip a bit about you and Song Yuhan?" Gu Qiangpei casually leaned in, curious, "You two are schoolmates. You've known each other for many years, right?" Gu anticipated this question. He chuckled, 10 years. Next episode preview, Gu and Song Yuhan's encounter. They met again 10 years ago at a university-organized show. 10 years sounds long. But looking back, everything seems like it was just yesterday. Gu was a top student with a full scholarship and a student representative giving a speech, so, they met again backstage. 20-year-old Song Yuhan was already 185 centimeters tall. It was hard to imagine how someone could look so good. The charm exuded from him gave off an even more intense aura. Gu needed to rehearse the event flow with Song Yuhan, nervously saying, "Song, let's rehearse the flow. I'll give a speech first, and at the end, I'll introduce the honorees." Song Yuhan's gaze fell on Gu. He looked at him for a moment, then lightly blew a puff of air and leaned closer to ask, "Have we met before?" Gu's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and his hands clenched tightly behind his back. Forcing himself to stay calm, Gu nodded, "I'm from the affiliated high school. We did a campus environmental awareness campaign together." "Oh, I remember now." Song Yuhan smiled brightly. What a coincidence, working together again on this event. Gu couldn't help but smile along. A voice in his heart screamed, "Song Yuhan remembers." But then Song Yuhan's next words poured cold water over his excitement. "Sorry, my memory isn't great." "What's your name again?" Gu, the he from harmony, the Gu from solidity. Song Yuhan chuckled, "Why that name? Were you into 10,000 Ys as a kid?" Song Yuhan's smile was adorable, flooding Gu's mind with memories. If one day there was an awakening, for Gu, it might also be a rebirth. Next episode preview, Song Yuhan's doubts about Gu Qiangpei. Is Song Yuhan possessive of Gu or just curious? Even though Gu was at the bar with Gu Qiangpei, his mind was still on Song Yuhan. Would Song Yuhan be mad about today? After leaving the bar, Gu couldn't resist and called Song Yuhan. The phone rang a few times before Song Yuhan quickly answered. Gu cautiously asked, "Yuhan, you're not mad, right?" Song Yuhan responded coldly, I'm not so idle that I have time to be mad all the time. At that moment, Song Yuhan was lazily sprawled on the sofa. Hearing his tone, He-gu knew Song Yuhan was indeed upset. He-gu quickly explained, President Gu is really my boss. We're not that close. I just saw he was drunk and wanted to help him out, nothing more. Song Yuhan, still sounding slightly displeased, asked, how old is he? He-gu hurriedly replied, 32. Song Yuhan, now in a better mood, said, that makes him a mid-level manager at your company, and he's your boss? Is he a senior executive? Song Yuhan suddenly sneered, how did he get there? Is his father the owner? Are all the founders gone, letting a guy in his 30s take over a big company? He-gu helplessly said, no, it's just that he's really capable. But he's resigning at the end of this month. Upon hearing that Gu Qiangpei was resigning soon, Song Yuhan sat up abruptly, his mood suddenly brightened. Resigning? Leaving? Good. Song Yuhan was in high spirits. However, when He-gu told him his plans for tomorrow, Song Yuhan's face darkened again. Didn't I tell you before? I'm reshooting that MV. He-gu softly reminded Song Yuhan not to overwork himself. After hanging up the phone, He-gu felt a bit down. Will Song Yuhan still remember my birthday? Next episode preview. He-gu's birthday. Although Song Yuhan couldn't give He-gu the love he wanted, the occasional warmth was enough to keep He-gu from leaving him. Today was He-gu's birthday. Early in the morning, he received a call from his mother. Since his father passed away, they had only met once in over a decade, and their cautious communication was limited to phone calls with distant pleasantries and formalities. This year seemed a bit different. His mother's voice didn't sound as energetic as usual. Chincho's voice asked He-gu how he had been recently. He-gu frowned, and another sigh came from the phone. You're already 28. Time flies so fast. Have a good birthday, and remember to dress warmly. After hanging up the phone, He-gu sank into the sofa and sat there for a while. He-gu, holding his phone, unconsciously found Song Yuhan's number and dialed it. However, the voice on the other end indicated that the phone was turned off. He-gu felt a bit disappointed. He must still be busy. It seems he won't be coming today. He-gu put down the phone and headed to the kitchen, thinking, even if Song Yuhan can't make it, I should at least cook myself some longevity noodles. He-gu put on an apron and started cooking a bowl of longevity noodles. He sliced some beef, sprinkled fresh green onions, and cracked an egg on top. The warm, fragrant noodles were ready, and their light, soothing aroma filled the air, calming his mood. Just then, He-gu heard a small noise from the door, followed by the sound of keys turning. He-gu quickly turned off the stove and rushed out of the kitchen towards the door. Seeing Song Yuhan standing at the entrance, he was both surprised and overjoyed. Song Yuhan, wearing sunglasses and carrying a bunch of items, looked at He-gu. Today, Song Yuhan was dressed in a stylish short jacket, paired with tight black jeans that hugged his long legs. He looked incredibly handsome. Song Yuhan looked at He-gu and said, "What are you standing there for? Come and help." He-gu snapped out of it, happily ran towards Song Yuhan, and threw himself into his arms. His heart felt as if something was gently tapping it, making him feel tingly and warm. The preview for the next episode, what He-gu wants for his birthday is Song Yuhan's company. He-gu never expected Song Yuhan to come celebrate his birthday. When Song Yuhan appeared in front of him, He-gu was so excited that he hugged Song Yuhan tightly, not wanting to let go, wishing he could just stay in this embrace. At that moment, Song Yuhan gently grabbed He-gu's hand, flipped it over, and looked into He-gu's joyful eyes with a smile. "I came to celebrate your birthday with you. Are you happy?" He-gu responded shyly, "Yes, I'm happy, but I didn't prepare anything." Song Yuhan, looking at He-gu, lightly kissed his face. "No need to prepare anything. As long as you're happy." He-gu's birthday today was something Song Yuhan had almost forgotten, but seeing how happy He-gu was, he didn't mention it. Looking at the bag at his feet, he told He-gu, "These are gifts I asked Xiao Song to pick out for you." At this moment, He-gu's heart melted because of Song Yuhan. He-gu thought about the past 6 years with Song Yuhan. Even though such warm moments were rare, even if they only happen once or twice a year, it felt like a glowing fire in the middle of winter, enough to keep him warm for a long time. Song Yuhan suddenly noticed the large TV in the living room and said, excitedly, "You changed the TV?" He-gu smiled softly. "Didn't you say the old one was too small? The game got an update, so let's play later. Tonight, we'll have longevity noodles together." He-gu and Song Yuhan sat together on the sofa. The scene was too perfect, too cozy. He-gu said, "If I'd known you were coming, I would have prepared more of your favorite foods. Song Yuhan licked his lips, his eyes narrowing like a cunning fox. "You're my favorite food." Song Yuhan suddenly remembered something and said, "Xiao Song picked out a gift for you. Want to open it now?" Taking advantage of Song Yuhan's good mood, He-gu quickly said a few good words for Xiao Song, thinking that with his abilities, it would be hard for Song Yuhan to find a better assistant. Song Yuhan smiled, "Yeah, he's done well. He deserves a raise." Song Yuhan then tousled He-gu's hair and, with a dreamy look, leaned closer. Song Yuhan's warm lips pressed against He-gu's. Song Yuhan rarely kissed seriously, usually only during passionate moments. But today's kiss surprised and delighted He-gu. The preview for the next episode, Song Yuhan's affection interrupted by a call from Feng Zheng. Today, He-gu was very happy that Song Yuhan had come to celebrate his birthday. Song Yuhan's kiss left He-gu feeling intoxicated. He-gu cherished this rare, tender kiss. Song Yuhan, gently caressing He-gu, asked while panting, "I'll give you one last chance. What do you want for your birthday?" He-gu, holding onto Song Yuhan's shoulders, flipped him onto the sofa. "What else?" He-gu, sitting on top of Song Yuhan, gazed down at him with mixed emotions. Just as the two were about to cross the line before the race, a phone rang, abruptly ruining the mood. Song Yuhan, annoyed, sat up and grabbed the phone from the coffee table. "Who the hell is this?" But when he saw the name on the caller ID, he froze. He-gu, noticing Song Yuhan holding the phone but not answering, asked with a trembling voice, "Who is it?" Song Yuhan's face quickly turned from affectionate to frosty in a matter of seconds. He answered coldly, "Feng Zheng." He-gu was stunned for a moment, his body stiffening slightly as he softly said, "Oh." Song Yuhan clenched the phone tightly, his anger evident. "You two are in contact?" He-gu, feeling like a guilty child, lowered his head and whispered, "Yes." Song Yuhan, now visibly upset, coldly asked, "When?" He-gu didn't dare look up, unsure of what Song Yuhan was feeling. He answered, "We've been in contact recently." Song Yuhan pushed He-gu down on the sofa. He-gu looked at Song Yuhan's increasingly unpredictable face and sighed, realizing that his birthday was probably over now. The phone kept ringing. Song Yuhan's Adam's apple bobbed with frustration, and he swiped to answer the call. Feng Zheng's voice came through the phone, "Happy birthday, He-gu." At that moment, Song Yuhan was still straddling He-gu. Song Yuhan narrowed his eyes and looked down at He-gu from above. He-gu reached out to grab the phone, but Song Yuhan didn't give him a chance. With heavy sarcasm, he replied, "President Feng, are you looking for He-gu?"
He pinned He-gu beneath him as Feng Zheng was speaking on the phone, saying, "Song, the big star, are you guys together?" Song Juan laughed as he drank. "Of course, it's his birthday. Should I not accompany him? Should I let someone else do it?" But Feng Zheng worriedly criticized Song Juan, "The harem is too large. I'm worried you can't manage." Song Juan's grip on the phone tightened, and he said through gritted teeth, "Whether I can manage or not is none of your concern, President Feng." He-gu mouthed, "Juan, give me the phone." He desperately tried to snatch it but was firmly caught by Song Juan. Feng Zheng changed his tone and calmly said, "Give the phone to He-gu. I want to say a word to him." Song Juan's hand was pressed against He-gu's chest. A flicker of sincerity crossed his face. "Sorry, He-gu's mouth is a bit busy now, can't talk, right?" He-gu glared, almost simultaneously and angrily retorted with Feng Zheng, "Song Juan." Song Juan abruptly hung up the phone and furiously threw it away. He-gu's chest heaved powerfully, his face flushed. When he was with Song Juan, he always endured and gave in without complaints, but as a man, he also felt the loneliest losing face in front of others. Song Juan leaned over, pressing down on He-gu and stared coldly at him. "You met but didn't tell me." He-gu took a deep breath. "I meet so many people every day. Do I have to tell you about each one?" Song Jihan snorted coldly. "Is Feng Zheng just like everyone else? It's been so many years, yet he still remembers your birthday. That's quite thoughtful. When did you two meet? How many times? What did you do?" He-gu bit his teeth. "We didn't sleep together." Song Jihan straightened up as He-gu's emotions settled down. He stared into Song Jihan's eyes and said clearly, word by word, "I still remind you every year, so you don't have to worry anymore." After knowing He-gu's contact with Feng Zheng, Song Jihan really wanted to stuff a clam into his mouth. In the previous episode, after hearing what He-gu said, Song Jihan's hands clenched tighter by his side, unable to continue the conversation. Yes, isn't that what he expects from He-gu? He had said it himself, but still, Song Jihan spoke harshly to He-gu. "It's good that you are aware of it." However, He-gu's expression remained calm, showing no emotion. "After all, this is my only advantage." Song Jihan's gaze turned angry, staring intensely at He-gu. Suddenly, he kicked the gift bag beside the sofa and turned towards the door. As Song Ji-han was about to leave, Ji-yu, with his head lowered, called out to him. Song Ji-han squatted slightly and stopped his steps. With a cold gaze, he turned his head to look at Ji-yu. You said you wanted to give me a birthday gift, anything would do. Does that still stand? Song Ji-han didn't speak. Ji-yu lifted his head, his eyes as still as a still pond. I'm asking for you to stay with me today. Song Juin sneered sarcastically, my appearance fee is 80,000 a minute. You couldn't afford my company for these 2 hours in your entire life. Song Juin walked towards Ji-yu, saying mockingly, if you're really that empty, find a stick to keep you company. Ji-yu clenched his fists, his martial bearing tense. Song Juin turned and walked away, and at the moment the door was slammed shut. Ji-yu stared blankly at the doorway for a long time. With a trembling and dim gaze, Ji-yu suddenly kicked over the heavy tea table in rage, and not just once, but several times. Despite the pain in his foot, he hardly noticed. He gasped for air, his chest heaving violently, and he felt somewhat dazed. Eventually, feeling the room spin around him, he had no choice but to sit down, holding his head. This day has finally come. Have you burnt out your brain, Ji-yu? He muttered to himself with a self-mocking smile. If only Song Juin had shown his worst side from the beginning, would he still have dived headfirst into this without a second thought? Lying powerlessly on the sofa, Ji-yu stared at the familiar ceiling, memories swirling around like clouds without end. For more than a decade, he couldn't forget the scene when he met Song Juin again. Song Juin attended the school's anniversary dinner as an honored alumnus, and Ji-yu was there as a student representative. They met again backstage. He knew Song Juin had returned to the country, but he didn't expect him to attend such a common event. Back then, Ji-yu was naive and foolish. When Song Juin approached, he seemed like a distant star, nothing more. When Song Juin cheerfully asked Ji-yu, you're representing because of your excellent grades, right? Gu's heart skipped a few beats, and he nervously nodded, yes. Song Juin laughed at Gu's answer, who was a top student. The back door suddenly opened, and a voice came through, sorry I'm late. Ji-yu saw Feng Zheng entering and said cheerfully, Feng Zheng, you've come at the right time. Let's go over the procedure. However, Feng Zheng turned to Song Juin and asked, why are you here? His eyes conveyed a sense of unfriendliness. Ji-yu looked puzzled at the two. Did they know each other? Why hadn't Feng Zheng mentioned it? Meanwhile, Song Juin raised his arm high. Hiding behind Feng Zheng with a chuckle, he said, ah, Feng Zheng, long time no see. How have you been? Feng Zheng replied, I've been good. You haven't been back to the country in almost 2 years, right? Ji-yu couldn't understand their current emotions. He felt that Feng Zheng was avoiding Song Juin, with a superficial courtesy tinged with subtle hostility. Feng Zheng didn't pay much attention to Song Juin and turned to look at Ji-yu. Are you nervous? Why are you sweating? Ji-yu instinctively wiped his forehead, causing Feng Zheng to burst into laughter. Taking a tissue, Feng Zheng wiped Gu's face and said, let's go outside and interact a bit. It's a bit hot in here. Ji-yu nodded politely at Song Juin, who returned a smile that was difficult to read. If Ji-yu hadn't accepted that invitation from Song Juin back then, perhaps he wouldn't be in this difficult situation today. After the school celebration, Ji-yu, holding a notebook, waited outside for Song Juin, hoping to get his autograph. After a while, Song Juin appeared, seemingly surprised to see Ji-yu. Ji-yu nodded at him and smiled, could you give me an autograph? Song Juin gave Ji-yu a thorough look and smiled inscrutably, no problem. Then, his slender, beautiful hand reached out towards Ji-yu, who happily said, thank you. It's nothing. Song Juin paused and smiled. You and Feng Zheng seem very close. Ji-yu replied, yes, I'm interning at his company. Song Juin let out, oh, sound and said something seemingly profound. That's very good friends to have. Song Juin gave a slight kiss and leaned closer to Gegu. Oh right, I have a small fan meeting this weekend. There will be some games and a raffle. It should be pretty fun. Do you want to come? Gegu's eyes lit up, sure. He hadn't expected Song Juin to invite him. The name Guoi was like a thorn lodged in Gegu's heart. If there hadn't been that demon of illness, there wouldn't have been these 10 years with Song Juin. What a pity. The paths we take in life don't come with so many what-ifs. Gegu picked up the phone that Song Juin had smashed, now barely recognizable, and called Feng Zheng once more. He spoke weakly, Feng Zheng, sorry I made a fool of myself in front of you. Feng Zheng, heartbroken on the other end of the line, said, Song Juin is a bastard, always has been for the last 10 years. What did he do to you? Gegu's voice choked up, nothing much. He spent my birthday with me, then got angry when he saw your call. You and him have been tangled up for so many years, and still can't sort things out? Feng Zheng, don't try to persuade me anymore. I understand everything, it's just that no matter how much sense it makes, it doesn't help. Don't stress about me. There was a pause on the other end of the call. Feng Zheng finally said, Gegu, you're the only person I know who jumps into the fire pit fully aware of what you're doing. Gegu laughed self-deprecatingly, aren't I? Maybe I owe him something from a past life, and I'm paying it back in this one. They haven't spoken for half a month. Gegu, a company engineer, was busy at the construction site today. At that moment, Gegu's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, it was a call from Xiaosong. It shouldn't have anything to do with Song Juan, right? He took a deep breath and answered. Xiaosong's voice, sobbing, came through. Brother Gegu. Gegu tensed up. Why are you crying? What's going on? Xiaosong's voice was full of grievance. I might get fired. I feel awful, but I don't dare tell my girlfriend. I just wanted to talk to someone. Gegu's tone turned steady and reassuring. Xiaosong, don't cry. Take your time and tell me. His voice was so calm and comforting that it indeed helped Xiaosong settle down a bit. Brother Han. Han's been in a bad state lately. Yes, Brother Han is not doing well. It's easy to mess things up, and every time that happens, Director Song scolds me. Xiaosong's voice became sorrowful as he spoke about his troubles. The day before yesterday, Brother Han had a fight with the photographer on the set of the commercial. Director Song was very angry when he found out, and it cost a lot to suppress the news. Director Song complained about Brother Han for causing him trouble, but Brother Han seemed not to care at all, saying he just couldn't stand the look of that camera and that was it. Then, I, as a small assistant, ended up being the scapegoat. Why did they start fighting? Kawaguchi quickly asked Xiaosong, who hesitated before replying. The conflict wasn't that big, just a disagreement over work. Normally, Brother Han is not so quick-tempered, and I don't understand the machines either. But that machine looked very expensive, and I felt that it looked quite similar to the machine that I saw when I met you that day. Kawaguchi frowned. You are overthinking it. Those machines, all dark and similar in appearance. Xiaosong continued, Brother Kawaguchi, Brother Han's mom has returned to the country. She's inviting you to dinner. Next episode preview, Director Han's supermodel mother looks a lot like him, both blessed with a dancer-like face and figure. Kawaguchi felt strangely nervous as he approached the private room in the hotel where Director Han's mother had arrived. Kawaguchi and Director Han haven't seen each other for over a month. Kawaguchi has been desperately distracting himself with work. Perhaps having been mentally prepared for too long, he resisted the urge to go look for Director Han. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the private room door, from which a rather pleasant-sounding girl said, Please come in. As Kawaguchi opened the door, he saw two people sitting on the sofa. Song Juan was sitting on the sofa with a stunningly beautiful mixed-race woman. She was Song Juan's mother, international supermodel Vanessa Song. Hi, River, we haven't seen each other for a long time, Vanessa said with a smile as she approached River. She wore a simple, elegant blue suit that accentuated her graceful figure, captivating everyone. Even River, who wasn't interested in women, couldn't resist the allure of this worldly beauty. Vanessa hugged River and said, You look a bit thinner than last time. River quickly replied, Yes, I've been busy with work, especially as the end of the year approaches. Vanessa held River's hand fondly as she said, No matter how busy work gets, you need to take care of your health. You're still young, you have 20 or 30 years to devote to your career. Hearing these caring words from Song Juan's mother, something River hadn't experienced in a long time, her eyes unintentionally softened. Song Juan shifted on the sofa, looking at River's slightly awkward posture. Why did you come dressed like that? Vanessa chided Juan for his lack of manners. Go and order some food, I'm talking with River. Song Juan snorted dismissively, while Vanessa gently rested her chin on her hand and smiled at River. Are you two getting along well? Little Song told me you had a quarrel. River didn't dare to reveal anything and reassured, It's just a small disagreement, don't worry, nothing serious. Preview of the next episode, Song Juan throws a tantrum at River. Song Juan's mother is very understanding, she understands her son's orientation. At this moment, Vanessa shows her concern for River as well. She jokingly complains about her troublesome son, saying Song Juan is just like his father. River listens understandingly to Vanessa's grievances. Although Song Juan's parents are separated, they appear to be very loving on the surface. Vanessa has a cheerful personality. She patted River's hand sincerely and said, River, I really admire you. I truly hope you both can get along well. I don't care if he likes girls or boys, as long as he feels happy. River smiled and said, You are such an enlightened and wise mother. The two exchanged smiles. After the meal, Vanessa was escorted by Song Juan, saying, I'll have the driver pick me up. Take the valet car back. Song Juan hesitated a bit and said, I don't. Vanessa patted her cheek, My baby should be obedient. Song Juan turned his face away impatiently. The two watched Vanessa get on the car until it disappeared from sight. Hegu walked up to Song Juan and asked, Do you need a ride? Song Juin bluntly responded, "Who asked you to give me a ride?" Haegu fell silent for a moment, then said, "Let me drive you." Song Juin snorted coldly and glared at Haegu. After getting in the car, Haegu adjusted his tone. Just as Song Juin was fastening his seatbelt, he heard Song Juin let out a snort. She slammed the car door shut, propping her beautiful, angry face with her hand, her eyes avoiding but filled with rage. Suddenly, Song Juin's breathing became heavy, and finally, as if he could no longer bear it, he exploded, "Are you fucking incapable of saying even a word?" Next episode preview, Song Juin demands why he should not contact Feng Zheng anymore. Song Juin's unreasonable behavior during the elementary period made him want an apology from He Ji-yu, demanding that he must not contact Feng Zheng. At this moment, Song Juin questioned He Ji-yu whether he had nothing to say to him. He Ji-yu really didn't know what to say and pondered the question. Song Juin's console started fighting. Song Juin frowned and said it was that grandson who started the trouble. When He Ji-yu asked if Song Juin was very angry, Song Juin was somewhat distracted and just hummed in response. He Ji-yu did not look at Song Juin's expression and just spoke indifferently. Xiao Song was very worried about being disturbed. At this time, Song Juin began to lose patience. Annoyed by Hegu's lack of reaction, Song Juin's tone was off, which was just as well. He was worried about the pressure of getting married. Song Juin's eyes began to show anger as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Since when do you care so much about Xiao Song?" He Ji-yu drove focusedly without looking at Song Juin. He mentioned a phone call complaining about Song Juin, who was upset about work. "Why is he complaining to you, not me? How dare he complain to you?" At that moment, Song Juin finally couldn't help but get angry. "Do you have nothing else to say?" He paused for a moment. "It seems not for now." Song Juin remembered and almost blew up. "Why the hell? Where are the stitches?" Song Juin asked. "Have you seen him during this time?" Haega, though calm on the surface, was clearly also affected and coldly said, but this didn't make Song Juin show a victor's smile. "What about in the future? Will you see him then?" After parking the car, Haega stared at Song Juin. "Why do you care about him so much?" "If I was going to be with him, I wouldn't have waited until now." Song Juin countered. "The past is the past, and now is now," Haega said helplessly. "Yes, that's what I thought too. We are just friends now." Song Juin turned his head and glared at Haega. "What if I told you that you are not allowed to see him ever again?" Haega said helplessly. "Juin, that's unreasonable. Who the hell talks about reason?" Song Juin said forcefully. "I'm annoyed by him. You are not allowed to see him or contact him anymore." Preview, Song Juin is just a childish ghost. Among the 10 years that Song Juin and Haega have known each other, this fight might be the fiercest. Faced with Song Juin's unreasonable troubles, Haega is also a bit angry. When Song Juin demands that Haega stop seeing Feng Zheng, Haega parks the car on the roadside, turns to look at Song Juin. "My heart aches. Juin, I have no reason to do this, it's too childish." Song Juin grabs Haega by the collar. He spoke to his neck in a scoundrel way. "You must still have feelings for him, right? After all these years, I've never seen you care about any friend this much." Haega grabbed Song Juin's hand. "It's precisely because I don't have many friends. That's why sometimes I cherish it. I've already said that there will be nothing between him and me. I've never lied to you, can you trust me?" Song Juin's face twitched slightly and he said sullenly, "I don't believe it. Why do you care so much? Feng Zheng already has his own life." This sentence seemed to strike a chord with Song Juin. He said angrily, "Then why is he so moody towards you?" Hegu's voice softened a bit. "He's not really moody towards me, it's just that after he returned to the country, he remembered me as a friend. Otherwise, he had plenty of ways to contact me while abroad." Song Juin's expression slightly eased, but like a childish bully, he unreasonably demanded, "He Ji-yu, you can't see him again. You have to choose between him and me." He Ji-yu said deeply, "Juin, how can this be a choice? You're not even comparable. Don't make it hard for me, okay? Making it hard for you? Is Feng Zheng more important than me? Damn it, you're actually hesitating. For 6 years, you were fine without him. Why can't you now? Is it because I don't have time to race with you?" "Juin," He Ji-yu shouted, "what do you want? You're already 26. Can't you consider others a little?" Song Juin's face flushed, and he glared, grabbing Hegu's chin forcefully, and said harshly, "You think you can teach me? Who the hell do you think you are?" Hegu's chest heaved, looking somewhat agitated. Song Juin pushed him away vigorously and said coldly, "He Ji-yu, don't let me see him again." He got out of the car, slamming the door. In the next episode preview, He Ji-yu was hit by a car while chasing Song Juin. Song Juin heard a screeching brake sound in his ears like a detective's case report. He turned around and saw He Ji-yu lying on the ground. The moment He Ji-yu chased after Song Juin from the car, a huge fear gripped his heart tightly. It left him weak and Song Juin didn't want to see him anymore. "It's really over. Why, upon seeing Song Juin's departing figure from behind, did he suddenly open the car door, thinking about Juin, Song Juin not looking back, angry and about to cross the street. Juin, wait a second. His vision was full of desperation and helplessness. It felt like losing not just Song Juin but everything in his life, recklessly chasing after Song Juin across the street. Suddenly, a dazzling white light exploded along with the sound of a car horn, and he felt a gust of wind mixed with a forceful impact against his body uncontrollably. He could only be uncontrollably knocked down to the ground, his eyes spinning and then fainting, while Song Juin, seeing he fallen, rushed towards him anxiously. Song Juin's voice changed as he held he, constantly touching him. How are you? Where does it hurt? Where did you hit? His eyes were unfocused, unable to comprehend what Song Juin was saying. The driver was instructing on the side. How is it? Song Juin asked at the intersection. What if it's serious? If anything serious happens, I swear I'll make you pay. It was him who suddenly rushed out. The driver took out his phone and tremblingly dialed 120. Song Juin kept patting Higu's face, his hands were shaking. Higu, can you hear me? Higu finally came to his senses a bit, feeling some pain and dizziness. He was clutching tightly onto Song Juin's sleeve, refusing to let go. Where's the ambulance? When is the ambulance arriving? Song Juin shouted to the driver. Song Juin was panting heavily. He continued to feel along Higu's body, and after confirming there were no serious injuries, his breath gradually became steadier. He gritted his teeth and looked at Higu. Are you an idiot? Do you not watch where you're walking? Higu, still a bit dazed from hitting his head on the deer antler, gently held onto Song Juin's sleeve, softly asking him not to leave. Next episode preview. Song Juin is worried about Higu. Song Juin shouted loudly at Higu. He held Higu, who had been hit by a car and was lying on the ground, still frantically begging him not to go. Song Juin's brows furrowed deeply as he held Higu tightly, pressing his forehead against Higu's and softly said, I won't go, I'll stay here with you. The ambulance and traffic police arrived almost at the same time. Song Juin looked at the crowd that had gathered around without him noticing and tried to keep his face as low as possible. Fortunately, they were in the shade of a large tree, making it difficult for anyone to see them clearly. The driver was at a loss. Song Juin softly said to him, come here. Song Juin said coldly, give me your hat and glasses, and swear you won't tell anyone you saw me. Then today's incident is over. The driver had already recognized Song Juin and, feeling nervous, quickly responded, yes, I won't say anything. He hurriedly handed over his hat and glasses for Song Juin to wear. Song Juin, with his cap pulled low, got into the ambulance with Higu, finally breathing a sigh of relief. The nurse looked up. Oh, it's you. Song Juin glared at her angrily. Hurry up and check him. By the time they arrived at the hospital, Higu was still asleep, unconscious. When Song Juin found out that Higu only had a moderate concussion and some soft tissue injuries, his tension finally eased a little. Song Juin gently held Higu's hand, still feeling a bit disoriented, his tired face reflecting deep self-blame. Song Juin was truly afraid of losing Higu in that moment. Higu woke up groggily and said in a tentative and apologetic tone, Juin, sorry. I did something stupid. Song Juin touched his forehead. Enough, just rest. Higu felt both embarrassed and frustrated. At that time, he had lost control and only wanted to hold onto Song Juin, not letting him leave his sight. Song Juin lifted the corner of Higu's blanket and gently hugged him, whispering in his ear, I've been up with you all night, I'm exhausted. Feeling Song Juin's warm chest behind him, Higu's heart gradually calmed down. He gently held Song Juin's hand and whispered, sleep. Next episode preview. Song Juin teases Higu. In the previous episode, after Higu was sent to the hospital following a car accident and it was determined that he wasn't seriously injured, Song Juin's nervousness subsided, and due to fatigue, he curled up to rest on Higu's hospital bed. In a half-conscious state, Higu heard Song Juin's voice softly say, Higu, you're such an idiot. Why can't you ever say something nice? Higu tried to figure out whether he was dreaming but was too tired to open his eyes, and let himself fall back into deep sleep. At that moment, Higu seemed to recall the scene when he had gone backstage to find Song Juin for the first time. Higu, holding a bouquet of flowers, nervously appeared in Song Juin's dressing room. Song Juin was sitting at the dressing table fixing his hair. He glanced at Higu and said, you're here. Find a place to sit and rest. I'll arrange a good seat for you in a bit. Seeing Song Juin's handsome, smiling face, Higu blushed slightly and muttered a, thank you. Higu chose a corner seat where he could steal glances at Song Juin through the mirror. After finishing his hair, it was just the two of them left in the room. Higu became a little nervous. Song Juin, while fixing his hair in the mirror, casually asked, I heard Fengshi Group makes you work overtime a lot. Why aren't you working overtime today? Hee-ji-yu replied, yeah, it's true. I just happened to be free this week. Song Juin smiled, and Hee-ji-yu felt his face grow warm. Yeah, he added. Song Juin turned and walked toward him. Why are you so nervous? You were a lot calmer a few years ago. Song Juin suddenly leaned down, his eyes teasingly fixed on Hee-ji-yu. Hee-ji-yu looked in shock at Song Juin, who then gently pushed Hee-gu's bangs aside and said something ambiguous that made Hee-gu's heart flutter. When Hee-ji-yu saw Song Juin's handsome face coming closer, he blushed and turned his head to the side. But Song Juin didn't let him off so easily. Instead, he whispered playfully in Hee-gu's ear, squinting with a smile, am I going to eat you? Next episode preview, Feng Zheng's phone call interrupts the awkward moment. Song Juin is genuinely flirtatious, using all his teasing tactics on Hee-ji-yu, who has never even been in a relationship before. As Song Juin got closer with his ambiguous intentions, Hee-ji-yu turned his head and found himself staring straight into Song Juin's seductive eyes. Hee-gu's body trembled, and he quickly lowered his head. Just as Song Juin was saying something, Hee-gu's phone suddenly rang. Hee-ji-yu felt like he'd been saved. He quickly stood up to answer the call, taking the opportunity to catch his breath. On the other end, Feng Zheng's voice came through. Hee-ji-yu, where are you? Hee-ji-yu whispered, I'm attending a meet and greet. Feng Zheng was silent for a moment. I got tickets to the aquarium. What's so special about Song Juin? I even booked a tour with the assistant curator, Zhang Jia, who's a postdoc in marine biology. He usually doesn't give tours. I had to pull some strings. Don't you love marine life? Hee-ji-yu hesitated and said, but I'm already here. You've already met him, so why are you staying? Since you've seen him, what's the point in sticking around? Feng Zheng's voice was clearly annoyed. At some point, Song Juin had walked up behind Hee-ji-yu and said slowly, what's wrong? You're leaving? Feng Zheng clearly heard this and fell silent for a moment. Be here by 3 p.m. You can't just leave me to tour the aquarium alone. Then he hung up the phone. Song Juin crossed his arms. Feng Zheng told you to leave? Hee-ji-yu awkwardly answered, he wants me to go keep him company. Song Juin raised an eyebrow and waved his hand, I know, he just doesn't want you to see me. Hee-ji-yu was curious and asked Song Juin if there was any conflict between them. Song Juin replied, we got along well when we were kids, but as we grew up, we were often compared by adults because of our similar ages. Gradually, it turned into a competition, and neither of us wanted to lose. Leaning slightly, he whispered ambiguously in Hee-gu's ear, he's probably afraid I'll steal you away. Hee-ji-yu was taken aback, and it seemed like their rivalry had just begun. He and Feng Zheng were merely showing some tender affection. Next episode preview, Song Juin uses his charm on Hee-ji-yu. Song Juin and Hee-ji-yu play basketball and accidentally hits below Hee-gu's waist. Hee-ji-yu blushes and wants to censor it. When Hee-ji-yu meets Song Juin again, it's in a private club's billiard room. Song Juin presses close and says, come on, let me teach you how to play. He moves behind Hee-ji-yu. Using his chest to press against Hee-gu's back, he forces Hee-ji-yu to bend forward in a hugging position, making Hee-gu's back feel fiery hot, and he reacts sharply. Song Juin, seeing Hee-ji-yu nervous, grabs his left hand and places it on the pool table. Hee-ji-yu forcefully swallows, as if scared of being clumsy, and quickly lowers his body, wishing he could stick his chest to the table surface to increase the distance from Song Juin. Song Juin chuckles, you don't need to be so low. The standard posture should be forming a 90-degree angle with your back and legs. What you're doing is almost like lying on the table, which is quite comical. He uses his index finger to individually open Hee-gu's fingers, spreading them a bit. This hand must steadily hold the cue. Hee-gu's voice trembles a bit. Seeing Hee-gu's trembling, Song Juin says, it's not that hard. Don't be nervous. Come on, grab the cue with your right hand. Song Juin gently placed Hee-gu's hand on the cue. Don't keep your shoulders so stiff, lift them a bit higher. Hee-ji-yu was already starting to sweat, his heart pounding as if it would burst through his ribcage the next second. Hee-ji-yu squeezed his eyes shut but could feel sweat trickling into them. Song Juin chuckled, Hee-ji-yu, why are you sweating already? This posture is a bit tiring, but it hasn't been that long, you know? Song Juin stood behind Hee-ji-yu, one hand on his waist, the other gripping Hee-gu's hand. He whispered softly in his ear, feel the pressure I'm applying. As he spoke, the cue in Hee-gu's hand moved forward, striking the 6 ball. As Song Juin pushed forward, his body lightly brushed against Hee-gu's hips. Although they separated immediately, Hee-gu's thoughts scattered, and his mind filled with suggestive, mosaic-like images. Preview of the next episode, Hee-ji-yu is still just a kid who's never been in love. Song Juin, don't tease him. Our little Hee-ji-yu is still innocent. In the last episode when Song Juin was teaching Hee-ji-yu to play pool, there was a minor accident, and Hee-gu's mind filled with mosaic images. Hee-ji-yu quickly straightened up as if by reflex, His face is red as if painted with red lacquer, but this affected his force distribution, causing the ball to deviate by several degrees. Hey, what are you doing? Song Juin slapped Higu's waist and complained, that could have gone in. It was just a bit off. I need to go to the restroom. He practically fled toward the restroom. Song Juin watched Higu's hasty retreat and said leisurely, as if amused, looks fun. Hiju rushed into the restroom and kept splashing cold water on his face to cool down his skin. What does Song Juin want to do? Were all those actions just unintentional? Hiju, although intelligent, had no experience in love. He didn't want to overthink it, but he felt those gestures were too ambiguous. While Hiju was lost in thought, Song Juin suddenly entered the restroom, a look of concern on his face, calling out to him. Hiju was startled, their eyes meeting in the mirror. Song Juin's face, smiling faintly, unexpectedly crashed into his thoughts. Hiju bowed his head abruptly, shaking the water droplets from his hair. It's too hot. I'm washing my face, said Song Juin as he approached and reached out to touch Higu's forehead. The air conditioning is so cold, yet you're still hot? Are you sick? Hiju instinctively stepped back, a hint of panic flickering in his eyes. Song Juin's hand paused midair. He didn't get angry, instead, he smiled. Why do I feel like you're afraid of me? Or do you dislike me? Hiju said no, and after thinking for a moment, Song Juin laughed again. I understand now. You must be feeling shy. Hiju blinked and wiped the water off her face. No, I'm just feeling a bit hot. Suddenly, Song Juin leaned in and ambiguously asked Hiju, are you very afraid of me? I remember you're gay. Next episode preview, Hiju, have you never been in a relationship? Our aunt has never been close with anyone. Song Juin, you shouldn't talk to aunt like that. Aunt's mind is full of mosaics, all pure and innocent. It's a clash of sensations. Hiju suddenly shuddered, nervously ran to the bathroom to calm down. Following into the bathroom, Song Juin blatantly grasped Higu's waist. Hiju was startled and almost stepped back. Hiju had never been so close with anyone before. The breath and warmth of Song Juin seemed to spread over her instantly, lighting her up. Hiju reflexively tried to break free, but Song Juin was very strong. After Hiju struggled a bit, she couldn't move at all. Song Juin smiled slightly, answer me. If you tell the truth, I'll let you go. Hiju hurriedly replied, no, I didn't mean to offend you. I really didn't. No, you're not telling the truth. Song Juin lowered his head, his lips gently approaching Higu's earlobe, whispering, I want to hear the truth. Hiju couldn't help but clench his fists, his chest heaving as he repeated twice, I don't know. How can you not know what you're even thinking? Song Juin smiled comfortingly. Is it because you thought of something embarrassing and don't dare to say it? Song Juin leaned close to Higu's face, smiling wickedly, then let me guess, did you think of something? Hiju, teased by Song Juin, blushed and defended, I wasn't thinking of anything messy, let me go. Don't say there's nothing. If you really don't want anything, wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? Do I have no charm at all? Hiju closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Song Juin, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Let me think. I want to do. Song Juin drawled the last word, raising the pitch of his voice with a seductive tone. Hiju felt like his head was going to explode. He stared wide-eyed, as if he could bore a hole in the ceiling with his gaze. Song Juin released him with a playful smile and laughed even louder at his stiff demeanor. Hiju, why are you so amusing? Have you never been in a relationship? So innocent. Hiju wiped his face and said, embarrassed, stop teasing me. He turned and rushed out of the restroom. Song Juin followed in 3 steps, grabbed his shoulder, and pinned him against the wall, his eyes and voice gentle. I didn't touch you. You really are very attractive to me. Song Juin locked eyes with Hiju, and in a low voice, said, I want to kiss you. Next episode preview, Hiju, you are mine. In the last episode, Hiju was teased by Song Juin, who playfully told Hiju, I just want to kiss you. I see your eyes are red. He was about to say something when Song Juin, not giving Hiju a chance to speak, brushed Higu's lips with his thumb. You don't feel anything for me at all? Can I kiss you? Hiju asked, why? Song Juin teased Hiju, why what? Forcing himself to stay calm, Hiju finished his sentence, why are you interested in me? Song Juin blinked and said with a calm face, because you're cute. Hiju stared at Song Juin, trying to read something from his expression, but found no flaws. If you don't say anything, that means you agree, right? Song Juin said as he gently and irresistibly held Higu's chin, steadying his lips. Hiju was suddenly honest. Song Juin was kissing him, kissing his moist, soft lips. As their lips touched, Hiju tasted a kiss for the first time. He realized that someone else's lips could also be so soft, so warm. A kiss was thrilling, as if something in his heart was blooming towards the sunlight, swaying in the breeze, releasing the fragrance of affection. So wondrous and beautiful. Song Juin's kiss made Hee-goo's legs warm, almost leaving him breathless. Hee-ji-yoo closed his eyes and nodded honestly. Song Juin laughed, whispering into his ear, "I also like kissing you. Your lips are really sweet." Hee-ji-yoo didn't know how to respond and could only continue nodding. Song Juin held up Hee-goo's face, "Open your eyes." Hee-ji-yoo took a moment to gather his thoughts and slowly opened his eyes, meeting Song Juin's affectionate gaze, as deep and enchanting as the vast starry sky. "Have you never experienced this before?" You said it with a half smile, and Feng Zheng didn't say anything. He dared not forget to explain that I'm not in that kind of relationship with him. "That's good." Song Juin rubbed Hee-goo's earlobe, saying, "Now you're trying it with me." This is a beautiful memory for Hee-ji-yoo, like a dream, and when he wakes up, 10 years have passed. Next episode preview, Ji-yoo Qingpei shows Hee-ji-yoo around the new company. The little moments between Hee-ji-yoo and Song Juin. It seems that the car accident made Hee-ji-yoo recall his beautiful past. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. Song Juin had already left at some point. Hee-ji-yoo picked up his computer to check emails. When he turned it on, the handsome face of Ji-yoo Qingpei appeared on the screen. Ji-yoo Qingpei smiled and waved at Hee-ji-yoo, greeting him. Hee-ji-yoo noticed that Ji-yoo Qingpei was in a great mood, but Ji-yoo Qingpei said he was just putting on a brave face because the boss had already given him a difficult task. Ji-yoo Qingpei continued to chatter on, then said, "Never mind, let's not worry about it," and showed his new office. Hee-ji-yoo looked at Ji-yoo Qingpei's eager expression and was genuinely happy for him. Ji-yoo Qingpei looked at Hee-goo's smile and asked, "What do you think? Are you tempted?" Hee-ji-yoo replied weakly, "This is the CEO's office. What use is being tempted?" Ji-yoo Qingpei, slightly worried, told Hee-ji-yoo that if he came, the position would be his, as his new office was still under renovation. Hee-ji-yoo felt a bit helpless. He knew what Ji-yoo Qingpei meant. Hee-ji-yoo asked Ji-yoo Qingpei to give him some time. Ji-yoo Qingpei roughly understood Hee-goo's concerns and didn't press him, just hoped there would be someone he knows in the original company. They continued their conversation. The sound of someone kicking the door came, causing Ji-yoo Qingpei to turn his head angrily. "I've told you many times, knock before entering the office. You're a grown person, don't you understand basic manners? The babies know who kicked the door, right? Check the comments to see who guessed it." On the other end of the computer, Hee-ji-yoo was busy, only to hear a final, "Don't talk nonsense," before the computer screen went black. Hee-ji-yoo was shocked. Who could make Ji-yoo Qingpei so angry? It might be that troublesome person Ji-yoo Qingpei mentioned. After being discharged from the hospital, Hee-ji-yoo slept at home all day. He turned on the TV and played Yu Han's MV. This was something he liked to do in his free time. As he watched and listened, time flew by, and he drifted off to sleep. In his daze, Hee-ji-yoo heard someone calling him and felt a gentle pat on his cheek. He struggled to open a slit of his eyes. "Yu Han, you're here." At this moment, Yu Han gently touched Hee-goo's forehead. "Why are you sleeping on the couch? You have a concussion, shouldn't you rest properly in bed?" "I didn't plan to sleep." Hee-ji-yoo glanced outside the window. He propped himself up, "It's already dark. Have you eaten?" Song Juin smiled and looked at the TV screen. "Are you watching my MV?" He pinched Hee-goo's chin. "Eat dinner first, and I'll sing it for you live. I charge 300,000 for a live performance." Preview for the next episode, Song Juin sings for Hee-ji-yoo. In the last episode, Song Juin saw Hee-ji-yoo watching his MV. Song Juin pinched Hee-goo's chin. "Let's eat first, and then I'll do a live karaoke for you." "Do you know how much I charge for a song?" "You charge a lot," Hee-ji-yoo teased, 80,000 per minute. Song Juin smirked, "It's a different kind of fee structure. I charge 300,000 for a live performance." Hee-ji-yoo laughed, "Truly extravagant." Song Juin said, as he crouched down beside the couch, searching for something. Directly, Song Ji-han reaches under the sofa and pulls out a guitar, escaping from his seated position. "It's really here." Song Ji-han looks at the guitar in his hands excitedly. Since his debut, he hasn't used it. Hee-ji-yoo sits quietly on the side, watching Song Ji-han attentively tune the guitar, his eyes filled with memories. Hee-ji-yoo remembers the last time Song Ji-han sang to him. It was a casual affair. It was still that afternoon 6 years ago, arguably the most unforgettable and sweet moment. At that time, Song Ju-han had tuned his guitar. After testing the melody, he looked up and said to Hee-ji-yoo, "I'm going to start singing, listen carefully." Hee-ji-yoo smiled and nodded with a smile. Song Ju-han sang a love song with his unique, lazy noise. Hee-ji-yoo, looking at Song Ju-han, who sang only for him, like a glowing angel, forever in his most beautiful memories. 6 years ago, at that moment, Hee-ji-yoo told Song Ju-han that he and Feng Junjung were not in a CP relationship. Song Ju-han told Hee-ji-yoo, "Now you are with me," and sang to him. He Ji-yu felt everything was too dreamy and unreal. He Ji-yu, looking at Song Ju-han singing for him, dared not move or make a sound. He was afraid it was a beautiful dream, and upon waking, everything would be bubbles. Today, Song Ju-han sang for him alone again, so tenderly. Even if the scenes of that day reappeared, things have changed, people have changed. Perhaps we can never go back to the past, but the current He Ji-yu feels very happy. Preview of the next episode, Zhuang Jiji and Yu have something in their hearts for He Ji-yu. If Song Ju-han hadn't appeared, would our Gugu have been very popular? During the days He Ji-yu stayed at home to recuperate, all his colleagues came to visit. After seeing off his colleague at the elevator, another elevator door opened unexpectedly. An 18 or 19-year-old boy walked out, his handsome face breaking into a joyful smile when he saw Ho. Feeling better, brother Ho? Ho, surprised, glanced at the young man, Zhuang Ji-yu. Is it you? What's up? Zhuang Ji-yu, holding a fruit basket, hesitated before saying, Brother Ho, I'm actually really interested in you. I've never encountered someone like you before. Ho's face showed displeasure, his gaze icy as he said, Are you out of your mind? Zhuang Ji-yu, ignoring Ho's words, grabbed him. The more Brother Han says I can't touch you, the more curious I get. Let's give it a try. Can you give me a lollipop, Ho? Ho was getting angry. To him, Zhuang Ji-yu was simply bizarre. Ho shook off Zhuang Ji-yu's hand. I don't want to try, nor will I give you a lollipop. I'm not interested in you. Zhuang Ji-yu's face changed when he heard Ho's words, and his anger burst forth. You really don't know how to appreciate others. Zhuang Ji-yu, somewhat embarrassed, said, That time I begged you, weren't you quite receptive? Ho, feeling threatened, told Zhuang Ji-yu, Listen well, I don't know what you're trying to do, but I want no involvement with you. If you do anything absurd again, I won't let you off. Zhuang Ji-yu, furious, growled, You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. To hell with you. Zhuang Ji-yu stormed off, leaving the fruit basket behind. He turned and left. Back in the living room, He Ji-yu rubbed his forehead, thinking this time he wouldn't be bothered again. Just as He Ji-yu was still troubled by Zhuang Ji-yu's appearance, the door was knocked on again, and the knocking was urgent. He Ji-yu, quite annoyed, went to open the door. When the door opened, they came in one after another. What are they doing here? Made me wait downstairs for so long without being able to come up. Seeing Song Ju-han enter, He Ji-yu showed a joyful expression. They meant well, I couldn't really throw them out. Next episode preview, Song Ju-han greatly appreciates Higu's racing skills. Song Ju-han tells He Ji-yu, My way of resting isn't sleeping. Song Ju-han holds He Ji-yu and softly requests the kind of relief he needs. From the moment he entered, Song Ju-han kept complaining about having to wait downstairs. He Ji-yu, with no choice, said, If I knew you were coming, I would have pretended to be sick. Song Ju-han just hummed and told He Ji-yu to take a shower. He Ji-yu agreed and headed toward the bathroom. At this moment, Song Ju-han, like a clingy spirit, followed He Ji-yu. Suddenly, Song Ju-han hugged He Ji-yu from behind, smelling the warm scent on him. His mood gradually calmed down. He Ji-yu softly comforted Song Ju-han. Tired, huh? Song Ju-han's voice was tinged with tiredness. Started rehearsals for the concert today. Very tiring. He Ji-yu, feeling sympathetic, suggested Song Ju-han to take a hot shower and then rest properly. Song Ju-han, being naughty, slid his hand into Higu's shirt. You know my way of resting isn't sleeping, as he caressed that warm body. Han even pinched his waist playfully. The two hadn't raced for over a month, and the atmosphere felt a bit ambiguous to both of them. Song Juin whispered in Higu's ear about doing something together. A competition to snatch dog food is about to begin. The match is intense, and the commentator doesn't want to eat dog food, so 10,000 words are omitted here. You guys just use your imagination with the pictures. During Higu's recovery, his relationship with Song Juin has been harmonious, even with a touch of sweetness. After a week of rest, despite still feeling unwell, the company had too many backlogged tasks. Song Juin went to shoot a commercial, and He Ji-yu couldn't sit idle at home, so he started getting busy again. That afternoon, he received a call from Feng Zheng. Feng had invited him twice recently, but he didn't go. Feng Zheng told him that this gathering was organized by Peng Fang to welcome a brother, and Peng specifically mentioned him. He Ji-yu felt it was too rude to decline again, so he agreed. He worked late into the evening and then drove directly to the bar street. The location of the bar was quite coincidental. It was diagonally across from the bar he and Ji-yu Qingpei went to last time. Feng Zheng met him at the bar entrance. Joining Feng Zheng were Peng Fang and Yuan Yang. A little preview, the little wolf dog Yuan Yang will make a cameo appearance. See you in Clash of Titans. Follow me for exciting updates. In this episode, the little wolf dog Yuan Yang makes a cameo. After they met up at the bar entrance, Peng Fang smiled and extended his hand to greet He Ji-yu. Why do I feel like you get skinnier every time I see you? Let me introduce you, this is my brother Yuan Yang. We're here to welcome him today. He Ji-yu noticed that Yuan Yang was very tall, about the same height as Song Juan. He had very short hair, and his face looked wild yet handsome, with an upright and efficient aura about him. Like a soldier, He Ji-yu said hello to Yuan Yang, who nodded at him but did not look him in the eye, appearing to be in a bad mood. Stop sulking. Peng Fang hooked Yuan Yang's neck and led him in for drinks. As Feng Zheng was about to enter the bar with He Ji-yu, he overheard what Yuan Yang and Peng Fang were saying. Soon after, Yuan Yang headed to the bar across the street. Guess who Yuan Yang saw, everyone? See you in the comments. Feng Zheng told He Ji-yu to ignore them and just wait to hear the gossip later. Patting He Ji-yu on the shoulder, Feng Zheng suggested they go into the bar first. He Ji-yu felt a bit uncomfortable with Feng Zheng's actions but still followed him inside. After entering the bar, Feng Zheng, smiling, asked Peng Fang. Feng Zheng asked with a smile, Peng Fang, what have you been busy with recently? Peng Fang responded with a smile, just hustling around, barely making a dime. How can I compare to Master Feng? Feng Zheng quickly replied, don't make fun of me. My new company hasn't even stabilized yet. After a while, Yuan Yang returned, but what was strange was that the gloominess on his face had vanished, even replaced with a hint of pride. Peng Fang's eyes lit up and he hurried over, emitting a mischievous laugh, you're back. Did you find the person? He whispered to Feng Zheng, was Yuan Yang in the military? Feng Zheng told He Ji-yu that Yuan Yang had just returned from the military and grew up with Peng Fang. His father is the chairman of Yuan's corporation. Yuan's corporation? He Ji-yu was somewhat surprised. Yuan Li Zhang, the company Ji-yu Qingpei switched to. What a coincidence. The man who barged into Ji-yu Qingpei's office that day was Yuan Chang. Suddenly, He Gu's phone rang. It was Song Ju-han. Feng Zheng glanced over and said indifferently, ah, the big star Song. I'll take this call. He Ji-yu took the phone and left the private room. Hello, Ju-han? Song Ju-han asked where He Ji-yu was. He must have heard the background noise on He Gu's end, which was quite mixed. Song Ju-han's tone sounded a bit gloomy. You're not with Feng Zheng, are you? He Ji-yu almost instinctively chose to lie, saying no. When Song Ju-han asked how He Ji-yu knew where he was, He Ji-yu suddenly felt a chill. Could Song Ju-han also be in this bar? Next episode preview, He Ji-yu feels guilty when questioned by Song Ju-han. He Ji-yu is afraid of Song Ju-han finding out that he's still in touch with Feng Zheng, let alone meeting him. So in the last episode, He Ji-yu chose to lie for the first time under Song Ju-han's questioning. When Song Ju-han asked He Ji-yu to guess where he was, He Ji-yu frantically searched for Song Juan's figure with his eyes. Did he see me? Song Juan didn't notice He Gu's panic. I ran into Oh Taining, who's also shooting here at the Desheng Film Hotel. He's Ji-yu Qingpei's friend. He Ji-yu froze for a moment. Song Juan's voice was somewhat gritted. Explain to me. He said last time at Blackgate he saw you with Ji-yu Qingpei. What's the deal with you two hanging out alone? He Ji-yu felt a headache coming on. Do you remember what happened downstairs at our company that day? Ji-yu Qingpei figured out our relationship. I didn't know he was also gay. He happened to resign and just wanted to make a friend. That's all. Song Juan's tone was sharp. You didn't realize he might have a thing for you before? He Ji-yu sighed helplessly. No, I'm not his type. We've worked together for many years. If he liked me, it wouldn't have taken until now. Song Juan said mockingly, I've noticed you're pretty good at attracting people. He Ji-yu felt an indescribable exhaustion. He said solemnly, Juan, you're overthinking this. Song Juan's voice was icy. I'd better be overthinking it. You should be more aware and stay away from those messy gays. He Ji-yu had just said, I know, but the call had already gone dead. He Ji-yu held the phone in his hand for a long time, not coming back to his senses, leaning weakly against the wall. He was almost 30, yet still waiting to be scolded like a child. And he chose, if liking someone is to make one feel overwhelmed and hopeless, then what's the point of liking? Suddenly, Feng Zheng's voice appeared in front of He Ji-yu. He Ji-yu looked up at Feng Zheng, his face still unsettled. Feng Zheng asked with concern if He Ji-yu had been arguing. He Ji-yu managed a slight smile and said they hadn't argued. Let's go inside, he suggested. Preview of the next episode, Feng Zheng regretted his decision to leave, which gave Song Jun a chance. Feng Zheng told He Ji-yu he regretted that initial decision. It's such a pity he didn't cherish He Ji-yu properly back then. If he could choose again, he would choose to stay. When leaving the bar, He Ji-yu was supported by Feng Zheng and the driver. He Gu's mind was muddled, his speech somewhat slurred, asking Feng Zheng to call him a ride. Feng Zheng supported He Ji-yu, your car will be sent to your house. He Ji-yu was pushed into the car, and Feng Zheng also got in. He Ji-yu leaned against the car door. With his eyes barely open, he looked at Feng Zheng. Didn't expect you had it in you, He Ji-yu mumbled. Feng Zheng shook his head trying to clear some of the drunkenness. What did I hide? You can drink more than me. He Ji-yu gently bumped his head against the car door, feeling very dizzy. Feng Zheng looked at He Gu's confused, drunken state. This man, usually so serious, now showed a rare bit of charm. Feng Zheng's heart stirred, and he pulled the person over. You're going to hit yourself if there's a bump. Just as the car took a turn, He Ji-yu leaned unstably into Feng Zheng's arms. Feng Zheng's breath was steady. He looked down at He Ji-yu, who struggled to get up. Feng Zheng straightened him up and brushed the hair from his forehead, staring intently at that face. The once immature and proper features now bore a hint of mature beauty, looking much better than in his younger years. He said softly to He Ji-yu, before Song Juan appeared, I always thought you were very smart. He Ji-yu was somewhat unable to take in these words. I am smart, aren't I? Feng Zheng, feeling a rush to his head, couldn't help but touch He Gu's cheek, his tone full of resentment. He treats you like that. What do you like about him? Am I not good enough? He Ji-yu frowned, having realized something was wrong with Feng Zheng. I'm drunk, and so are you, Feng Zheng insisted, holding on to He Ji-yu. I'm very sober, but you're indeed drunk, hopelessly drunk from 6 years ago till now without waking up. Feng Zheng approached He Ji-yu, knowing some things shouldn't be said but unable to control himself. Do you still remember our kiss? I've always regretted not being able to kiss you properly. I also regret that if I hadn't left back then, if I had stayed, would you have turned out like this now? Becoming so cheap. A flash of struggle crossed Feng Zheng's face. He pinched He Gu's chin and roughly sealed He Gu's lips. He Gu's mind went blank, even forgetting to resist. Preview of the next episode. Feng Zheng challenges Song Ji-han in front of He Ji-yu. Follow me for the exciting continuation. This time, our He Ji-yu really has Feng Zheng on a tight leash. What a dramatic scene. Feng Zheng did that on purpose, right? In the previous episode, after He Ji-yu got drunk, Feng Zheng took him home, and a few incidents happened. He Ji-yu woke up vaguely remembering that he seemed to have kissed Feng Zheng but still suspected it was a drunken illusion. After pondering for a while, he still felt that person shouldn't have been Feng Zheng and got ready to go to work after tidying up. I walked to the car and realized I didn't have the car keys, so I still made a call to Feng Bai. He still called Feng Jing to confirm whether the kiss with Fei Wan was real. Learning it was all his imagination, he felt relieved and asked if his car keys were with Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng told him that after dropping him home, the driver forgot to leave the car keys. Feng Zheng had a dinner party today and agreed to deliver the keys to him tomorrow. Just after hanging up, he received a call from Song Ji-han. He was puzzled why Song Ji-han would call at this hour and asked if he was planning to come over today. Song Ji-han told him he had a dinner tonight and invited him to join. His ordeal began the moment he pushed open the private room door. He was stunned. Within his line of sight, he saw Song Ji-han, Song's father, and Feng Zheng. You're here, Song Ji-han greeted him with a beaming smile, as if the questioning over the phone the other day had never happened. He thought this would be Song Ji-han's private gathering, but why was Feng Zheng here? He swallowed and quickly regained his composure, apologizing for being late with a faint smile. He sat next to Song Ji-han, who looped an arm around his shoulder like a close friend, and introduced him one by one. This is General Wang. And you should know this one. General Feng from Wei Si Investments. Song Ji-han glared at Feng Zheng with a mocking smile on his lips. Feng Zheng laughed and sighed. Shush, Han, you're joking. Do I still need you to introduce my relationship with He Ji-yu? Song Ji-han narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, is that so? Feng Zheng suddenly pulled out a set of keys from his pocket and placed them on the Lazy Susan. He Ji-yu, your keys. Song Ji-han secretly squeezed He Gu's shoulder. Next episode preview, Song Ji-han finds out about He Ji-yu and Feng Zheng's meeting and gets furious. Is Feng Zheng harboring some ill intentions in this episode? He deliberately returns He Gu's car keys in front of Song Ji-han. When the Lazy Susan slowly rotates to He Ji-yu, the keys approach like a timed bomb, slowly getting closer, and finally stopping in front of He Ji-yu. Just as He Ji-yu was about to reach for them, Song Ji-han swiftly took the keys first, dangling them in front of his eyes and said lightly, "This looks very familiar, aren't these your car keys by any chance?" He Ji-yu had no choice but to take the keys. With a low voice, He Ji-yu said, "Ji-han, why don't you introduce your friend?" In front of so many people, Song Ji-han couldn't lose his temper. He straightened his posture. Song Ji-han smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is He Ji-yu, a senior engineer at Nanchuan, and a very good friend of mine." He deliberately emphasized the words, "very good," making He Ji-yu feel a bit uncomfortable. The table started toasting each other. Feng Zheng, holding a glass of wine, walked over stylishly. Jihan, he Ji-yu, I toast to you both. He Ji-yu stood up. Song Juan sat in his chair without moving, only raising his head to glare at Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng acted as if he didn't see it and casually clinked glasses with He Ji-yu. Smiling, he said, I was thinking of delivering it to you personally, but this way is more convenient. He Gu's face turned pale, and he could only mutter, thank you. Feng Zheng half jokingly, half seriously said, when you have time, go make yourself another set of keys. It'll be much easier that way. The familiarity between the two was like pouring oil on the fire, stoking the flames in Song Juan's heart. Suddenly, he stood up. With a dark expression, he straightforwardly asked, Feng Zheng, how did He Gu's car keys end up with you? Feng Zheng smiled and replied, last weekend, I went out with He Ji-yu. He got drunk, so I had my driver take him home first, but my driver, in his confusion, accidentally took the car keys with him. If we hadn't run into each other today, I was planning to deliver them to He Ji-yu tomorrow. Song Juan's chest heaved intensely, his fists clenched behind his back. He slowly turned his neck, his eyes dark and unfathomable. So, you two met last weekend? Next episode preview, after He Gu's lie is exposed, he leaves the dinner to avoid awkwardness. In the last episode, Feng Zheng exposed their meeting right in front of Song Juan. Song Juan's chest heaved intensely, his fists clenched behind his back, his dark eyes staring at He Ji-yu, demanding, so, you two met last weekend? He Ji-yu only felt a chill down his spine. Lying over normal social interactions was already pathetic enough, but being exposed, and in front of others no less, was even worse. Feng Zheng, as if he hadn't noticed Song Juan's growing fury, continued speaking to He Ji-yu. You were really drunk last time. You're so slim, but you were so heavy when drunk. At this moment, Feng Zheng deliberately leaned closer to He Ji-yu and softly said, I almost couldn't carry you. The familiarity between the two was practically fueling the fire. Standing to the side, Song Juan's anger flared even more intensely. Song Juan forcefully grabbed He Gu's hand, his grip noticeably tightening. His eyes fiercely stared at Feng Zheng, but he questioned He Ji-yu, is this true? The tension between Song Juan and Feng Zheng was so palpable that He Ji-yu felt as if he could barely breathe. He Ji-yu couldn't stay any longer. I'll go to the restroom, he said, shaking off Song Juan's hand and rushing out. Once inside, he instinctively locked the door. Staring at his disheveled self in the mirror, his face was pale and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He didn't even dare to recall Song Juan's gaze. Luckily, there were so many people around. Otherwise, with Song Juan's temper, he might have flipped the table. He Ji-yu realized that this was the first time he'd ever felt so nervous. Even his usual calm demeanor, honed over the years, was slipping. But the dinner would eventually end. What would he do after it was over? Was Feng Zheng doing this on purpose? He splashed water on his face, and as the heat subsided, his mind seemed to clear a bit. He straightened his tie, gazing emotionlessly at his reflection in the mirror, slowly revealing a mocking smile. What are you afraid of, He Ji-yu? Haven't you already prepared for the worst? He Ji-yu pushed open the door to the private room. Everyone was still chatting and drinking. Feng Zheng had already returned to his seat. When Feng Zheng looked up and saw He Ji-yu, his dark, bright eyes hid inscrutable emotions. Song Juan also turned around, glaring at him with a predatory look, as if watching prey enter a trap. He Ji-yu glanced at him and returned to his seat beside him. Song Juan leaned slightly toward He Ji-yu, smiling as he whispered into his ear, You've gotten bold, daring to deceive me. He Ji-yu said nothing, pouring himself a full glass, stood up, and said with calm dignity, President Song, esteemed elders. To the elders, I am not feeling well today. Staying here would only dampen everyone's spirits, so I thought of going back to rest early. I'll drink this cup myself, my apologies. Before anyone could react, He finished a full cup of red liquor in one gulp. Feng Zheng kindly said, if you're not feeling well, don't drink too much. Song Yi looked at He finishing the drink with a scrutinizing gaze, then calmly said, then you should go back. Health comes first. He did not pay further attention to their concern. He just nodded apologetically to everyone, without giving Feng Zheng and Song Juhan another glance, then turned and left. At this moment, a sudden crisp sound came from behind, followed by a burst of exclamatory voices. Next episode preview, Song Juhan forces him to choose between him and Feng Zheng. Song Juhan feels like He is making him a cuckold, a field of green. The upcoming high-energy scene greatly infuriates Song Juhan. As He turned to leave, Song Juhan crushed the glass in his hand. The shards scattered between his fingers and the red liquid splattered all over him. Song Yi frowned, what have you done? Song Juhan smiled, the glass was too thin. Song Juhan shook his hand, then grabbed a towel to wipe off the red liquid on his hand. When He turned his head and saw this scene, his heart tightened. At that moment, their gazes met. Song Ju-han's look made him scared. He knew Song Ju-han was furious. He pursed his lips and, in the end, turned his head and left. After He got home, he finally felt he could breathe a little. But He knew, it wouldn't be long before Song Ju-han would come after him. Sure enough, a series of footsteps were heard outside the corridor, clear and rapid. The moment the door was about to close, Song Ji-han pushed it open. He stared blankly at the door. He was a bit slow to react. Song Ji-han, with an aura colder than winter and reeking of alcohol, walked in. He's Adam's apple bobbed, his eyes darted, and his lips trembled slightly. Song Ji-han clenched his fists, looking at He's panic, fear, and forced calmness. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of softness. His facial muscles twisted as he struggled to suppress the surging anger. He slowly took off his coat, wanting to calm down with time, but impulsivity was burning his thoughts. He remained silent, just standing there looking at Song Ji-han, who eventually couldn't control himself and threw his coat to the ground. Through gritted teeth, he said coldly, "You promised to cut off contact with Feng Zheng from now on. I'll let today slide." He took a deep breath. "Ji-han, I lied to you, it's my fault. But restricting my normal social interactions isn't right." "Not right?" Song Ji-han's expression was somewhat defensive. "Why must it be Feng Zheng? You said you and Ji Qingpei are just colleagues. I reluctantly believe you. What was your relationship with Feng Zheng before? Are you blind? Can't you see?" By the end, Song Ji-han was shouting. He felt his heart tremble. He said gravely, "His attitude towards me has nothing to do with me. Ji-han, I've said it many times, there's nothing between him and me. Why are you so relentlessly pressing?" Song Juin took a swift step forward because it couldn't be him. Song Juin grabbed Higu's collar with his large hand and slammed him hard against the floor-to-ceiling window. Higu's back ached as Song Juin's sternum pressed forcefully into his shoulder blade. Higu's face changed instantly from the pain. "Juin, calm down." Song Juin stared at Higu with those beautiful yet ruthless eyes. "Last time you got hit by a car, I couldn't be bothered to argue with you. I'll repeat what I said then, you can only choose one between me and Feng Zheng. Here's a preview of what's next." Song Juin questioned Higu, "What can Feng Zheng give you?" Today, Song Juin wasn't going to be anyone's dog. He vented his anger through racing, causing our Gugu to get hurt. Why does Song Juin have to be such a bastard? Higu felt his head splitting with pain, and something was raging inside his chest, making him feel like he was about to explode. 6 years ago, he wronged Feng Zheng. 6 years later, they were just friends, occasionally having a drink and chatting. Did he have to refuse even that? Seeing Higu remain silent, Song Juin was so angry that his temples throbbed, his eyes turning bloodshot. "Why are you so inseparable from him?" Higu retorted, "You're being unreasonable. How am I supposed to explain this to you?" Song Juin suddenly flipped Higu's body over. "How am I being unreasonable?" Song Juin pressed Higu's face and chest against the floor-to-ceiling window. Higu didn't even have time to react. All he felt was a sudden chill over his body. He was terrified of the drunken and furious Song Juin. "Juin, you're drunk. Let me go first. What can Feng Zheng provide you with that I can't?" Song Juin showed no mercy, punishing Higu harshly. Higu was sweating all over. But in such a humiliating and chaotic moment, his mind tragically recalled the night he reunited with Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng had said the exact same words as Song Juin. "What can he give you that I can't?" These two people were really alike in some ways. Higu quickly couldn't think anymore. He weakly endured Song Juin's madness. Broken words slipped from his mouth. "Song Juin, you bastard." "Yes, and I haven't just become a bastard today. You've stayed by my side for so many years. What does that make you? You're worse than a bastard." Higu only felt immense pain in his chest. Something hot welled up in his eyes and rolled down his cheeks. Song Juin grabbed Higu's chin, forcing him to look at the reflection in the window. Making him watch what the two of them were doing, or rather, what Song Juin was doing to him. Higu smelled the scent of the red liquid on Song Juin's hands. His vision was full of red. Song Juin's cruel voice echoed in his ears. "For Feng Zheng, you dared to lie to me. How many lies have you told me in places I don't know about? You enjoyed kissing Zhuang Jiyu, and even went to gay bars with others. Weren't you always so focused on me before? After all these years, have you started getting bored of me? Do you want something fresh now?" Higu bit his lip hard, unable to utter another word. His body was hurting, but his heart hurt even more. This heart of his, for so many years, seemed to beat only for Song Juin, yet it had been riddled with holes by him, bleeding with each breath. Why couldn't this heart just grow cold? He really wished it could all just end. "You like getting close to others so much. You're always so fake and proper, but do you have the face to let others see you like this?" Song Juin continued to spew venomous words, but his eyes were growing redder. His sweat-dampened curls clung to his cheeks, giving him the fierce look of a wolf. Why does it feel like consciousness is not destined to sink? In the end, I could no longer distinguish what Song Jihan was saying and gradually lost consciousness. Preview of the next episode. Why don't I want to pay attention to Song Jihan anymore? In the previous episode, we talked about how Song Juhuan's barbaric punishment on Egu left him feeling deeply aggrieved. Our Gubao was hurt by him once again. Egu woke up feeling as if his body was falling apart, finding it difficult to even move his fingers. Egu, you're awake, a cold voice came to his ears. Egu struggled to open his eyes. He saw Xiao Song's face. Xiao Song sighed, brother, your job is really taking years off your life. You just recovered from a concussion last month, how come you've got a fever again? It reached 40 degrees this morning. You scared us all. Egu opened his mouth, his throat searing with pain. Xiao Song's spoon fed him some water. Is it your throat that hurts? It's okay, you don't have to talk. Just rest well. Brother Han has called in a family doctor. I'll stay here with you. I've called your assistant to ask for a leave. Egu thought of what happened last night, feeling the cool water flow down his throat as painful as a knife cut. He thought of Song Juhan and couldn't describe his feelings at the moment. He couldn't even muster the energy to hate or be angry, just feeling deeply powerless. It was as if he had spent years leaving his hometown in search of a treasure, only to find that the treasure never existed. There's no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Egu thought, after all these years, even if Song Juhan didn't like him, there was at least some companionship. But Song Juhan could humiliate him to this extent. What exactly had he lived these 6 years for? It was a complete joke. Egu slept through the day in a daze, and by evening, when the fever had subsided, he suddenly felt very hungry. He called out twice, but Xiao Song didn't respond. He had no choice but to struggle out of bed, his legs so weak he nearly fell. Just as he was about to reach the door, Xiao Song rushed in, wiping his hands. Bro, I just fell asleep. What do you need? Are you hungry? Egu sighed and said softly, yeah, I'm hungry, but I also want to go to the bathroom. Xiao Song helped Egu to the bathroom. I'll go warm up some food for you. After using the bathroom, Egu slowly moved back to bed to wait for Xiao Song to bring him food. As soon as I climbed into bed, I heard the door open outside. Hearing Xiao Song calling, Brother Han, my nerves instantly tightened like piano strings and snapped. Last night's Song Jihan scared me. We've known each other for so many years and never really fought, but we've never come to blows. Song Jihan loses his temper and smashes things. I know he's holding back, but that drunk man last night, with actions so wildly contrary to his gentle appearance, made me realize for the first time how terrifying Song Jihan can be. I lay down and covered myself with the blanket, pretending to sleep, but Song Jihan had already come in, holding a bowl of hot porridge to the bedside. Song Jihan sat on a chair. Seeing the tired dark circles under my eyes, he gently bit his lip, touched my hair, and said, open your eyes, I know you're not asleep. I slowly opened my eyes to look at Song Jihan, my gaze emotionless. I didn't speak. I wanted to see if Song Jihan could really remain so calm and composed. Under such a direct gaze, Song Jihan felt a tingling in his scalp. Annoyedly ruffling his hair, he said, I did drink too much last night, but you lied to me first. Preview of the next episode. Song Jihan tries to make up for hurting me with a gift. Regarding Song Jihan's dog bag behavior, will our Gubao once again forgive Song Hetao? Song Jihan does feel sorry for me. He says it was because he drank too much, but he still holds a grudge against Feng Zheng. Hearing this, anger surged within me. I sat up abruptly and shouted angrily, I lied to you, so what are you going to do? Kill me? Song Jihan was stunned, staring at me with eyes wide, his voice somewhat unsteady as he questioned, is this all because of Feng Zheng? My eyes became a bit frantic as I coldly said, it has nothing to do with Feng Zheng. In fact, I understand that even if Song Jihan didn't say it, I was planning to distance myself from Feng Zheng completely. I'm not blind. Feng Zheng's obvious instigation last night has crossed the line of friendship. Why are you staring blankly ahead and mechanically eating porridge? Song Jihan clenched his fists, thinking, sometimes I really want to crack open your head to see what's stuffed inside. At this moment, Song Jihan is right beside you, yet you feel nothing. The surge of anger retreats as soon as it reaches Song Zi's eyes, unable to muster the energy to be angry. All that remains is tiredness. Seeing you not speaking, Song Jihan's chest heaves violently a few times before he suppresses his displeasure. He slowly reaches out to smooth your hair. Can you not see Feng Zheng anymore, okay? His tone is full of negotiation. Okay, you say it blandly. Song Jihan probably didn't expect you to agree so straightforwardly. After the initial shock, he feels somewhat happy. If you had listened earlier, wouldn't it have been better? Why must you provoke me? You know I have a bad temper. Song Ji-han's voice gets softer. You put down the bowl, tiredly saying, I'm tired, and then lie down. Wait a second. Suddenly, Song Ji-han pulls out an envelope. This is for you. I was planning to give it to you for your birthday, but there were some issues with the paperwork. Just leave it there. You don't even look at it. Song Ji-han frowns. Aren't you going to ask what it is? You crawl into the blanket and close your eyes. Song Ji-han takes a deep breath. I bought you gold, enough for you to make a fortune for a lifetime. You show no reaction. Angrily, Song Ji-han throws the envelope on the nightstand. You're really harder to please than my dad. Hee-jae opened his eyes upon hearing this. If you want to apologize, just say sorry. Song Ju-han straightened up, pursed his lips, and said softly, sorry, I want to sleep now. Song Ju-han felt somewhat panicked and sighed. Hee-jae had never been so indifferent to him before. He nudged Hee-jae, if you're angry, just hit me. I promise not to fight back. Hee-jae watched him silently. Does it mean anything? Do you think anyone can hit me? Okay, hit my face then. But you can only punch once. I mean, does doing this mean anything? Is it because of guilt? Song Ju-han feels guilty too? That's really rare. What do you mean, it's meaningless? Song Ju-han gritted his teeth. I've apologized already. I won't argue with you about Feng Zheng's matter anymore. What else do you want? Hee-jae slowly took a deep breath and whispered, I want to sleep. Song Ju-han jumped onto the bed as if liberated, cheerfully said, okay, you want to sleep. I'll stay with you. Preview of the next episode. Feng Zheng's apology is not accepted by Hee-jae. In the previous episode, we talked about how Song Ju-hwan's barbaric punishment on Hee-ji-yu left him feeling deeply aggrieved. Our Gubao was hurt by him once again. Hee-ji-yu woke up feeling as if his body was falling apart, finding it difficult to even move his fingers. Hee-ji-yu, you're awake, a cold voice came to his ears. Hee-ji-yu struggled to open his eyes. He saw Xiao Song's face. Xiao Song sighed, brother, your job is really taking years off your life. You just recovered from a concussion last month, how come you've got a fever again? It reached 40 degrees this morning. You scared us all. Hee-ji-yu opened his mouth, his throat searing with pain. Xiao Song's spoon fed him some water. Is it your throat that hurts? It's okay, you don't have to talk. Just rest well. Brother Han has called in a family doctor. I'll stay here with you. I've called your assistant to ask for a leave. Hee-ji-yu thought of what happened last night, feeling the cool water flow down his throat as painful as a knife cut. He thought of Song Ju-han and couldn't describe his feelings at the moment. He couldn't even muster the energy to hate or be angry, just feeling deeply powerless. It was as if he had spent years leaving his hometown in search of a treasure, only to find that the treasure never existed. There's no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Hee-ji-yu thought, after all these years, even if Song Ju-han didn't like him, there was at least some companionship. But Song Ju-han could humiliate him to this extent. What exactly had he lived these 6 years for? It was a complete joke. Hee-ji-yu slept through the day in a daze, and by evening, when the fever had subsided, he suddenly felt very hungry. He called out twice, but Xiao Song didn't respond. He had no choice but to struggle out of bed, his legs so weak he nearly fell. Just as he was about to reach the door, Xiao Song rushed in, wiping his hands. Bro, I just fell asleep. What do you need? Are you hungry? Hee-ji-yu sighed and said softly, yeah, I'm hungry, but I also want to go to the bathroom. Xiao Song helped Hee-ji-yu to the bathroom. I'll go warm up some food for you. After using the bathroom, Hee-ji-yu slowly moved back to bed to wait for Xiao Song to bring him food. As soon as I climbed into bed, I heard the door open outside. Hearing Xiao Song calling, Brother Han, my nerves instantly tightened like piano strings and snapped. Last night's Song Ji-han scared me. We've known each other for so many years and never really fought, but we've never come to blows. Song Ji-han loses his temper and smashes things. I know he's holding back, but that drunk man last night, with actions so wildly contrary to his gentle appearance, made me realize for the first time how terrifying Song Ji-han can be. I lay down and covered myself with the blanket, pretending to sleep, but Song Ji-han had already come in, holding a bowl of hot porridge to the bedside. Song Ji-han sat on a chair. Seeing the tired dark circles under my eyes, he gently bit his lip, touched my hair, and said, open your eyes, I know you're not asleep. I slowly opened my eyes to look at Song Ji-han, my gaze emotionless. I didn't speak. I wanted to see if Song Ji-han could really remain so calm and composed. Under such a direct gaze, Song Ji-han felt a tingling in his scalp. Annoyedly ruffling his hair, he said, I did drink too much last night, but you lied to me first. Preview of the next episode. Song Ji-han tries to make up for hurting me with a gift. Regarding Song Ji-han's dog bag behavior, will our Gubao once again forgive Song Hetao? Song Ji-han does feel sorry for me. He says it was because he drank too much, but he still holds a grudge against Feng Zheng. Hearing this, anger surged within me. I sat up abruptly and shouted angrily, I lied to you, so what are you going to do? Kill me? Song Jihan was stunned, staring at me with eyes wide, his voice somewhat unsteady as he questioned, is this all because of Feng Zheng? My eyes became a bit frantic as I coldly said, it has nothing to do with Feng Zheng. In fact, I understand that even if Song Jihan didn't say it, I was planning to distance myself from Feng Zheng completely. I'm not blind. Feng Zheng's obvious instigation last night has crossed the line of friendship. Why are you staring blankly ahead and mechanically eating porridge? Song Jihan clenched his fists, thinking, sometimes I really want to crack open your head to see what's stuffed inside. At this moment, Song Jihan is right beside you, yet you feel nothing. The surge of anger retreats as soon as it reaches Song Zi's eyes, unable to muster the energy to be angry. All that remains is tiredness. Seeing you not speaking, Song Jihan's chest heaves violently a few times before he suppresses his displeasure. He slowly reaches out to smooth your hair. Can you not see Feng Zheng anymore, okay? His tone is full of negotiation. Okay, you say it blandly. Song Jihan probably didn't expect you to agree so straightforwardly. After the initial shock, he feels somewhat happy. If you had listened earlier, wouldn't it have been better? Why must you provoke me? You know I have a bad temper. Song Jihan's voice gets softer. You put down the bowl, tiredly saying, I'm tired, and then lie down. Wait a second. Suddenly, Song Jihan pulls out an envelope. This is for you. I was planning to give it to you for your birthday, but there were some issues with the paperwork. Just leave it there. You don't even look at it. Song Jihan frowns. Aren't you going to ask what it is? You crawl into the blanket and close your eyes. Song Jihan takes a deep breath. I bought you gold, enough for you to make a fortune for a lifetime. You show no reaction. Angrily, Song Jihan throws the envelope on the nightstand. You're really harder to please than my dad. He opened his eyes upon hearing this. If you want to apologize, just say sorry. Song Jihan straightened up, pursed his lips, and said softly, sorry, I want to sleep now. Song Jihan felt somewhat panicked and sighed. He had never been so indifferent to him before. He nudged He, if you're angry, just hit me. I promise not to fight back. He watched him silently. Does it mean anything? Do you think anyone can hit me? Okay, hit my face then. But you can only punch once. I mean, does doing this mean anything? Is it because of guilt? Song Jihan feels guilty too? That's really rare. What do you mean, it's meaningless? Song Jihan gritted his teeth. I've apologized already. I won't argue with you about Feng Zheng's matter anymore. What else do you want? He slowly took a deep breath and whispered, I want to sleep. Song Jihan jumped onto the bed as if liberated, cheerfully said, okay, you want to sleep. I'll stay with you. Preview of the next episode, Feng Zheng's apology is not accepted by He. Song Jihan, true to being an overgrown 3-year-old, thinks a piece of candy can melt Ji Bao's heart. Ji Bao is already physically and mentally exhausted, but he always softens when faced with Song Jihan. When Ji told Song Jihan that he wanted to sleep, Song Jihan literally bounced onto the bed like a live wire, cheerfully saying, you want to sleep? I'll join you. Ji hadn't even had time to stop him before Song Jihan had kicked off his shoes, climbed on the bed, and snuck under the covers. Ji, feeling like he'd been electrocuted, tried to escape, but Song Jihan grabbed him from behind, pulling him into his arms. Song Jihan, let go of me. Ji stiffened as if he'd been licked by a wild beast. His face grew grim, but he couldn't break free from Song Jihan's arms. Don't move. Song Jihan closed his eyes and took a deep inhale of Higu's warmth. Ji, I wasn't myself last night. Just think of it as me being drunk and acting crazy, okay? I don't want to hurt you. Please don't be afraid of me, okay? Higu's body stiffened, and his mind felt dizzy, as if blood was rushing to his head. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Just ask, and I'll be good to you. Song Jihan lightly kissed Higu's neck. Can you just forget about last night? Saying such soft words had drained Song Jihan of every ounce of strength. His face felt like it was burning up. Ji was a little confused. This was the first time Song Jihan had ever bowed his head to him. This version of Song Jihan felt so unfamiliar, just as unfamiliar as the madman from last night. If this had been in the past, Ji might have been moved, but now all he felt was deep helplessness. He could only close his eyes, wishing he could block his ears too. He hoped he could erase the oppressive presence of Song Jihan from his senses. He had never before wanted so desperately for Song Jihan to disappear from his side. Perhaps Ji was expecting Song Jihan to give him a clean, decisive way out. The next day, Hegu received a call from Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng apologized, saying, Hegu, I'm sorry. I was a bit impulsive that day. Hegu replied indifferently, you weren't just impulsive, you crossed the line. I was upset seeing how Song Juin treated you like that. What does he even take you for? Has he ever respected you? Feng Zheng became more and more agitated as he spoke. Hegu suddenly felt a wave of sadness. I don't want to become the bargaining chip between you and Song Juin. It seems that time has passed, and we can't go back anymore because too many things have changed. Hegu, I'm really sorry. If you keep going like this, you'll destroy yourself. Feng Zheng, you used to be my best friend. Let me keep a little bit of fond memory, okay? Hegu's nose stung, and before his voice could change, he quickly hung up the phone and swiftly blocked Feng Zheng's number. Let's leave it at that. The Feng Zheng who once had a bright smile and a bit of a spoiled attitude no longer existed. Hegu would rather keep that person alive in his youthful memories. In the next episode, Song Juin's concert. Will Hegu make an appearance? Ever since Hegu promised Song Juin not to see Feng Zheng again, Song Juin would appear at Hegu's house every few days. On this day, Hegu made himself a bowl of noodles and was just bringing it to the dining table. Song Juin also showed up. Seeing the noodles Hegu made, he pouted and said, I haven't eaten either. Hegu put down his chopsticks and got up to cook another bowl of noodles in the kitchen. Song Juin stared at Hegu's back, stood up, and hugged him by the waist from behind, nuzzling against his shoulder. I like eating what you make. Hegu didn't say anything and focused on cooking the noodles. I've scheduled my concert for New Year's Day. I've saved the best seat for you. Hegu paused for a moment. I have a ribbon-cutting ceremony for a new property on New Year's. Song Juin frowned. Your boss can go to the ribbon cutting. What difference does it make whether you go or not? The ribbon cutting is during the day, and my concert is at night. Hegu replied calmly, that project is mine. The property is in Tang City, I can't make it back. He used to never miss a concert by Song Jihan, but now Song Jihan is annoyed. Why did you let go? You did that on purpose, right? Why did he stop too? He turned around and said word by word, I really can't make it back. Why? Song Jihan roared, have you had enough trouble during this time? I've apologized to you, and I'm willing to compensate you. Besides, it was you who deceived me first. If it weren't for the many years you've been with me, if it was someone else, I would have asked what exactly do you want by now? Why also felt very confused about this. What does he really want? Maybe he wants to go back to the past, but how long ago is that past? Is it the past where he was passionately devoted? Going back to that past, does he still want to know Song Jihan? This is really a dilemma of the century. Speak up, what do you really want? If you dare say it, I dare agree to it. Song Jihan pointed at He Ji-yu, his eyes red with anger. For a moment, He Ji-yu wanted to say, do you dare to have a serious relationship with me once? But he couldn't say it out loud. 6 years ago, when he thought like this, what Song Jihan returned was mockery, in the most ridiculous and cruel way, shattering that one-sided affection. Now he is more mature and insightful than before, how could he humiliate himself again? He Ji-yu paused, said emotionlessly that the ribbon cutting was very important, and Song Jihan kicked the trash can in anger. Pointing at He Ji-yu furiously, Song Jihan said, fine. He Ji-yu turned around and stormed out. He Ji-yu closed his eyes, feeling somewhat powerless, a kind of psychological oppression and self-doubt. If I still treat His Majesty's guilt as affection, then I might as well live in the past. In the next episode preview, why did Ji-yu Qingpei and Zhuang Jiyu meet again? Why is his love for Song Jihan deep in the bones? Even though Song Jihan has caused him so much harm, he only remembers the good and not the bad, always caring. Song Jihan has been missing for several days, and for the first time in his life, he feels lonely. So, he called Ji-yu Qingpei, and they met at a quiet little bar. The moment they saw each other, they both realized they were not in the best state and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Suddenly, he said to Ji-yu Qingpei, oh right, last time Chi-yu invited me to drink on this street, and your company's chairman's son was also there. Ji-yu Qingpei paused, narrowed his eyes, and asked, who? He responded, it's called Yuan Yang, I think. Ji-yu Qingpei looked a bit uneasy. That young master is not easy to get along with. Ji-yu Qingpei sighed as if hesitating about something. Then Zhuang Jiyu appeared in front of him. Zhuang Jiyu and Ji-yu Qingpei are also well acquainted and greeted each other. After exchanging greetings, Zhuang Jiyu now sits beside He Ji-yu, grinning cheekily and saying to Uncle He, I've missed you. Today you must add my phone number back. Ji-yu Qingpei quickly shifts the topic to relieve He Ji-yu. You've been doing quite well lately, haven't you taken on a new role? It's still uncertain if it will work out. Another actor has a financial backer, but I don't have anyone to support me. Zhuang Jiyu pretends to sniffle sadly, and right then, Ji-yu Qingpei's phone rings again. He looks down at it, sighs, and says, the boss, actually Yuan Yang, before taking the call and stepping out. Once Ji-yu Qingpei leaves, Zhuang Jiyu's eyes, round like a deer's, fixate intently on He Ji-yu. Ah, it's all because of you that Song Ji-han is ignoring me now. My new role is in jeopardy. I could have definitely secured this role with his help. Ji-yu replies indifferently, it has nothing to do with me. Blame yourself. Zhuang Ji-yu bumps his shoulder, then, how about you compensate me? Ji-yu tilts his head and looks at him. Have you forgotten what I told you last time? Zhuang Ji-yu leans in, whispering mysteriously, I remember, but then I thought, you're really quite something. A mature and experienced guy like you, what would you be like in bed, resting? Just as Ji-yu is glaring at Zhuang Ji-yu, Ji-yu Qingpei returns at the right moment, alleviating Higu's awkwardness. Seeing the two sitting together, Ji-yu Qingpei teasingly says, Ji-yu, I've noticed you're quite interested in Ji-yu. Zhuang Ji-yu doesn't shy away, yeah, don't you think he's fun? Ji-yu Qingpei smiles mysteriously, he is a bit amusing. Higu's face shows a hint of embarrassment as he coughs lightly, and Ji-yu Qingpei laughs heartily. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Zhuang Ji-yu pours wine for Ji-yu, and the three of them clink glasses together. Zhuang Ji-yu, who loves to stir things up, keeps calling Ji-yu brother, and then switches to Uncle He, making Ji-yu Qingpei laugh non-stop while Ji-yu is utterly helpless. In the end, the two of them stubbornly add each other on WeChat again. Zhuang Ji-yu wraps his arm around Higu's neck, forcing him to promise never to delete the contact again or he won't let go. Ji-yu ultimately agrees. Although Ji-yu finds Zhuang Ji-yu's behavior headache-inducing, having such a playful person to lighten the mood does indeed improve his spirits. On a clear day in Dingjung City, Ji-yu appears at Song Ji-han's concert. To like someone is just like this, a word of paradise. Yi-du was watching Song Juin on stage, who was shining brightly. He knew Song Juin was the new star admired by everyone, and he dared not hope that Song Juin would only have eyes for him. When he returned home from the bar, Yi-du found an envelope slipped through the door crack. Upon opening it, he saw it was a VIP ticket to Song Juin's concert and an exclusive parking pass. There was also a note from Xiao Song saying, brother, I'll wait for you to come. Yi-du trembled as he held the ticket and slowly pressed it against his eyes. On New Year's Day, the company sent a car to take them to Tang City, where they had a big feast at noon and a ribbon-cutting ceremony in the afternoon. As the chief project engineer, he had to give a speech, but he wasn't quite in the right state of mind. Luckily, such speeches didn't require much eloquence. Yi-du never liked social occasions. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, he left early and drove back. By then, it was already dark. Yi-du looked at his watch. The concert would start at around 7 p.m. Even if he went now, it would be too late. Today was New Year's Eve, and the roads would likely be jammed. He might not make it to the concert before it ended. He decided to watch the live broadcast at home instead. Yi-du turned on the car's TV, and sure enough, the entertainment channel was broadcasting Song Juin's New Year's Eve concert. Watching the man on stage, dazzling and captivating the audience, with thousands of fans going crazy just for him. The music coming from the TV had lost much of its luster, but it was still enchanting. Yi-du felt his heart pounding, as if it was beating along with the rhythm of the music. He clenched his fist, hesitated for a moment, and then took the ticket out of his suit pocket. He wanted to see Song Juin sing freely on that cloud-like stage, like an emperor. The car turned, and he still went to the concert venue. Even if he could hear a complete song, it would be worth it. As soon as he entered the venue, the music was deafening. The fans' shouts were sky-high. He stood at the side of the main stage, very close to Song Juin, with a clear view, though some equipment blocked it. The man on stage seemed to be the center of the universe, the focal point of time. He controlled the heartbeats of everyone present. They rose and fell with his emotions. Ji-yu watched him intently, overwhelmed by memories flooding in, instantly filling his mind. Ultimately, it all turned into intense longing. He wanted to hug Song Juin so much, wanted this person's eyes to look only at him, to sing only for him. He wanted to monopolize him. He wanted it so badly, wishing this desire could break through the soul's restraints and spread between heaven and earth. A drumbeat suddenly woke Ji-yu from his thoughts, and he gasped, eyes wide with shock. What was he thinking? He should not have thought this way long ago. In the next episode, when Song Juin races with someone else, Ji-yu finds out. Is Ji-yu being cheated on or bullied? Let's comfort our Ji-yu treasure. At the concert, Song Juin finished a song. He cleared his throat and, with a gentle and lazy voice, smiled and asked, did everyone enjoy it? The fans wished they could turn all their energy into shouts, hoping to be the first to have their voices reach the deity's ears. Unfortunately, too many people love Song Juin. Who can he see and hear? Song Juin chuckled twice, as long as you're happy. I sing so that someone can enjoy it. Ji-yu couldn't help but cover his heart with his hand. This heart wasn't listening to him, almost jumping out of his chest. Why, when I first wanted to leave with the crowd, did I decide to see Song Juin in the end? Why am I holding a bouquet of flowers, standing in front of the door of Song Juin's dressing room? Why am I so nervous? What should I say when I see Song Juin? In the end, why do I take a deep breath and still step forward, ready to knock on the door? Just as I raise my hand, I freeze. From inside the dressing room, there are sounds of gasping and thumping, like a fight. A voice keeps shouting, "Brother Han," with the undertone of someone trying to restrain their emotions. I'm completely stiffened, looking around somewhat helplessly. He looked around helplessly and forced a smile that was worse than crying. At that moment, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. You're ridiculous. Over 6 years of time, more than 2,000 days and nights weren't enough for you to understand? Why do you still dare to hold on to expectations? He took a step back forcefully when he quickly fled, but suddenly, someone sprang out from the corner. He couldn't dodge in time, and they crashed into each other. Xiao Song was startled to see him. Why are you here? Didn't you not come? Gu's face was pale. He replied faintly, I came late. Xiao Song nervously glanced deep into the corridor, swallowed hard, and asked, did you go to find Han Jie? Didn't want to deal with him and wanted to leave quickly. I'm going back. After returning home, Gu's phone kept ringing, but he was indifferent. He knew it was Song Juin calling. Just wanted peace, so he took out the battery and turned off the phone to find some quiet. Sat quietly in the dark living room, hugging his knees tightly, breathing heavily to slightly alleviate the dense pain in his heart. His life was really dull, as if there was nothing worth paying attention to or interested in besides Song Juin. Thought for a while that this wouldn't work. He decided to go to Shen City to see his mom. Picked up the landline and called his mom. After hanging up, ran tirelessly for a day, now deeply regretting going to that concert. It was self-inflicted misery. Unknowingly fell asleep, but it seemed like he hadn't slept long when he heard the sound of the door opening. He awoke with a start, and the bedroom lights suddenly turned on. Why did you reflexively cover your eyes? You only had time to see a tall figure. Next episode preview, Song Jihan grabs He righteously, demanding to know why He didn't tell him about coming to the concert. Last episode, He found Song Jihan in the dressing room behind someone else's race car. Song Jihan, you really should be more careful. Gu's indifference is the result of many years of grievances. Feels cold-hearted and doesn't want to entangle with these matters anymore. After going home, he went to bed early. At this moment, Song Jihan appears, staring at He with a stiff expression. Gu's eyes slowly adjust to the light. He lowers his hands and buries his head in the covers. Song Junhan strides over, pulls He out from under the covers, and asks why he didn't tell him when he arrived. He rubs his eyes and says softly that he is very sleepy. When exactly did you arrive? I didn't see you. Song Junhan is almost beside himself with anger. He not only finds it somewhat funny but wonders what Song Junhan is so angry about. Squinting his eyes, he says he was late, but the concert was good. Song Junhan's face turns slightly pale as he grits his teeth and says, couldn't you have come earlier? I specifically saved a seat for you. It doesn't matter, I heard everything very clearly. He deliberately emphasizes the word, heard. Who let you backstage? Non-staff members are not allowed backstage. Who gave you permission? Song Jihan is so angry he's throwing a tantrum. No one stopped He who yawned. He really doesn't have the energy to face Song Jihan anymore. I am really sleepy, let me sleep. He closes his eyes. As if isolating Song Kuchen from his world, Song Kuchen stared at Gu's tightly closed eyes and brows. His face turned pale, lying in bed for quite a while. Suddenly, he lowered his head and kissed Gu's hair with a look of aggrieved expression, appearing somewhat pitiful. But that pitiful look turned into furious anger the moment he came back to his senses. Have you had enough of your nonsense? Have you ever stopped these past days? I already apologized for the last incident. What more do you want? Are you going through an early menopause to dare show me that attitude? He was startled, his chest heaving dramatically. Facing Song Jihan, the suffocating feeling forced him to exert several times the effort just to breathe smoothly. He lowered his shoulders and said in a deep voice, I'm already very tired today. Can you let me rest? Song Jihan's expression twisted slightly. He clenched his fists tightly looking at the exhaustion on Gu's face, but ultimately held back from lashing out and went to the bathroom. He collapsed back onto the bed, feeling as if he didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. He stared blankly, listening to the sound of water running in the bathroom. After a while, the water stopped, and Song Jihan came to bed with his body still damp, and hugged He tightly, pressing his forehead against Gu's, whispering, we haven't raced cars for a long time. Song Jihan stayed silent for a while, then suddenly complained softly, "Why have you been treating me worse and worse?" He Ji-yu calmly thought for a moment. Their recent interactions, frequently crossing the line, all stemmed from Feng Zheng's sudden return to the country. Perhaps this was an opportunity for him to become independent from the shadow of Song Ji-han. Preview of the next episode: Song Ji-han blocks He Ji-yu from going on a business trip, wanting He Ji-yu to accompany him on a trip to ease their relationship. If Song Ji-han confesses to you, would you accept? Faced with Song Ji-han's arrival, He didn't sleep well all night and woke up hot twice in the middle of the night. To avoid an awkward face-to-face encounter, he got up very early. After having breakfast, he changed his clothes, found a suitcase, and began packing. He had booked a flight to Shenzhen for early the next morning. At that moment, Song Ji-han rubbed his eyes and came out of the bedroom. As soon as he saw He Ji-yu packing, he instantly woke up. "What are you doing?" He Ji-yu didn't even lift his head. "On a business trip," he said as he moved past Song Ji-han into the bedroom to get some clothes. "Your breakfast is on the table. When's the business trip?" He Ji-yu replied that it was tomorrow. "Tomorrow?" Song Ji-han frowned. "I've rented a private plane. I'm planning to take the whole team to Saipan for a vacation. You should come with us." "I have a business trip," He Ji-yu said as he picked out a couple of changes of clothes and put them into the suitcase. Song Ji-han watched He Ji-yu, who didn't even lift his head, and felt anger rising within him early in the morning. He strode over, grabbed He Ji-yu by the arm, and yanked him up from the floor. He Ji-yu was startled. Song Ji-han narrowed his eyes. "He Ji-yu, are you avoiding me?" "No, you won't even look me in the eye, and you say you're not avoiding me?" He Ji-yu sighed. "I really have a business trip. Go have your breakfast. How many days will you be on your trip?" "We're going to play in Saipan for 10 days. Come over after your trip is done." He Gu's gaze was somewhat evasive. "I really can't be sure when I'll be done with work. You still dare to say you're not avoiding me?" Song Ji-han, irritated, grabbed the front of his shirt. "What's been going on with you recently? Is it because of Feng Zheng?" He Ji-yu caught Song Ji-han's hand and slowly pulled it away from his collar. He said softly, "You're overthinking it. I'm just really busy with work." He Gu's indifferent attitude gave Song Ji-han a feeling of frustration, as if punching cotton. He was absolutely furious. "Are you still angry about that day? I was out of my mind then. Right? I was confused that day. I regret it too. If you hadn't lied to me first, and if I hadn't been drinking, I would never have treated you that way. Have I ever hurt you in all these years? I said you could hit me. Ask for any compensation you want. What's the use of holding onto your resentment like this?" He Ji-yu sighed. "Hitting you won't make me feel better." Song Juin immediately retorted, "Then what would make you feel better? Why do you care if I feel better or not?" He Ji-yu countered. Song Juin was momentarily speechless. He Gu's bright and clean eyes made it hard for him to look directly. He actually didn't know how to answer for a moment. "You've apologized, and I've accepted it. Now go eat." He Ji-yu continued to squat down and pack his luggage. Song Juin looked down at the crown of He Gu's head, a complex emotion rising in his heart. This person is clearly right in front of him, yet seems to be moving further away. As He Ji-yu packed, he secretly glanced at Song Juin's feet. Seeing that he hadn't left for a long time, He Ji-yu helplessly raised his head. "Aren't you eating? Eat with me," Song Juin stubbornly requested. He Ji-yu glanced at Song Juin and said, "I've eaten. Sit there and watch me eat." He Ji-yu stood up. "Come on." The two sat face to face. Song Juin hesitated for a moment before he started eating. He Ji-yu just watched him. Sometimes, looking at Song Juin like this, He Ji-yu often found it unbelievable. How did I end up spending so many years with this person? How did I, years ago, foolishly like him so much? Maybe it's because I never truly had him, so there's an obsession that I can't let go of. Next episode preview: Song Juin walks a tightrope on the edge of He Gu's boundaries. If you had a Song Juin in your life, do you think you would like him? He Ji-yu, I'm sending you on vacation. Don't be ungrateful. Song Juin looked at the obedient He Ji-yu, asking him to go to the resort after his business trip. Why such a lukewarm response? I had a lot of things to do before the year's end. I really don't have any holidays. The boss would never approve my leave. Song Junhin frowned with a hint of sarcasm. This is because you didn't come. So I had to take someone else. He lowered his eyes and let out a sigh. Song Junhin loudly set down his chopsticks with a snap, crossed his arms, and looked up at He Ji-yu with his chin raised. Yesterday in the break room, that was a model who's recently become very popular. Her figure is incredible. You should work out more diligently, too. Recently, even your waist isn't tight enough. He Ji-yu nodded without speaking. Who do you think I should take? Someone with a good figure, or a nice voice, or someone gentle and caring? I want to take a girl, so it's not troublesome if we get photographed. Song Junhin said this while observing He Gu's reaction. He Ji-yu just nodded again. He Ji-yu remained silent, watching him. He could only watch Song Junhin. Song Junhin was infuriated by Higu's indifference. He suddenly stood up, tossed out a "This is so pointless," and walked away. Hee-ji-yu was in an excruciating dilemma, thinking about breaking it off with Song Junhin. If he continued to be so clueless, the two of them would really be over soon. Hee-ji-yu didn't dare to think too much and grabbed his simple luggage to set off for Shencheng. As soon as Hee-ji-yu got off the plane, he felt a wave of humidity hit him, making his breathing much smoother. It seemed like it had been 4 or 5 years since Hee-ji-yu had seen his mother. Seeing his mother approaching, Hee-ji-yu felt a touch of nervousness. Seeing an 8 or 9-year-old girl next to his mother, Hee-ji-yu was taken aback. This petite woman, with wisdom and assertiveness that were starkly opposite to her soft voice, looked fuller than he remembered. "Sun Qing, let go. Why haven't you introduced her? This is Su Su, the daughter of your Uncle Li and me. She's 9 years old this year." Hee-jae smiled faintly and said he didn't expect to have a younger sister. He rubbed Su Su's cheek with his finger. Su Su shyly bit her lip. Sun Qing felt a bit awkward, having forgotten to mention her. Sun Qing sighed. "Hee-jae, Mom wants to tell you something. Don't be too upset. You would have to know sooner or later." Hee-jae tensed up. "What's wrong?" Hee-jae's mom said, "I'm sick, got sick." Sun Qing said this very calmly, as if it was nothing. "How can someone of my age not have illnesses or troubles? My only concern is Su Su," Sun Qing said softly. "Mom's only hope is that you can take care of your sister for me. It's okay even if you don't want to live with him. Just take good care of her and ensure that she gets what she deserves in the future." Next episode preview, Song Ju-han again causes a scandal, vacationing by the sea with a woman. Song Ju-han causes a sensation. Hee-jae feels very calm this time. Is he really ready to let go? Upon returning to the capital, Hee-jae, as if sensing something, went to the company ahead of his scheduled workday. When he arrived at the office, a few female colleagues were gossiping. The administrative sister, known for her matchmaking, was as loud as ever. "Oh, these celebrities, all messed up. A bunch of men and women frolicking in swimsuits, isn't that too liberal? They're at the beach, aren't they? What else should they wear if not swimsuits?" One of Song Ju-han's big fangirls argued in the office. Chen Shani was startled to see Hee-jae and stood up nervously. "President Hee, why are you here?" "I came early because I had something to do." Hee-jae glanced at them and pretended to be serious. "Gossiping during work hours, huh?" Chen Shan thought for a moment. "President Hee, do you also like Song Ju-han?" Hee-jae's expression froze. "What? Last time at Song Ji-han's concert, I saw you on TV. You must have friends on the inside, standing right by the stage." Hee-jin coughed lightly. "My friend works at the stadium. I just went to see since I was free that day." "Wow, I really admire President Hee. Did you get to meet Song Ji-han up close? Did you get his autograph?" Chen Shan looked at Hee-go with sparkling eyes. Ever since Chen Shan discovered his image, it was as if they shared a secret friendship, which brought them much closer, and she spoke much more freely than before. Hee-go smiled teasingly. "Just kidding, I had a meeting that day." "So, you were that close. Is Song Ji-han's skin really that good? Is he really 188 centimeters tall, or is it just hype?" Hee-go replied, "It's true, he is. But you haven't told Xiao Chen yet." Chen Shan shrugged her shoulders as if waking from a dream. "President Hee, I was wrong. I'll go right away." Hee-go glanced again at the newspaper featuring Song Ji-han's carefree, smiling figure, feeling a sharp pang in his heart. Passing by Chen Shan's desk, he noticed the newspaper on her desk showing photos of Song Ji-han and his team having a party on Sabin Island, with exaggerated, attention-grabbing headlines. There were some exaggerated eye-catching words used, but Song Juin was indeed very close to a woman. Hee-ji-yu hadn't taken Song Juin's matter to heart. After working for a long time, Hee-ji-yu relaxed a bit, and his phone rang. It was a selfie sent by Zhuang Ji-yu to Hee-ji-yu, jokingly calling him Uncle He and asking if he looked handsome. Hee-ji-yu jokingly replied that he looked like a monkey. Looking at the lively Zhuang Ji-yu, Hee-ji-yu felt a bit better under his influence. In the next episode preview, Hee-ji-yu seems to have forgotten the past. Song Juin challenges Hee-gu's limits again. Hee-ji-yu seems like Song Juin's pet, called to play whenever he thinks of him. Today, Song Juin had just returned from a trip to Saipan and had Xiao Song call Hee-ji-yu to pick up a gift. On the phone, Hee-ji-yu said he would send his assistant. Xiao Song just started to say it wasn't good to reveal Song Juin's address when Song Juin grabbed the phone and told Hee-ji-yu to come himself. Hee-ji-yu said he was going on a business trip tomorrow. Song Juin was a bit annoyed at Hee-gu's non-cooperation and sternly said, "I'm close to the train station, come quickly, I want to eat your cooking." Hee-ji-yu was used to this kind of behavior from Song Juin, but he didn't want to cook himself, so he packed up some of Song Juin's favorite food, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. The door opened, and Song Juin stood in the doorway looking at Hee-ji-yu. impatiently asking, I gave you a key, why didn't you use it? He Ji-yu ignored Song Juin's questioning, walked straight into the room, and casually said he didn't come often, so there was no need. After entering the room, Song Juin pointed at the gifts on the floor, looking proud, and told He Ji-yu to take a look at the pile. Xiao Song bought it for you. He Ji-yu let out a questioning sound. Xiao Song actually knew in his heart that Xiao Song couldn't have bought such an expensive gift for him, but he didn't expose it. When Song Juin saw He Gu's questioning expression, he arrogantly said again, don't overthink it. I said I wanted to give you a gift, so I asked Xiao Song to choose it. After saying this with a bit of guilt, Song Juin secretly glanced at He Ji-yu and asked if He Ji-yu liked it. Even though He Ji-yu knew what was going on, he still thanked Song Juin and said he liked it very much. Upon hearing He Gu's response, Song Juin snorted lightly and turned to open the takeout on the table. He Ji-yu quietly sat there accompanying him. Song Juin suddenly said, are you mute? Can't you talk to me? He Ji-yu was startled. Seeing Song Juin stand up from the table opposite, He Ji-yu didn't know why Song Juin suddenly got angry. He saw Song Juin walking towards him, suddenly grabbing He Gu's hand, saying, I'm done eating. Come shower with me. Song Juin dragged He Ji-yu towards the bathroom. Song Heda was too impatient, not knowing one should wait half an hour after eating to shower. Song Juin's 8 turtle moves were really conspicuous. He grumbled, why are you daydreaming? Do you want to wash your clothes together? He Ji-yu silently looked at Song Juin, who, without even glancing at He Ji-yu, elegantly picked up the showerhead. After turning on the faucet, he directly sprayed water towards He Ji-yu. Knowing Song Juin's temper, He Ji-yu felt particularly conflicted but still helplessly took off his shirt slowly. Song Ji-han saw He Ji-yu give in. Why did He Ji-yu start nibbling aimlessly under the shower? He Ji-yu was so scared that he kept backing away, but Song Ji-han pinned him against the wall, subdued him with a capture. But this time, Song Ji-han was not in a hurry. Instead, he gently told He Ji-yu to relax. He promised he wouldn't hurt He Ji-yu. However, the incident from last time still haunted He Ji-yu, but the familiar feeling towards Song Ji-han made him compromise again. It's a day of, the scar has healed, but the pain is forgotten. Next episode preview, Song Ji-han discovers He Gu's connection with Zhuang Ji-yu and angrily tells He Ji-yu to get lost. It's another day of our He Ji-yu being roared at by Song Ji-han. Feeling extremely down, maybe it's better to break up, it's too tortuous. Last episode mentioned that after returning from Saipan, Song Ji-han asked He Ji-yu to meet him. The next day He Ji-yu got up early to prepare for a business trip to Tang City. When he got up, Song Ji-han was still asleep. When he arrived at the high-speed train station, ready to take out his phone, it turned out to be a disaster. The phone was left at Song Ji-han's place. He Ji-yu is usually cautious and rarely makes such a careless mistake, so he hurried back, feeling relieved that Song Ji-han's place wasn't far from the high-speed train station. When he arrived at Song Ji-han's residence, he pressed the doorbell anxiously. After a while, the door was opened. He Ji-yu didn't have time to think and stepped in. Did I wake you up? He returned to the living room, only to see Song Ji-han holding someone, sitting on a stool. Those deep eyes were shooting bone-chilling cold light, fiercely glaring at him. Looking for this, aren't you? Song Ji-han shook his phone. Aren't you in a hurry to go on a business trip? Why did you come back on purpose? Are you worried about not being able to contact Zhuang Ji-yu, that bird brain? He got scolded by Song Ji-han and felt his brain go fuzzy for a moment. Song Ji-han glanced at his phone. At this moment, Song Ji-han was clenching his teeth. He took out his phone and pointed it at He Ji-yu. When did you two get together? When did you two get together? You've gotten this close behind my back. Damn it, uncle, he really wants to vomit. He threw the phone violently, and the fragile device shattered against the wall, breaking into pieces instantly. Song Ji-han roared at He Ji-yu. There's something very important in my phone. Can you listen to an explanation first? Song Ji-han squinted dangerously, staring intently at He Ji-yu. I didn't explain when I was drunk last time. That was my fault. Song Ji-han watched He Di squat down to pick up the phone, and from his superior position, he continued, how did you two meet? How did you get in touch? How has it developed? You've been getting colder to me lately. Is it because of that dark person? No, He Ji-yu shouted back defiantly. We met by accident, through a mutual friend. He likes to joke with me, that's all. Song Ji-han pointed at He Ji-yu, but his accusation was a bit stinky. Do you think I'm a fool to believe such nonsense? Did Zhuang Ji-yu provoke you? You seem quite excited about him, huh? He Ji-yu took a deep breath, trying to suppress his emotions, and said in a heavy voice, no, no. Song Ji-han hooked He Gu's chin and sneered, you know he's a zero, right? No, it's because you don't know how to use that thing, huh? He Ji-yu ignored his mockery, turned his head away, not looking at Song Ji-han. But at that moment, Song Ji-han hooked Hee-goo's head back and said in a mocking tone, "That's right. You've always been taken care of by me all these years. Do you even know how to please someone else? Do you know how to wait for others?" It seems like Hee Ji-yu was provoked by what Song Ji-han said and shouted, "Song Ji-han, have you said enough?" He angrily tore away Song Ji-han's hand. Song Ji-han was also stunned. He had never seen Hee Ji-yu so furious. Next episode preview, Hee Ji-yu finally brings up breaking up, but can they really part? Hee Ji-yu feels a sense of masochism, having always wanted to let go but unable to. This time it's his turn to rise up. In the previous episode, when Song Ji-han challenged Hee Ji-yu, saying his thing was useless, Hee Ji-yu got angry and roared at Song Ji-han. Whether it's Feng Zheng or Ji-yu Qingpei, if it's Zhuang Ji-yu, I've always been clear and innocent with them. Now he wants to ask Song Ji-han, from the very root of this matter, what right do you have to control who I make friends with or who I sleep with? Hee-goo's words fell like sharp ice. After speaking, Hee Ji-yu felt a sharp pain in his heart, almost bending over in agony. He said it, Hee Ji-yu really said it. Song Ji-han's eyes widened. What the hell did you say? Hee Ji-yu really didn't have the courage to repeat it, and could only wait with his lips tightly sealed for Song Ji-han's judgment. I have no right to control you, Song Ji-han said, like a wild beast pushed into a corner. He abruptly took 2 steps towards Hee Ji-yu, who instinctively stepped back. His entire body seemed about to explode, his fists cracking. Song Ji-han yelled, "I have no right to control you." Finally, he grabbed a chair and threw it towards a row of shelves against the wall, causing a loud crashing noise. The scene suddenly became chaotic as Song Ju-in pointed at Hee Ji-yu and yelled, "If you get sick, whose fault is it? Do you know how many people Zhuang Ji-yu has been with? Why can't you stand the loneliness? Do you have to be so weak in the knees every time? That's enough." Hee-goo's eyes were red and his voice was trembling. "How many people have you messed around with?" Song Ju-in grabbed Hee Ji-yu by the collar. "Can I be like you? How many people have you seen?" He angrily pushed Hee Ji-yu away and continued to reprimand him. "Can't wait to bite the hook after flirting a little, huh? You've never even blown a bubble in your life, have you?" Hee Ji-yu was trembling with anger. "Song Ju-in, don't go too far." Song Ju-in was really provoked and furious. "So what if I go too far? Dare to control me? You can control me, but I can't control you?" Hee Ji-yu retorted. Song Ju-in's extremely beautiful face was now distorted and frightening. Song Ju-in suddenly leaned forward. "That's right, if you're not satisfied, then get out. Have I ever been so good to anyone? I've been tolerating you everywhere these days. You don't even know how to smile with that face of yours. I'm tired of it. I've put up with you for so many years, and I'm fed up. Get out." Hee Ji-yu was trembling all over. His legs were so weak he could barely stand. He barely held on to his last shred of dignity. As he passed by Song Ju-in, he said, "Fine, I'll leave," and walked towards the door without looking back. Next episode preview, Hee Ji-yu defended Zhuang Ji-yu, angering Song Ju-in. Han told Hee Ji-yu that he's tired of playing the blowing bubble candy game with him and told him to get out of his house. Song Ju-in suddenly changed his expression, grabbed him by the collar, and pressed him against the wall. In a cold voice, he said, "Remember to tell your little monkey that he won't have any more opportunities to perform. Go back home and do whatever you need to do." Hee Ji-yu grabbed his hand and gritted his teeth. "Don't do this." Zhuang Ji-yu, a 19-year-old kid, struggling alone in the vast capital city. The hardships and difficulties he faces are self-evident. Song Ju-in could block all his paths with just a word. You felt sorry for him. Song Ju-in was so angry he wanted to devour Hee Di. Pointing at Hee Ji-yu, he warned him not to touch you. If he dared to defy me, he should bear the consequences. After saying this, he pushed Hee Ji-yu away harshly. Hee Ji-yu clenched his fist, knowing he was powerless. He found it hard even to protect himself. He could only rush out the door before he shattered into pieces. As the door closed, Hee Ji-yu heard the sound of the room being torn apart, furious and full of rage. Is it really over? Hee Ji-yu kept asking himself. But a small voice in his heart refuted. His heart ached intensely, and he slowly slid down the wall. 6 years of being together had formed a habit. From now on, he could never touch him again, never embrace him. There would be no Song Ju-in in his life anymore. Hee Ji-yu lifted his hand and gave himself a heavy slap. Leave, Hee Ji-yu, leave this place and end it all. In the afternoon, Hee Ji-yu went to the old house left by his parents. Seeing the familiar place, he couldn't remember how long it had been since he last returned. When he opened the door, the room's furnishings remained unchanged. Since his parents divorced, it had been left empty. Hee Ji-yu tidied up a bit. Then, he curled up on the sofa, replaying everything that happened this morning in his mind. He couldn't understand why something as beautiful as liking someone could bring such despair. Why can't love retain only the beautiful parts, without mixing in bitterness? Perhaps it's because his love wasn't worthy of being called love. It was just one-sided. He Ji-yu fell asleep in a daze, and in a trance, he heard a knocking sound. He woke up startled from his dream. Before his brain could react, he ran to open the door. Zhuang Ji-yu poked his head in, looking aggrieved, and said, "I knew you'd be here." He Ji-yu just stared at Zhuang Ji-yu and asked how he found the place. After squeezing through the door, Zhuang Ji-yu lamented, "I'm so miserable. I've offended a big shot in the entertainment industry. I can't survive anymore." He Ji-yu rubbed his temples, annoyed by Zhuang Ji-yu's noise, and told him to lower his voice. Zhuang Ji-yu pouted. Looking aggrieved, he took Higu's hand and placed it on his head. He Ji-yu understood, patted it lightly, and said softly, "Stop playing tricks." In the next episode preview, Zhuang Ji-yu can't act anymore and plans to rely on He Ji-yu to support him. Zhuang Ji-yu is actually a nice guy, at least he can make He Ji-yu laugh happily. In the last episode, it was mentioned that Zhuang Ji-yu faced obstacles in acting and later sought out He Ji-yu. He told He Ji-yu that he's reached the end of the line in the entertainment industry and pitifully said he owes tens of thousands. He Ji-yu sighed and suggested he find a steady job. Zhuang Ji-yu, looking worried, said he doesn't know how to do anything, except for being somewhat good-looking. Or maybe he should just open a Taobao store and be his own model, though he doesn't know where to source the goods. Zhuang Ji-yu suddenly lay down on the sofa, insisting, "I don't care. I don't care if you blame me, you have to support me first." It's really helpless to look at him. Just as I was about to speak, Zhuang Ji-yu said she wanted to go to sleep for beauty rest, asking me not to disturb her. Not long after, my phone rang. It was Xiao Song. Carefully, Xiao Song asked, "Bro, are you okay?" I, who never shows a hint of weakness in front of others, softly said no. "I knew it. How did you end up mixing with Zhuang Ji-yu? He's heartless, he'll never take you seriously," I tiredly said. "There's nothing between him and me." "What did he say?" "Actually, Han Jie didn't want to break up with you." "Really? I know Han Jie has feelings for you." "Really?" My heart felt no ripple. Xiao Song then said, "Do you remember your last birthday? That afternoon, we had a very important reality show, 80,000 a minute, and a penalty of 1 million if breached. Han Jie, a very professional man, said he wouldn't go because he had promised to spend your birthday with you first." My eyes opened and my heart finally fluctuated. "Really?" Xiao Song continued to tell me the truth. "Although Han Jie is a bit of a playboy, he is absolutely the best for you. Don't be mad at me for saying this, but we all think privately that you are the main wife." I bitterly smiled, feeling my face tighten. "Xiao Song, are you insulting me with your words?" Xiao Song hurriedly apologized. "I'm so sorry, bro, I didn't mean anything else. Today is my birthday, please come and have fun. Han Jie is also asking you, just do it as a favor for me." I took a deep breath. "I'll go," thinking it would be the last time I see Song Ji-han, to put an end to my unrequited love of 10 years. Arriving at the KTV, Xiao Song grabbed my arm like he was seeing a lifesaver, almost ready to burst into tears. "Thank you for coming." He clutched my arm and led me to the private room. Han Jie hasn't arrived yet. I still have to entertain other people. We walked shoulder to shoulder into the room, only to encounter an unexpected person. Peng Fang and Yuan Yang, high-energy preview for the next episode. Peng Fang's gossip let me know about Song Ji-han and Feng Zheng's affair. When I went to celebrate Xiao Song's birthday, I ran into acquaintances, Peng Fang and Yuan Yang, and sadness ensued. Peng Fang, the gossip, dropped a bombshell. "Isn't this He Ji-yu?" I say, "Wherever you go in Jingcheng, you can bump into someone familiar." Peng Fang elbowed Yuan Yang. "Remember? We drank together last time." "Hello, Mr. Peng. Why did you shake hands with him?" Peng Fang asked why you came. Jin He Ji-yu replied it was Xiao Song's birthday. Peng Fang curiously said, "How do you know Song Juan's assistant?" He Ji-yu hesitated and said, "Song Juan and I are alumni." Peng Fang said thoughtfully, "No wonder. Does Feng Zheng know you know Song Juan?" He Ji-yu looked at Peng Fang curiously. "He knows." Peng Fang showed a meaningful smile. Yuan Yang rolled his eyes. "You're so nosy." He Ji-yu vaguely sensed something. "What? Is there a problem?" Peng Fang blinked mysteriously. "You don't know, right? Let me tell you a little gossip. Song Juan and Feng Zheng used to be a thing." He Gu's eyes widened, his mind went blank. Song Juan and Feng Zheng used to be a thing. Peng Fang's words were like a torpedo exploding in He Gu's heart. Peng Fang was startled by He Gu's suddenly pale face. "Hey, are you okay?" He Ji-yu hadn't snapped out of it yet. "What does used to be a thing mean? Is it what I think it means?" He Ji-yu felt like he heard something unbelievable. How could Peng Fang say such a thing? Song Juan and Feng Zheng. Impossible. They are always at odds, like water and fire. They have had conflicts for years. He Ji-yu felt a sudden sharp pain in his heart. He staggered and Peng Fang quickly supported him. Completely puzzled, He Ji-yu, what's wrong with you? You don't have a heart condition, do you? He Ji-yu grabbed his arm with such force that Peng Fang winced. He Ji-yu looked at him, his eyes blank. With a trembling voice, he asked, when? When what? Peng Fang was still thinking if He Ji-yu was about to faint, if he should call an ambulance. When were they a thing? He Ji-yu suddenly shouted, startling Peng Fang. After glancing at Yuan Yang, who was gleefully watching Peng Fang with a "serves you right" expression, Peng Fang felt very embarrassed and began to backtrack. Well, it's actually nothing, it was a long time ago, back in middle school. So, they were just high school kids, right? Who hasn't had a youthful phase? Don't rush me. He Jie kept repeating in his mind, Song Jihan and Feng Zheng and Song Jihan. Slowly leaning against the wall, he became completely dazed, finally understanding, so that's how it is. I'm just a joke. Next episode preview, He Jie finally understands the situation between Song Jihan and Feng Zheng. He also realizes that he is the casualty of their rivalry. Oh wow, Peng Fang, your mouth has really set Yuan Yang off. This is on you. Knowing the truth, Gugu was really hurt when she found out about Song Jihan and Feng Zheng's past. She couldn't hold herself together. It turns out the two were childhood friends. As they grew up, they were always compared to each other, which pushed them further apart and even sparked a competitive spirit. This is what they both told him, at least that's what Feng Zheng said, and Song Jihan didn't deny it. He never doubted it, he never imagined that two people, always at each other's throats upon meeting, could have ever gotten along. How could this be? This explains everything, why Song Jihan was interested in him from the moment they met, why Feng Zheng was so resentful. His relationship with Song Jihan, all of it gives the most real and most cruel explanation for these years. So what is he? Just a minor character used to advance the plot, stirring up minor troubles between the two main characters, but the entire story wouldn't change for him. How could he dare to fantasize that Song Jihan would like him? His secret crush of 10 years, the 6 years they spent together, what are they? A complete joke. How does Song Jihan see him? Just casually hooking up after a few tries. How could his ex-boyfriend's taste be so poor? And how does Feng Zheng see him? How does Feng Zheng view him? Song Jihan approached you because of me. Why are you still so eager to get closer? After so many years, how did they mock him behind his back, calling him foolish, sad, and overestimating himself? Even after Feng Zheng hinted to him, he still wouldn't turn back, thinking he was cool by staying by Song Jihan's side as a car companion. That was just a step he gave himself. He knew very well that he just liked him too much. He couldn't let go. He put all his effort and heart into loving this person, treated him like a monkey for so many years. He was sincere, full of guilt. As a friend, he watched his joke for over 6 years. If Feng Zheng had told him the truth initially, even with the thickest skin, he couldn't have continued to be entangled with Song Jihan. But there are no ifs here. He spent the most precious time of his life guarding his one-sided affection, moving himself to nearly death, thoroughly entertaining others. He really wanted to vomit. Why is he still sober now? Why can't shame and despair take him to heaven? At this moment, Peng Fang awkwardly grabbed his hair. Why, man? You shouldn't. Even if you and Feng Zheng are good now, you shouldn't care about what happened over 10 years ago. Men should be more open-minded. Peng Fang, as if he hadn't heard, slowly turned around and walked outside. Just the thought of Song Jihan coming over soon made him feel sick. Yuan Yang told Peng Fang that he wasn't in the right state and asked the driver to take him back. Peng Fang, you can't drive like this. Do you need to go to the hospital, or should I have the driver take you home? Peng Fang had just reached the elevator when it dinged and opened, revealing Song Jihan and Zhuang Jiyu. Today was overwhelming for Peng Fang because his mouth had already caused trouble. He saw that Peng Fang wasn't looking right, and he was afraid that Peng Fang would have to lie down after walking a few steps. Just as he and Yuan Yang were about to catch up, 2 people came out of the elevator. Now, the 5 of them faced each other outside the elevator, Peng Fang, Yuan Yang, and Song Jihan. Inside the elevator were Song Jihan and Zhuang Jiyu. Song Jihan, seeing Peng Fang, paused for a moment, then immediately grabbed Zhuang Jiyu, looking at Peng Fang triumphantly. Zhuang Jiyu, however, panicked. Peng Fang, what are you doing here? Peng Fang looked at them with a vacant expression. Song Jihan raised his chin and glanced at He Jiyu. You don't look too good. Are you jealous? It's just a meal with your little monkey. He Jiyu heard himself speaking mechanically. Do you really enjoy this kind of thing so much? Song Jihan frowned and said, what's wrong with you? He felt that He Gu's condition was off, different from any other time. He Jiyu stared intently at Song Jihan, like a person who seemed weak and about to collapse at any moment. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and like an arrow, he shot forward from his spot. In 2 strides, he was in front of Song Jihan, and amidst everyone's gasps, he swung a punch towards Song Ji-han's face. After knocking him to the ground and fiercely slamming him into the elevator doors, there was a loud clang. Peng Fang was the first to react, rushing over to embrace He Ji-yu, exclaiming, "He Ji-yu, have you gone mad?" At that moment, Yuan Chong turned his head and glared at the two waiters, barking sharply, "Put away your phones and get lost." Zhuang Ji-yu was standing against the wall, looking at He Ji-yu, then at Song Ji-han, with a face that read, "The world is doomsday." He Ji-yu was panting heavily, his body hair standing on end. Song Ji-han's eyes were bloodshot as he enunciated each word, "You hit me for Zhuang Ji-yu." Like a leopard, Song Ji-han sprang up from the ground, fiercely grabbed He Ji-yu by the throat, and slammed him against the wall. His huge fist was raised high. "You dare hit me." Just as Song Ji-han's fist was about to fall, he abruptly stopped. He Ji-yu cried. Tears instantly filled his eyes and, unable to bear the weight, slid down, falling in large drops onto his clothes. In all the years they had known each other, aside from some reflexive tears during certain life events, Song Ji-han had never seen He Ji-yu cry. Song Ji-han felt a sudden, piercing pain in his heart. He burst into tears. Song Ji-han's fist weakly dropped, and he loosened his grip. Incredulous and trembling, he asked, "Why are you crying?" He started to panic and finally managed to say, "Don't cry." Through tear-blurred eyes, he faintly saw the outline of Song Ji-han. Listening to his own voice echoing in his ears, "You and Feng Zheng were together?" Song Ji-han felt as if struck by lightning, as if a conspiracy had been uncovered right before him, and he was furiously embarrassed. He roared, "Who told you that?" He asked Song Ji-han again if it was true or not. Song Ji-han's face turned pale, his lips quivered but he didn't speak. He had already gotten his answer. He turned to leave, but Song Ji-han stepped forward to stop him. "That was all in the past. Who exactly told you?" He suddenly realized, and turned his head to glare fiercely at Peng Fang. Peng Fang really wanted to crawl into a hole. With a face full of apology, he could only put his palms together and gave Song Ji-han a gesture of apology, coldly adding, "You talk too much, I've told you so many times." Peng Fang angrily told him to shut up. Song Ji-han wished he could strangle Peng Fang, but he had no time to deal with him now. He grabbed him and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense, we haven't finished talking." He let him go, his voice hollow as if his soul had been drained. "Song Ji-han, I never thought that one day I would be the first to say this." He took a deep breath, seemingly using his last bit of strength to say, "Let's break up." Next episode preview, he proposes a breakup in front of everyone. Song Ji-han gets angry. The previous episode ended with him challenging Song Ji-han. Song Ji-han realized the seriousness of the situation when he saw his opponent walking away. At that moment, Song Ji-han shouted his name, but he did not turn back. Song Ji-han, like a wounded beast, was furious. "Feng Zheng and I are just old news from over a decade ago. Why bring this up to bother me?" Xiao Song, arriving at the chaotic scene, almost fainted. "What happened, Brother Han?" Xiao Song ran up to intervene but was frightened back by the despair and darkness in He Gu's eyes. He Ji-yu, Song Ji-han was both angry and anxious, his whole being about to collapse. "Think carefully before you speak. Do you think I, Song Ji-han, can't live without you?" "Who really can't live without whom? If you dare to leave, then don't come back." Song Ji-han seemed like he might explode and attack someone any second. Song Ji-han seems like he might jump up and attack someone any second, but right now he doesn't even have the courage to get close to He Ji-yu. His brain seems to have stopped working. He Ji-yu, however, doesn't want to think about anything. All his thoughts eventually condense into those heart-wrenching 3 words, Song Ji-han. Over 6 years of perseverance turned into a joke. He Ji-yu can't even muster the energy to hate Song Ji-han or Feng Zheng. He even feels that he deserves to suffer. After returning home, he just lies there motionless, just lying there. If he is only being decadent, then he feels like a wooden man, completely drained from the inside out. At this moment, the doorbell rings persistently. He Ji-yu hears Zhuang Jieyu's voice. Zhuang Jiyeyu lets out a sigh of relief as soon as he sees him. "You scared me to death." He Ji-yu looks at him expressionlessly. "Are you afraid I might do something foolish?" No. Zhuang Jiyeyu scratches his head. "It's good you're okay." He Ji-yu turns and enters the house. Zhuang Jiyeyu quickly follows him in, hurriedly explaining, "Today it was Song Ji-han who asked me to go. He said as long as I accompany her out, she wouldn't hold a grudge against me. I really didn't know you would be there." Zhuang Jiyeyu sees that He Ji-yu doesn't react and his eyes fill with sadness. "Please don't be like this. Song Ji-han is not a good person. Please stop liking him, okay? He's not worth it." Zhuang Jiyeyu moves in front of him, forcing a smile. "Actually, everyone experiences heartbreak. Time heals all wounds. I know you're suffering now. I'm free these days, I'll keep you company. It'll be fun being with me, you'll get better soon." He Ji-yu asks Zhuang Ji-yu, don't you have anything to do, to stay at my place all the time? Zhuang Ji-yu playfully looks at He Ji-yu, is that bad? I'm handsome, cute, and humorous. He Ji-yu helplessly says, you can't live off your face forever. Zhuang Ji-yu stubbornly said, my brain doesn't work well. All the nutrition went to my face. Next episode preview, Feng Zheng's phone call made Hegu even more heartbroken. If it weren't for the main character's plot armor, Zhuang Ji-yu would be a good choice. In the last episode, after Hegu broke up with Song Juan, Hegu kept avoiding himself. At this time, Zhuang Ji-yu came to see Hegu. Knowing Hegu was feeling miserable, he stayed with him. Seeing Hegu not speaking, Zhuang Ji-yu tried to please him and said, you must be hungry. I'm pretty good at cooking. See how virtuous I am. Before he could finish his sentence, Hegu's phone inconveniently rang. Zhuang Ji-yu leaned closer to Hegu obsequiously, and upon seeing the caller ID, he said the name Feng Zheng. Zhuang Ji-yu swallowed and looked at Hegu, saying, how about we don't answer it? At this moment, Hegu was silent for a moment, his eyes showing no emotion. Zhuang Ji-yu sighed and said, I'll go warm up in the bedroom. You guys talk. The day Hegu answered the phone, Feng Zheng's voice came through, what's going on? What did Song Juan do to you? Hegu clenched his fist secretly and replied, what Song Juan did is no longer necessary to mention. But I do have a question for you. When Feng Zheng answered, his voice was somewhat repressed, and Hegu, with his remaining dignity, asked Feng Zheng, why didn't you tell me you and Song Juan were together before? Feng Zheng replied that he didn't know how to say it, because he knew Hegu was infatuated with Song Juan and didn't want Hegu to get hurt. Hegu suppressed his voice and let out a helpless, I understand. Hegu continued, I used to think Song Juan didn't like anyone. It was only natural he didn't like me. It seems I was wrong from the beginning. Feng Zheng anxiously said to He Ji-yu on the phone, He Ji-yu, don't hang up. When we were young, we were both young and of similar family backgrounds. We got along well at first. After we parted ways, we both wanted to outdo each other. Whoever got close to us, we would sabotage. We would fight over anything. Song Ji-han once asked me why I broke up with him. He was curious to see who Feng Zheng would end up with. When you met Song Ji-han, I started worrying about you from the way he looked at you. After I found out about you too, I even confronted him. At that time, Song Ji-han and I even got into a fight. I warned Song Ji-han to stay away from you and not to approach you. But Song Ji-han arrogantly said, the person I fancy is just so-so, and mocked me, saying that someone who blushes at a word didn't take much time to be hooked. I can't bear to think about Song Ji-han's disdainful and contemptuous attitude now. He Ji-yu was holding the phone and listening, but his heart was shattered like dumpling filling. He felt truly pitiful. His 10 years of unrequited love were ridiculed and looked down upon. This blow was truly cruel. Can you forgive me? Feng Zheng said guiltily. Hegu's voice was somewhat hollow as he answered Feng Zheng. I once regarded you as a close friend, so I cannot, and then decisively hung up the phone. He collapsed on the sofa, deep in thought, and the tears that flowed were just mocking his own humiliation. He Ji-yu finally peeled off the unpleasantness with Song Ji-han. Perhaps this is a good thing. At least it allows him to see the reality clearly. In the next episode preview, Song Ji-han confronts He Ji-yu, saying that the house He Ji-yu lives in is his. Song Ji-han, you egomaniac, only care about your own feelings, completely ignoring Hegu's mindset. A selfish and impulsive guy. Today, He Ji-yu drank a bit too much due to work-related socializing. When he came out of the elevator, he was still a bit tipsy. He Ji-yu had a headache, probably because of his mood. He felt he shouldn't have drunk so much. Just as he was about to open the door, a hand suddenly grabbed his hand that was unlocking the door. He Ji-yu turned around in shock. Right at that moment, Song Juan was standing behind him. Song Juan questioned him unceremoniously, where did you go so late at night? And why do you smell like alcohol? He Ji-yu showed a look of disdain, pulled back his hand forcefully, and distanced himself from Song Juan. In a cold voice, he asked, what are you doing here? Song Juan looked at He Ji-yu with a haughty expression and replied, I bought this house. Do I need to report to you when I come? Hearing Song Juan's words, He Ji-yu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This house was bought by Song Juan? It's time to return it, otherwise, he would never be able to disentangle himself from Song Juan. Seeing that He Ji-yu was actually distracted, Song Juan became even more furious. Where exactly did you go? Who did you go drinking with? He Ji-yu tried hard to suppress his emotions and said expressionlessly, do I have to report to you who I go out with? He Ji-yu, you are getting bolder and bolder, you even dare to argue with me. Song Juan took a quick step forward, grabbed his arm, and at the touch, He Ji-yu fiercely shook off Song Juan's hand, telling him not to touch him. He looked up, his face incredulous. It's been a month, haven't you had enough? Ji-yu was getting angry. My emotions are bursting out, Song Juin. I wasn't playing games with you. I made it clear that day, we are done. Song Juin said sternly, let's make this clear. As long as you still live in this house, we are not done. Ji-yu took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, Song Juin. I will return your house, but for now, please leave. Song Juin stared, say that again. Ji-yu didn't want to get entangled with Song Juin any further, enunciating each word, I will return your house. Who wants a broken house? Song Juin kicked the door open, roared furiously, Ji-yu, do you really not recognize what's good for you? Ji-yu tried to keep as much distance from Song Juin as possible, coldly saying, I may not know what's good, but I know what's important. All he wanted now was for Song Juin to leave quickly, but Song Juin had no intention of letting go. He dashed forward, grabbing Ji-yu, staring intently into his eyes. That thing with Feng Zheng 800 years ago, do you really need to be relentless? Song Juin pinned him against the wall. It was when Feng Zheng and I were together when we were 15 or 16. What did I know back then? It was just novelty. Later, when I saw you, initially it was for fun, but then it was only because it was you. It had nothing to do with Feng Zheng. Suddenly, Song Juin clenched his teeth. He had barely spoken any soft words in his life, but after waiting a month without seeing Ji-yu, he truly felt anxious. Preview of next episode, is Song Ju-hoon confessing? Why does Haegu seem to be forgiving him again? Song Ju-hoon has been waiting a month for Haegu to admit his mistakes, but when Haegu doesn't show up, Song Ju-hoon becomes anxious. He sees Haegu softening and bowing his head in front of him. Why won't Haegu forgive himself? You never used to leave. Even if I went far away, you would wait for me, giving me a place to return to. How can you cut ties with me? You can't ignore me. So many years have passed, Haegu, you can't leave. Haegu doesn't know what Song Ju-hoon is up to. His gaze can't meet Song Ju-hoon's, but Song Ju-hoon turns his face towards him. Haegu seriously asks him, how have you seen me these 6 years? Song Ju-hoon is taken aback and doesn't know how to respond. His hand, placed on Haegu's face, loosens. You don't need to say it, I know. At first, you must have looked down on me, but then you got used to it. To have someone like me, who doesn't fuss or talk back, always at your call. Haegu speaks with unnerving calmness, as if those shameful words describe someone else. I really can't imagine how you and Feng Cheng see me. I must appear so contemptible in your eyes. Song Ju-hoon sharply says, don't talk nonsense. I've never looked down on you. The reason I didn't tell you about Feng Cheng is that I thought it wasn't necessary. Haegu gives a bitter smile. Indeed, you didn't need to tell me. Song Ju-hoon looks at Haegu's pale face and can't help but think of Haegu's tears, which immediately softens his heart. He moves closer to Haegu and softens his voice. Haegu, stop it, okay? Can't we be like before? What haven't I given you? How about I take you on a vacation for the new year, just the two of us? You can choose wherever you want to go. Song Junhin speaks with an air of naivety. His tone is like a child trading friendship for a lollipop. Haegu is heartbroken and forces himself to stay composed, whispering, what you gave me is insignificant to you, but what I gave you has exhausted all I have. Song Juin's face changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and said, then what else do you want? Song Juin was almost driven mad with anger. In his entire life, who had he ever bowed his head to? Why did he constantly say soft words to Ji-yu? Yet Ji-yu was still so ungrateful. Ji-yu closed his eyes, you can go. I've already given up everything I could ask from you. Hearing what Ji-yu said, Song Juin's eyes gleamed with anger. He punched fiercely, hitting the security door next to Haegu's face with a loud bang. Haegu's body trembled but he didn't open his eyes. Song Juin took a deep look at Ji-yu, feeling a blockage in his chest. He clenched his fists and turned to leave. It wasn't until he heard the sound of the elevator door closing that Ji-yu slowly opened his eyes, but his eyes were filled with darkness. The sudden relaxation made Ji-yu collapse and sit on the ground. His heart still felt unbearably uncomfortable. She comforted herself, thinking it wouldn't hurt anymore in the future. In the next episode preview, Song Juin brings his music team to Haegu's home to seek creative inspiration. Song Juin asks Ji-yu to collaborate, but Ji-yu refuses. Song Juin causes trouble again. Truly, Song Juin is such a troublemaker. Today, Ji-yu was dealing with old house renovations and was walking towards his front door while talking on the phone, instructing the construction team on some renovation details. As he approached his door, he could already hear music without pressing his ear against it. He was startled. His first reaction was that it must be Song Juin. The building he lived in had 2 apartments per floor. Ji-yu hesitated for a moment and decided to stay at a hotel. Just as he turned to leave, the next-door neighbor's older sister suddenly opened her door with an angry expression. Isn't it enough already? What's going on in your house? It's so late and still so noisy. Ji-yu apologized to the sister with a face full of apology. This is too much. The sister slammed her door shut angrily. Ji-yu helplessly took out his key and opened the door. The noise inside the house suddenly stopped. Ji-yu saw that it wasn't just Song Juin, he had brought his entire creative team over. The floor and coffee table were a mess. Seeing this, Ji-yu felt a headache coming on. Keyboardist Shang knew Ji-yu and greeted him, but Ji-yu ignored him. Gu's face was stern, and his gaze finally landed on Song Juin. "What are you doing?" Song Juin nonchalantly said, "You're back." Ji-yu narrowed his eyes and repeated, "What are you doing?" Song Juin shrugged. "They said they wanted a change of environment. Otherwise, they had no inspiration. So I brought them to a safe and comfortable place." Ji-yu already clenched his fists tightly. He didn't know what Song Juin was thinking. Just as he began to say, "You," Song Juin, with a matter-of-fact expression, interrupted, "What's wrong? Can't I come? I'm just looking for a place to create." Ji-yu clenched his fists in anger. He was really infuriated by Song Juin's behavior. This is a residential area. The neighbors are about to call the police. Ji-yu stepped forward, intending to ask Song Juin to come inside to talk, but suddenly he smelled something strange. The smell was hard to describe, a bit like burning grass. He frowned. "What is this smell?" Sheng tapped the table nonchalantly and said, "Inspiration." Sheng laughed, and the others laughed along with him. A light bulb went off in Gu's head, and he immediately realized what they were doing. He stared at Song Juin in disbelief and gritted his teeth. "Song Juin." Song Juin nodded towards Ji-yu, indicating to talk inside. Ji-yu dropped his briefcase and followed Song Juin into the bedroom. Once the door closed, Ji-yu growled, "What are you doing?" They said they needed inspiration. Song Juin's eyes never left Gu's face. "Relax, I never touch the stuff. I need to protect my voice. But you can't do it in my house," Ji-yu started to say, but was cut off mid-sentence by Song Juin's, "Your house?" He gritted his teeth. "Song Juin, this house was bought by you. Yes, I will give it back to you, but for now, I'm still living here. Please take them and leave." Song Juin's expression changed slightly. "In front of so many people, you won't even give me face?" Ji-yu was about to lose it. He said to Song Juin, "You're simply unreasonable." Next episode preview, the creative inspiration of Song Juin's team causes trouble for Ji-yu. Today, Song Juin feels that Ji-yu didn't give him face in front of his team, while Ji-yu thinks Song Juin is simply unreasonable. Just as Song Juin was saying something, they both heard a rapid knocking on the door. "Open up, we are the police." Song Juin came out, holding a bottle of perfume, spraying it while saying calmly, "Don't panic, Ji-yu, go open the door." Ji-yu walked over and opened the door a crack. "Officer, we are not." But the police didn't give him any time to explain and forcefully pushed the door open. Ji-yu couldn't react in time, and the door hit him hard on the forehead. Ji-yu, Juin shouted, rushing over to support Ji-yu, his eyes glaring at the people outside, cursing, "You sons of bitches." Before he could finish speaking, he was stunned. A crowd of police and reporters flooded into the room, with the reporters especially eager to take photos. At this moment, a familiar woman appeared, Han Sheng's wife, Xiao Rui. A man who looked like a captain wrinkled his nose and said, "We received a report that there was a public disturbance here. Everyone is detained." Sheng suddenly sprang up from the ground, pointing at his wife and shouting, "You crazy bitch." Xiao Rui's pretty face twisted in anger. "Yes, I am crazy, driven mad by you." Sheng roared and tried to pounce on her, but two policemen rushed to pin him down. The room was in chaos, as if it were being demolished, with reporters scrambling to take pictures. Ji-yu saw a reporter approaching Song Juin and hurried to block them, but someone forcefully pushed him aside. Why was he pushed to the ground, and before he could even get up, he was viciously kicked twice. The reporters did not want to miss this explosive news, especially news about Song Jihan. Song Jihan got a bit irritable under the harsh flashing lights, covered his face with his hand, and shouted angrily for those people to get lost. A police captain angrily asked who the homeowner was, to which Ji-yu responded tremulously that it was him. The police pointed at Ji-yu and loudly ordered for the assembly to be dispersed, the noise contained, and everyone to be taken away. Ji-yu was stunned, his face filled with a look of horror, wondering where he had gone wrong. Suddenly, Song Jihan pulled Ji-yu behind him and said sternly, "It has nothing to do with him. I brought the people here, he didn't know." The captain didn't listen and ordered everyone to be taken away. Throughout the process, Ji-yu was still dazed. He was taken to an interrogation room, sitting across from a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes. The visitor introduced himself as Mr. Chen, a lawyer from Song Media, sent by Song He. After understanding the whole situation, Lawyer Chen adjusted his glasses, his face shrewd and indifferent. "Mr. He, since the incident happened at your house, it's difficult for you to be uninvolved." Ji-yu, a bit agitated, trembled slightly and told the lawyer that he did not harbor those people. Lawyer Chen interrupted him. I know you are innocent, Mr. He. This incident was triggered by Han Sheng and his wife's divorce dispute. Song Ji-han is a public figure, such a scandal could be devastating for him. He Ji-yu looked up, his eyes somewhat bewildered, and asked the lawyer, what does President Song mean? Preview of the next episode, Song Yi asks the lawyer to persuade He Ji-yu to take the blame for Song Ji-han's mistakes. The harm Song Ji-han has caused He Ji-yu was completely unguarded, and this time, because of his nature, Song Ji-han pushes He Ji-yu into the abyss. He Ji-yu realized that lawyer Chen was pushing him to take the blame because of Song Yi's instructions. The lawyer continued persuading He Ji-yu, explaining that Song Juin is an actor with self-discipline. He is just negligent in management. If he were to take the consequences, Mr. He would also feel reluctant, wouldn't he? He Ji-yu stared at the lawyer and calmly said, Song Juin did nothing wrong. I believe you have the ability to prove it. The lawyer gently shook his head. The house is under his name. He would still face related charges of fraud and forgery. We hope he is completely innocent. He Ji-yu looked at the person across from him in surprise. Completely innocent? Lawyer Chen, as a legal professional, you might as well be straightforward. Then Lawyer Chen explained his thoughts and the meaning of Song Yi's instructions, requesting He Ji-yu to admit that he called the person home for the gathering. The more He Ji-yu listened, the angrier he became, but he clenched his fist silently and did not lose his temper. He Ji-yu deliberated on what would happen if he agreed. As long as he provided the testimony as they wished. As long as you give a statement according to their wishes, he will be put in a passive position. He Ji-yu also knows how ruthless Song Yi is. He is fully capable of shifting the blame onto himself, and then he will be left speechless. Finally, He Ji-yu clenched his fist secretly and whispered, is this what Song Juin means too? Lawyer Chen pressed his lips and did not answer Mr. He directly. If you are willing to make some sacrifices, you can save him. You can make any request. He Ji-yu stared at him fixedly and said excitedly, I'm just asking you, is this what Song Juin means too? Lawyer Chen paused, no. He Ji-yu stared at the water cup on the table with empty eyes, looking desolate. There was no light in his eyes. He Ji-yu trembled and said, okay. This is the last thing I do for Song Juin. Even if I owed you something in my last life, I have already repaid it. Song Juin, you have finally emptied me out completely. Meanwhile, Song Juin, who was beside Song He, didn't seem to be doing well either. Song He gave Song Juin a harsh slap on the face. In a fit of rage, Song He said, if there was a second heir, I would let you do whatever you want. The slap on Song Juin's face left him in a daze. At this moment, Song Juin also realized his mistake. He apologized to his father, but the tired look in his eyes remained. Song Juin's apology did not stop Song He's anger. He pointed at his son, now you know you were wrong, but what's the use? Do you know how much trouble you have caused? Song Juin took a deep breath. Yes, I was foolish. However, Song Juin was still worried about He Ji-yu and asked how he was doing. Song He was really angry. You still care about him? Do you know how much it will cost to compensate for this? Your mother is on her way back. She has spent her whole life doing charity, but it seems she hasn't accumulated enough virtue for you. Next episode preview, after Song Juin learned that He Ji-yu took the blame for him, he lost his temper at Song He. Our Ji-yu is really a devoted and kind-hearted boy. At Song He's request, he agreed to admit the mistake on behalf of Song Juin. In Song He's office, Song Juin, who still didn't know the truth, was concerned about Igu's current situation. Song He sternly warned Song Juin that what he should do now is to clear all matters from himself. Then let He Ji-yu declare that it was he who organized the gathering. Song Juin was shocked by what Song He said. Before Song He finished speaking, Song Juin suddenly raised his head and asked, what did you say? At this moment, Song Juin felt for the first time that he was going to lose He Ji-yu. Song He, feeling frustrated and angry, took a deep breath and waved at Lawyer Chen, saying, you speak. Lawyer Chen adjusted his glasses and said, as long as He Ji-yu admits it was he who organized the gathering, but claims he was unaware of Ah Sheng and the others' actions, you can be cleared. No way, shouted Song Juin, slamming his fist on the office desk. Song He and the lawyer were also startled by this sudden outburst. Song He, trembling with anger, pointed at Song Juin and yelled, say that again. Song Juin, getting anxious, insisted that Ming Ren was brought by him and it had nothing to do with He Ji-yu. Song He's face turned green with rage, and his pointing hand trembled slightly. Who cares who He Ji-yu is? Everyone is watching you now, he said. Song Juin, speaking word by word, said, I said no. I will not drag He Ji-yu into this. Then, with a series of fierce actions, he swept all the documents on the desk to the ground. He knew too well his father's method of using everything to its full potential. Song He might not have expected his own son to He would oppose his own family for an outsider, he said loudly. Why is there such a thing? Song Hee had a headache with his disappointing son and could only tell Song Juhan that he had agreed. Song Juhan gave a nod, doubting he had heard wrong. After confirming with his father once more, he froze. Song Hee, looking at Song Juhan before him, also calmed down a lot. He has already agreed, his awareness is much higher than yours. Song Juhan felt a sharp pain in his heart, a sensation he had never experienced before, causing panic. He knew that for his sake, he had agreed to take the blame and the reputation. At this moment, Song Juhan calmed down considerably. He said to Song Hee, no matter how you got him to agree, I'm the one who brought him, it has nothing to do with he. Song Hee shouted angrily, Song Juhan. He really had no way to deal with his son. Song Juhan slumped back into his chair. Dad, I'm begging you. He is innocent. I will take the responsibility myself. If anything happens to he, I won't let anyone off. Song Hee's face turned pale, and his body swayed. Lawyer Chen quickly supported Song Hee. President Song, are you alright? Song Hee said to Song Juhan, do as you please, and then turned and left the office. Song Juhan collapsed in his chair, his heart aching non-stop. You fool, why did you agree? Next episode preview, Song Juhan admits his mistakes and makes a public apology. Despite Song Juhan's many obstructions, Song Hee had no way to deal with his son. When he found out that Lawyer Chen had bailed him out again, Lawyer Chen could only truthfully tell he that it was Song Juhan's non-cooperation, advising he not to get involved anymore. He was greatly shocked, his mind in turmoil, not knowing how to respond. After getting out, he didn't go home but instead rented a hotel room. He curled up on the bed, his heart racing as he thought about what had happened. He couldn't comprehend what Song Juhan's so-called non-cooperation meant. What exactly had Song Juhan said or done? When Gu received the dismissal letter from the company, he felt particularly incompetent. Now that he's lost his job, he really has become an idle person. It seems like he hasn't been this idle since he started high school. Gu always felt that everyone had nothing to do with him, only his job needed him. However, no one is irreplaceable, people and things alike. I really want to hug our Gu. He must be very sad now. A message popped up on Hegu's phone. It was from Zhuang Jiyu, asking Gu to watch TV. He let Hegu watch TV. Hegu paused while looking at his phone, even though he didn't want to get involved with Song Juin anymore, but he couldn't resist turning on the TV. Today, Song Juin was dressed more formally than usual, and his hair was impeccably styled. Accompanied by his father and mother, he appeared in front of the media. Facing the reporters' questions about the events of the past few days, Song Juin spoke seriously without arrogance or servility. He said that today he should have come alone. As a son who disappointed his parents, he should apologize to them first. Song Juin continued, as a singer who let his fans down, he apologized again. However, as a public figure who failed to set a good example, he should apologize even more. After saying these things, Song Juin bowed deeply to the camera and pleaded with them not to disturb the lives of ordinary people. He and the homeowner involved were just friends. Hegu pondered deeply, were he and Song Juin really just friends? Friends who had known each other for many years. If that were true, how nice it would be. He emptied his thoughts, thinking about the bits and pieces with Song Juin. In the past, it would hurt, but now it doesn't. Or maybe it's like a hangover, he just woke up. Hegu leaned against the window, lost in thought, when he suddenly heard the sound of a key card. Startled, Hegu shouted, "Who?" He saw the door open, and Song Juin entered. He was fully covered, wrapping himself up. Today, Song Juin dressed very low-key with a black hat and trench coat, looking mysterious. As Hegu approached the door, they looked at each other for a moment, but seeing Song Juin in front of him, Hegu couldn't help but feel his heart race. At this moment, Hegu suddenly realized he should keep his distance from Song Juin. He hurriedly rushed forward to close the door, but Song Juin didn't give him the chance and directly blocked the door. Before Gu could ask why he was being kicked out, Song Jihan had already shut the door. When Song Jihan took off his hat and mask, a hint of warmth showed in his eyes as he told Gu, "You've lost weight." Gu, facing the still domineering Song Jihan, tried to stay calm and asked, "Who gave you the room card?" In the next episode preview, Song Jihan seeks reconciliation with Gu, who remains unusually calm. After getting out of the detention center, Gu, wanting some peace, books a room directly in the hotel. Unexpectedly for Gu, Song Jihan shows up in his room. When Gu asks how he got a room card, Song Jihan, visibly displeased, says he had someone bring him in, complaining that he felt like a thief. After a glance at Song Jihan, Gu silently lowers his head. Song Jihan has never tasted defeat, and his anger seems justified. Song Jihan, watching the silent Gu, finds him hard to read. He reaches out, attempting to hold Gu's hand. He knows He Ji-yu won't ignore him, but the moment He Ji-yu shakes off his hand and coldly asks what he wants, Song Ji-han is taken aback. With guilt in his eyes, he says, "I came to see you. After getting out of detention, my dad had me locked up. Being able to visit you today was also something I exchanged with an apology press conference." Although it's tough for He Ji-yu, he calmly tells Song Ji-han, "You've seen me now. You can go back." Song Ji-han, angered by Higu's attitude, grits his teeth and says, "You are the most difficult person I've ever met." Perhaps realizing he's gone too far, Song Ji-han softly says, "He Ji-yu, you're being silly. Why take the blame for him?" Although He Ji-yu answered Song Ji-han with a nonchalant, "No reason," he knew deep down that given a million chances, he'd still make the same choice. Higu's response frustrated Song Ji-han, who rushed forward and grabbed He Ji-yu, demanding, "What do you mean by no reason? Tell me the truth, He Ji-yu." This time, He Ji-yu didn't indulge Song Ji-han, he was truly disheartened. When He Ji-yu pushed Song Ji-han away, Song Ji-han, dissatisfied, reprimanded him, pressed He Ji-yu against the wall, and loudly berated him, demanding to know why. Song Ji-han wanted He Ji-yu to answer as if he still cared about him, but He Ji-yu grabbed Song Ji-han by the collar, his actions provoking Higu's fury. Higu's piercing gaze demanded an explanation. Suddenly, He Ji-yu burst into laughter. He mocked himself for always asking, why, and for being fated to grapple with these intractable problems. Watching He Ji-yu, Song Ji-han suddenly felt like he was facing a stranger, and he let go of He Ji-yu in shock. He Ji-yu slumped against the wall, his tears falling involuntarily. "Why did I have to meet you, Song Ji-han? I also want to ask you why. Don't you understand?" Hearing Higu's words, Song Ji-han's face showed a complex mix of emotions. He widened his eyes and asked He Ji-yu, "Do you like me?" Without waiting for Higu's reply, Song Ji-han hugged him tightly, burying his head in Higu's neck. "You like me, right? You do like me, don't you?" When Song Ji-han lifted his head and saw Higu's tear-stained face, he knew He Ji-yu belonged to him. Song Ji-han cupped Higu's face and looked at him tenderly, softly asking, "Why haven't you said anything all these years?" Higu's emotions calmed considerably. He Ji-yu, in turn, asked Song Ji-han about the time 6 years ago when he confronted Song Ji-han, who just laughed it off, saying he couldn't handle it. Song Ji-han sheepishly replied that he was still young back then. He Ji-yu smiled faintly, "Yes, you just didn't expect that after meeting 3 times and singing a song, you'd be charmed into liking me, right?" Song Ji-han knows the words he said might bring up painful memories for He Ji-yu, so he quickly explains that it wasn't like that. Initially, his intentions for getting close weren't pure, but over the years, he has grown used to having you around, and you've become more and more important to him. In the next episode preview, He Ji-yu confronts Song Ji-han about the grievances of these many years. He questions whether Song Ji-han ever truly cared. In the previous episode, Song Ji-han admitted that his initial approach towards He Ji-yu was indeed impure. Song Ju-in admitted that his initial approach to He Ji-yu was not pure in intention, but later he realized that he had gotten used to having He Ji-yu around. He Ji-yu, however, smiled bitterly, feeling a mix of emotions. Yes, he had gotten used to being at his beck and call, and he himself had grown accustomed to this way of life. He Ji-yu no longer had the courage to listen to Song Ju-in's words. Walking towards Song Ju-in, he said, "You will get used to it. You should go." Song Ju-in grabbed the departing He Ji-yu. "Don't do this, please. Let's be like we used to be. Haven't I been good to you?" Song Ju-in didn't want He Ji-yu to leave him. What would he do if that happened? He knew that if he let go of He Ji-yu, he would lose him forever. Hearing Song Ju-in's words, He Ji-yu turned around and asked him calmly, "Do you know what it means to like someone?" Song Ju-in was stunned, unable to answer. He Ji-yu forced a smile and said, "You know I like you, yet you still expect me to watch you with others?" Song Ju-in held onto He Ji-yu. "Do you want me to stop being with others? Is that what you mean by liking someone?" After hearing this, He Ji-yu angrily shouted, "Song Ju-in," and shook him off. His heart was completely shattered. He couldn't control his emotions and asked Song Ju-in loudly, "Do you even have a heart?" Song Ju-in looked at He Ji-yu in front of him, unable to imagine what it would be like if He Ji-yu left him. He Ji-yu was supposed to belong to him. If He Ji-yu left, he would truly fall apart. Song Ju-in steadied his emotions and said to He Ji-yu, "I promise you, I won't touch anyone else anymore." He Ji-yu was shocked and asked, "What did you say?" Song Ju-in looked at him firmly and said again, "Be with me. This time it's real, not just talk." He Ji-yu stared at Song Ju-in with wide eyes, surprised by his words. He didn't know if he should believe him. Song Ju-in looked at He Ji-yu in front of him with a sense of joy at having something back that was once lost. He embraced He Ji-yu tightly and gently said, "I promise you, so please don't be upset. I really miss you." Song Juin's eyes were clear and bright, like the stars in the sea. Ji-yu was caught off guard and looked at Song Ji-han approaching him. Higu's body stiffened. He hadn't yet grasped what Song Ji-han had agreed to. Song Ji-han continued, "Don't you like me? Let's be together, okay?" Ji-yu snapped back to his senses and repeated the phrase, "be together." Suddenly, as if awakening, he pushed Song Ji-han away. He didn't want to be confused by Song Ji-han anymore. These past 6 years had been a nightmarish reminder for him. Song Ji-han was startled by Higu's sudden action and nearly fell. He couldn't understand how his own humility had led to this outcome. He roared, asking Ji-yu, "What are you doing?" While Ji-yu retorted sharply, asking Song Ji-han, "Do you even know what you are saying?" Next episode preview, Ji-yu is afraid of this relationship, trying hard to push Song Ji-han away. Song Ji-han's behavior is really low. Is his actions towards Ji-yu love or just selfish possession? When Song Ji-han tells Ji-yu that he won't go after anyone else, let's continue to be together, Ji-yu incredulously asked Song Ji-han, "Do you know what you are saying?" But Song Ji-han insisted he knew, asking Ji-yu if he didn't want to be with him. Ji-yu remained silent, knowing that there wasn't a day in over 2,000 days and nights that he hadn't dreamt of being truly together with Song Ji-han. But now, he was too tired to go on. He thought that hearing these words from Song Ji-han would make him ecstatic, would make him cry tears of joy, but now he only felt bewildered. Song Ji-han looked at the silent Ji-yu and sighed deeply. "Ji-yu, you know I'm good to you. As long as you ask, I'll give it to you. I promise not to find someone else. Can you stop making a scene?" Ji-yu said he wasn't throwing a tantrum or being pretentious. Song Juin was furious and asked Ji-yu what he wanted. "You say you want to break up, yet you're taking the blame for me." Ji-yu showed a helpless smile. "So should I thank you? I fear ruin and disgrace, and then I still have to thank you for not agreeing to let me take the blame, right?" Song Juin heard Higu's response and suddenly didn't know how to argue back. He turned his head away. In a very soft voice, he replied that he didn't want Ji-yu to thank him. Song Juin cautiously approached Ji-yu again, telling him he genuinely cares about him, that only Ji-yu truly treats him well. "Let's start over, I'm serious." Ji-yu looked at Song Juin intently. What Song Juin said was really tempting, but he couldn't feel any joy. Song Juin tried to hold Higu's hand, and Ji-yu just watched. Clearly moved, he didn't dare reach out. Not taking it left him unwilling. Ji-yu subconsciously reached out his hand, something he had longed for almost 7 years. If he didn't grab it now, how could he make up for the lost time? But Ji-yu was very conflicted. What should he do? He couldn't make another mistake. Why did he want to give up yet bear the fruit of temptation? Song Juin looked at the dazed Ji-yu and hugged him with a pitiful expression. Holding Ji-yu, Song Juin felt at ease. He used all his strength to tell Ji-yu that he missed him. Ji-yu didn't dare respond to Song Juin's hug. His raised hand froze in midair. He wanted to ask Song Juin if he only thought of reconciling when he needed him. Song Juin thought Ji-yu had compromised. He gave Ji-yu a light peck on the face and softly said, "I will compensate you. Your job doesn't earn much, so it's fine if you don't work." Hearing these words, Ji-yu finally lowered his responding hand. He knew that he and Song Juin were from different worlds. Song Juin softly whispered in Higu's ear, "I will give you whatever you want." Ji-yu knew that Song Juin didn't even understand the simplest things he wanted. Did Song Juin really understand the love he had given for 6 years? In the next episode preview, Ji-yu rejects Song Juin. Was his decision right? Does Song Ji-han really understand what it means to love someone? Does he think love can be inspired by material things? Song Ji-han tells Ji-yu not to work, claiming he can provide everything Ji-yu wants. Upon hearing this, Higu's heart turns cold, not understanding what Song Ji-han wants. Ji-yu pushes Song Ji-han away and tells him he needs some time to think and asks him to go back. "Are you rushing me to leave?" Ji-yu just shakes his head. He just shook his head weakly and said that his mother would come over after dawn. Song Juin, looking puzzled, replied, "So what? Your mom probably already knows about our relationship." Song Juin reached out to touch Higu's face and said, "I miss you. I want to hear you talk." Higu didn't want to get entangled with Song Juin any longer. He told Song Juin, "She might guess, but she doesn't like you. Just go." Song Juin, like a child denied candy, pouted and said he didn't want to leave. Higu looked at Song Juin in front of him and asked, "Do you want to plant flowers?" Song Juin, in a bad mood, retorted, "What do you think?" Higu chuckled mockingly, "You've been locked up for a while, haven't you? It's inconvenient to find anyone else right now, but I'm convenient. Don't forget that you need me, even if it's need, with quotation marks. Song Juin got a bit angry and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not here to plant flowers. I'm truly worried about you." Higu sneered, "I'm fine. Go away. Song Juin, feeling childish and dissatisfied, pointed at Haegu and said, I'm not leaving. I embarrassed myself just to come see you. You can't chase me away. Haegu leaned against the wall, completely unaffected by Song Juin, and retorted, it's not my fault you embarrassed yourself. If I embarrassed myself, who would I turn to? Song Juin had never seen Haegu so unappreciative and roared, Haegu, what will it take for us to reconcile? Just keep liking me, damn it. Haegu was stunned by Song Juin's words. He stared blankly at Song Juin, wondering if he still dared to like him. His face showed a painful expression, as the secret he had kept for 7 years was being treated as a joke by Song Juin. The revelation made Haegu feel like he couldn't stand. It was as if he had slapped himself, feeling ashamed. Finally, unable to hold on, Haegu collapsed onto the sofa. Song Juin looked at Haegu helplessly, not understanding why Haegu couldn't accept him anymore. At this moment, Haegu was not only heartbroken but also confused. He held his head tightly, pleading with Song Juin to let him go. Song Juin, not having received Haegu's forgiveness, suddenly knelt on one knee in front of Haegu. With dissatisfaction, he presses closely asking why you promised to reconcile, otherwise I won't leave. Song Ji-han reaches out to soothe his emotions, truly afraid of losing him. He tightly holds his hand, gently saying, I think I might have fallen for you too. Can we start over? Next episode preview, Song Ji-han, who has been yearned for 6 years, finally confesses. Will he accept it? Faced with Song Ji-han's sudden confession, he looks at the always godlike Song Ji-han, somewhat disbelievingly stunned. At this moment, he feels as if he's dreaming. He can't describe his current feelings. He reaches out to touch Song Ji-han's face, always thinking that Song Ji-han's affection was so precious, meant for the right person, thus not for himself. But he never expected Song Ji-han's affection to be just casually expressed, not so rare and grand. He seems to have realized something, slightly opens his eyes, thinking there's no need to struggle anymore, suddenly stands up, it's just a game after all. Song Ji-han, since you've offered, why should I push it away? He reaches out to pull up the crouching Song Ji-han, comforting himself that if you treated me as a joke initially, why can't I do the same? Pulled up by him, Song Ji-han is ecstatic. He strokes Song Ji-han's chin with his warm fingertips, gently saying, alright then. Song Ji-han, looking at him agreeing to reconcile, just thinks he can't bear to leave him. He has always been steady, and even his occasional mischief is charming. His eyes suddenly dim a bit. He says to Song Ji-han, since you've agreed, I have to keep my promise. Song Ji-han immediately nods in agreement, afraid that he might change his mind. But he honestly tells him if he finds him with someone else, then it's completely over between them. Song Ji-han earnestly promises. It's been 6 years, has he really held on to this relationship? Are they truly together this time? But he still can't quite believe it. Back then, he stayed by Song Ji-han's side under the pretense of playing a game. But this time, he is seriously planning to just have a fling for one night. After a good night, Ji-yu didn't say goodbye to Song Juin and flew to Shenzhen. Her mother and sister came to pick her up. The little one had grown quite a bit. While chatting with her mother, Higu's phone rang. She answered the call. Song Juin was on the other end of the line, complaining that Ji-yu was gone early in the morning and had turned off her phone. Ji-yu had to say she was on the plane and had gone to Shenzhen to relax. Song Juin, feeling aggrieved, said that Ji-yu didn't even tell her when she would come back. Ji-yu, not wanting to discuss these issues in front of her mother, vaguely said she would be back in a couple of days. Song Juin, however, persistently said that her father finally wasn't watching over her, and she should come back soon to keep her company. Ji-yu looked at her sister in front of her, not daring to show too much emotion, and could only say she was not sure. Song Juin, lying leisurely, commanded Ji-yu in a domineering tone that she could only play for 2 days. Ji-yu felt somewhat helpless about Song Juin's demands. Just as she finished saying she really wasn't sure, the other end of the line replied with 2 words and then hung up. Ji-yu stared at the disconnected phone. Finally, she let out a deep sigh. Song Juin, it really is you. If you really changed your ways. In the next episode's preview, Song Juin takes a high-speed train to Shenzhen to visit Ji-yu. Would Song Juin really stop looking for others for Ji-yu? Perhaps Ji-yu, once bitten by a snake, is now afraid of ropes for 10 years. She didn't know the answer either, but facing 10 years of a secret crush, Ji-yu wanted to take a chance. Ji-yu agreed with her mother to play in Shanghai for 2 days. At this moment, facing her sister's inquiry, Ji-yu didn't know how to answer. Is he her boyfriend? When faced with his sister asking if he liked Song Juin, Ji-yu just smiled and let it pass. Perhaps this was the best answer for his sister. When Ji-yu told his sister that Song Juin didn't like him, his innocent sister said that Song Juin had poor eyesight. Ji-yu was stunned upon hearing this. Ji-yu was momentarily stunned after hearing it, then smiled knowingly and responded with a hum. Upon arriving at the hotel, Ji-yu felt unusually relaxed and composed himself. Thinking he could have a good night's rest after freshening up, he was in the bathroom drying his hair with a towel when he heard the doorbell ring. Ji-yu was startled. Who could it be at such a late hour? He walked to the door and asked who it was. The voice outside said it was room service. Ji-yu was slightly distracted. The voice sounded so familiar, but he didn't dare to think further. His hand instinctively opened the door. Although Ji-yu was puzzled, he was still surprised to see Song Ju-han standing before him. Ji-yu stared at Song Ju-han and asked how he found this place. Song Ju-han, looking a bit displeased, squeezed into the room. Song Ju-han's large, expressive eyes looked at Ji-yu. Without any warning, Song Ju-han suddenly hugged Ji-yu and, pouting, said, "Who told you to run so far? It's not hard to find out which hotel you're staying at." Ji-yu, somewhat at a loss, said, "Close the door first." Song Ju-han whimpered twice as if Ji-yu was going to run away. Ji-yu, with a worried expression, asked Song Ju-han how he got here. Song Ju-han was a public figure and feared being recognized. Song Ju-han stretched his neck wearily and complained to Ji-yu, saying he took the high-speed train and was fully covered up. If someone still recognized me, they must have divine eyes. Song Ju-han then looked at Ji-yu, pulled him close, and asked if Ji-yu had taken a bath, saying he smelled nice. Song Ju-han suddenly laughed darkly, his eyes revealing a certain signal. Ji-yu, though 183 centimeters tall, still seemed small next to the 188 centimeters tall Song Ju-han. Song Ju-han suddenly lifted Ji-yu up. It's like it was prepared for me. Why was he carried into the bedroom by Song Ji-han? He gently put him down. When Song Ji-han looked at him affectionately and asked if he missed him too, he was a bit at a loss. He struggled to get up, but he was pressed down by Song Ji-han. He compromised. His emotions fluctuated between gentleness and dominance. Next episode preview, Song Ji-han mistakenly says he will give him a house, but he stubbornly refused. Did he finally choose to forgive Song Ji-han? Or was he unwilling to let go of his years of effort and finally decided to give himself one more chance? Last episode, Song Ji-han went to Shencheng to find him. In the end, he was exhausted. The next day when he woke up, his body was sore and covered with scars from planting flowers. At this moment, Song Ji-han came out of the bathroom looking refreshed, showing no signs of fatigue from labor. He walked to the bedside and seeing him awake, he asked if he felt uncomfortable, saying the dew from last night had been cleaned up and told him to sleep a bit more. After agreeing, he lay down again. Song Ji-han bent down and tenderly touched his head, telling him that the previous house was uninhabitable and he had arranged another house for him to return to the city. Before he could finish, he stopped Song Ji-han's topic, looked at him seriously, and said, "I've resigned. After going back, I'll live in my parents' old house." Song Ji-han asked incredulously why. He continued, "I am also a man. I don't need anyone to provide for me. Houses and cars are irrelevant to me. Holding onto your things makes me uncomfortable." Hearing his words, Song Ji-han stood up with a heavy expression. Fearing the situation might worsen, he quickly sat up and said, "I'll keep using the car, no need to waste it." At this moment, Song Ji-han was very unhappy. He frowned slightly and said, "Why are you so stubborn?" He, however, calmly looked at Song Ji-han. He felt this was good, at least he saw this relationship as fair now. Song Ji-han actually didn't want things to become too stiff. He muttered, "Forget it." What he wanted was the caring and gentle Ji-yu from before, not what he is now. Song Ji-han looked at Higu's back, which seemed within reach, yet he felt that Ji-yu was gradually drifting away from him. This feeling deeply angered and scared him. At this moment, Song Ji-han was holding Higu's waist. He wanted to find that sense of security in Ji-yu. "Blow dry my hair," he requested. Ji-yu indulgently stroked Song Ji-han's head and agreed. At this moment, describing them as living in peaceful times seemed just right. As Ji-yu was blow-drying his hair, Song Ji-han joked that he had straight hair until he was 7 or 8 years old, but then it suddenly turned curly one day. Ji-yu, with eyes full of warmth, responded, "Can it really happen like that?" It seemed like he had never discussed the past with Song Ji-han before. Song Ji-han, slightly displeased with Higu's question, glanced at him with a critical eye. He said, "Yeah, interesting, right? Maybe my dad had straight hair, but in the end, I lost to my mom's genes." Hearing this, Ji-yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. He told Song Ji-han, "You look more like Vanessa." Song Ji-han proudly replied, "Of course." In Higu's eyes, Song Ju-han has a mother like a goddess. Anyone would be especially proud. Song Ju-han seemed to think of something, suddenly turned around and hugged Ji-yu. "My mom wants to meet you. She wants to apologize in person." Ji-yu was startled by Song Ju-han and said to him, Vanessa is an elder, it's not appropriate. Song Ju-han rubbed Hee-goo's arm with his hand. You better not call her an elder to her face, she will be angry. In the next episode preview, Yan Ming-shu makes an appearance. One scene ruins Song Ju-han's mood. The spoiled man always has the best fate, as mentioned in the last episode. Song Ju-han watched Hee-ji-yu blow dry his hair, feeling infinite tenderness in his heart. He shook his curly hair, acting spoiled, and said, "It's not dry yet." Hee-ji-yu was worried that drying it too much would be bad for his hair. But Song Ju-han stood up, embraced Hee-ji-yu passionately, and said, "You used to talk to me a lot. Why don't you talk to me now?" Hee-ji-yu didn't answer. He used to try hard to find topics to please Song Ju-han, but he didn't want to humble himself to the dust just to please him. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Hee-ji-yu pushed Song Ju-han away. It should be the food delivery. At this moment, Song Ju-han clung to him like a sticky bug, softly reminding him to go put on some clothes as Hee-ji-yu turned around. As he went to get the food, Hee-ji-yu was about to change clothes when the sound of glass breaking came from the living room. The sound of breaking glass came from the living room. Hee-ji-yu was startled. He rushed out without even changing his clothes and asked, "What happened? Was it the heat?" He looked at Song Ju-in, whose face was flushed with anger. He pointed a slightly trembling finger at the TV. Hee-ji-yu followed his gaze. On the screen was Yan Ming-shu, a handsome and popular actor, giving an interview. Song Ju-in said, "They begged me repeatedly to be on that show, and now that something's happened to me, they just cut my part out." Hee-ji-yu sighed, not daring to speak. He silently cleaned up the shards of glass on the floor. He knew the cruelty of reality. No matter how much Song Ju-in pretended, he couldn't be magnanimous. Hee-ji-yu could fully imagine the anger and resentment bottled up inside him. After venting for a while, Song Ju-in sat down on the sofa. Seeing Hee-ji-yu picking up the glass shards with his bare hands, he was afraid Hee-ji-yu would get hurt. He pulled Hee-ji-yu over and grumbled about having a headache, asking him to give him a massage. Hee-ji-yu was taken aback by the sudden request but quickly agreed. Song Ju-in lay down with his head in Hee-goo's lap and sighed, "It's so much better when you do it. You haven't given me a massage in over 6 months." Hee-ji-yu vaguely remembered that his conflicts with Song Ju-in had started about half a year ago, when Feng Zheng returned to the country. But it wasn't Feng Zheng's fault, he was just a catalyst. Hee-ji-yu had learned his massage technique specifically to please Song Ju-in. Song Ju-in closed his eyes comfortably. "If it weren't for Feng Zheng, we'd still be like before." When Song Ju-in casually uttered these words, Hee-ji-yu paused his massage, his eyes darkening slightly. Like before? Song Ju-in realized he had misspoken. He looked at Hee-ji-yu somewhat timidly, his large eyes full of innocence. Hee-ji-yu simply asked him, "Did you enjoy before so much?" Song Ju-in hurriedly replied, "That's not what I meant. I just miss how good you were to me before. You don't even talk to me much anymore." Hee-goo's mood sank. They were from two different worlds. What common ground could they possibly have? Song Ju-in used to come looking for him just to fence together. Song Ju-in felt a bit uneasy seeing Hee-ji-yu being silent. He apologized to Hee-ji-yu, saying, "If you're feeling unwell, I can give you a massage." When had Song Ju-in ever been gentle with Hee-ji-yu? This gesture made Hee-ji-yu feel somewhat awkward. Next episode preview, the fiancé arranged by Song Hee for Song Ju-in comes to find Hee-ji-yu. If you're currently troubled by something that's making you anxious, whether it's a relationship or something else, try changing your environment to feel better. Today, Hee-ji-yu finally moved. What was supposed to be a happy event seemed to bring even worse news. Song Ju-in's junior apprentice, Zhang Xiaoli, came knocking. Xiaoli is a popular actress under Song Media. She stood at the door, elegantly took off her sunglasses and smiled, saying, "Hello, you must be Hee-ji-yu." When Hee-ji-yu asked who she was looking for, Zhang Xiaoli twirled her long hair and said, "My name is Zhang Xiaoli, I'm a friend of Song Ju-in. Can I come in and talk with you for a while?" Hee-ji-yu, a bit confused, said, "It's a bit inappropriate for a girl to come into a guy's house." Zhang Xiaoli paused for a moment and then said, "It's okay, you won't be interested in me anyway." Hee-ji-yu could only step aside and let her in. After entering the room, Zhang Xiaoli looked around for a while and said, "The smell of the new renovation can be quite strong, it's not good for your health." Hee-ji-yu didn't understand the reason for her visit and replied, "It won't matter if it's just for a while." Zhang Xiaoli found a place to sit down and, still feeling a bit awkward, said, "I was just trying to be helpful." Hee-ji-yu didn't want to engage in too much small talk and directly asked why she had come. Actually, Hee-ji-yu had already guessed most of it. It was likely related to Song Ju-in. He said indifferently, "Zhang Xiaoli, you seem very nervous. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. There's no malice in my visit." Hee-goo's tone was very cold as he asked, "Who gave you my address?" He was simply confirming his assumption. Zhang Xiaoli was startled by Higu's gaze. She shrank back and said timidly, President Song gave it to me, Ji. Wearing a sarcastic and weary expression, Mr. Song is truly resourceful. Just say what you want. Zhang Xiaoli added softly, I know I'm being a bit presumptuous, but what happened before had a big impact on Song Juin's career. Some media outlets deliberately wrote negative articles about him. Zhang Xiaoli suddenly beamed with happiness. Song Juin and I are getting married, so I thought it best to meet with you. Ji had assumed that this was just another one of Song Juin's affairs coming to light. Zhang Xiaoli's words completely disrupted his thoughts. The word, marriage, echoed in Higu's mind. He still hadn't fully processed it, stumbling back a few steps. Seeing Higu's reaction, Zhang Xiaoli asked with surprise, don't you know? The old house was quiet and hot that afternoon, but Higu's heart felt cold facing Zhang Xiaoli. Song Juin, you always manage to surprise me. Every time I think you've hit my bottom line, you manage to dig even deeper. Ji took a deep breath and gestured for Zhang Xiaoli to continue. Zhang Xiaoli, assuming Ji accepted everything between him and Song Juin, continued. Juin said he would tell you about our engagement at the end of the year. Higu's heart felt numb. He Wu Li asked Zhang Xiaoli, then why are you here to see me? Zhang Xiaoli spoke without hesitation. I love Song Juin very much, so I've agreed to everything he's asked, including accepting you. Next episode preview. Ji is unaware of Song Juin's impending marriage. How will he confront Song Juin? Xiao Song once said Ji was the wife. Now, Ji isn't even that anymore. It turns out that in Song Juin's eyes, I'm just another one of his many mistresses. Zhang Xiaoli, Song Juin's fiancée, observed Ji and assured him that she was easy to get along with, telling him not to worry. She then pulled a bank card from her purse and said to Ji, jobs are hard to come by these days. If you don't mind, you can come work as my assistant. Why, in the face of what's happening, not sure if it's an insult or not, he just can't quite bear it. Then he turns around, showing a faint smile, and says to Zhang Xiaoli, okay. I just have some requirements. My annual salary after tax is 60, with 14 months salary plus a year-end bonus. 40 hours of work per week with overtime paid separately, statutory holidays plus paid leave. Zhang Xiaoli's extended hand became a bit awkward. He also knew why he was making it difficult for himself. Therefore, he explained that a celebrity assistant doesn't have fixed hours. He bluntly replied, if that's the case, then you might not be able to afford me. Zhang Xiaoli knew that continuing the conversation would be fruitless. His purpose was also achieved, so he got up and said goodbye to Ji, who politely saw him out. Watching Zhang Xiaoli walk towards the door, the sound of the door closing shattered Higu's last line of defense. His heart was in pain, as if needles were piercing it. He gasped for air, tears flowing freely, enduring the sorrow in his heart. Ji saw the immediate reply from Song Jihan with the word, baby, which was particularly glaring. He stared tightly at the mobile screen, his eyes tearful, slightly choking up. Suddenly, Ji felt an inexplicable urge to laugh, and he held the phone, laughing madly. He laughed at how his bottom line was mercilessly trampled time and again, yet he chose to forgive every time. In the evening, Song Jihan arrived at Higu's old house, bringing bird's nest to nourish Higu's body. Ji looked at Song Jihan with a vacant gaze. The man in front of him, whom he had tried his best to protect, yet in the end, everything seemed as transient as bubbles. Song Jihan, clueless, didn't know what had happened today. He hugged Ji, you've been losing weight recently, what's wrong? Ji pushed Song Jihan away. Now, he only felt disgust towards Song Jihan. Ji stared intently at Song Jihan, as if trying to see right through him. Song Juin's stare made Ji feel a bit uneasy. He touched his face and asked Ji what's wrong and what he was looking at. Ji calmly said, Zhang Xiaoli came to see me today. Song Juin was taken aback, perhaps even he had forgotten who Zhang Xiaoli was. Ji forced a smile and said to Song Juin, Zhang Xiaoli, your rumored girlfriend. Before Song Juin could react, Ji moved closer to him and added, or should I say, your fiancé. Song Juin, hearing Higu's sarcastic tone, began to get a bit angry. How did she come here? What nonsense did she say? Ji ignored Song Juin's anger and continued, she said you two are getting married at the end of the year and she came early to meet me. Song Juin, in a fit of anger, cursed, is she out of her mind? In the next episode preview, Song Juin admits that the engagement with Zhang Xiaoli is just a facade to appease the public. Song Juin, when confronted by Ji about having a fiancé, shouted, Ji, listen to my explanation. Go ahead and start your performance, Ji said, crossing his arms and staring intently at Song Juin. You can't blame Zhang Xiaoli, it was your father who gave her the address. Song Juin nervously looked at Ji, it's not what you think. Listen to me. He Ji-yu coldly responded, I'm listening. At this moment, Song Juin's face showed difficulty, and he told He Ji-yu that his father wanted to suppress some bad news and thus arranged a contractual marriage and planned for them to have a child to settle down. He-gu's face darkened upon hearing this, and his eyes showed weakness. He muttered to himself, you are going to have a child? Seeing He-gu's indifferent expression, Song Juin felt guilty and approached He Ji-yu, if you can't accept it, we can just use IVF. We won't have to touch each other, He Ji-yu said expressionlessly, just staring at Song Juin. In He-gu's eyes, Song Juin seemed to understand some bad news. He hugged He Ji-yu tightly and assured him that he had never touched Zhang Shaoli, fearing that He Ji-yu wouldn't believe him. He told He Ji-yu that he didn't love Zhang Shaoli at all and that he would keep his promise to He Ji-yu. Seeing He-gu's silence, Song Juin gently added that whether he got married or not made no difference to him, he just needed a title. He Ji-yu was mentally and emotionally checked out. He just mocked himself and nodded slightly. Sensing He-gu's movement, Song Juin stared intently at him, nervously and cautiously asking for his opinion on the matter. Song Juin swallowed, his bright, beautiful eyes never leaving He Ji-yu. Do you mind? He asked. He Ji-yu looked at the familiar yet strange Song Juin before him, unsure how to answer. Should he say he minded? What would that change? With a smile that didn't reach his eyes, He Ji-yu said, I don't mind. It turned out that when your heart was dead, you couldn't feel pain. Hearing He-gu's answer, Song Juin excitedly hugged him. I knew you couldn't bear to make things difficult for me. He-gu's heart was numb. Good, Song Juin. Your life has nothing to do with me anymore. Song Juin was deeply gratified by He-gu's obedience. He swore that whether he married or not, He Ji-yu would be the only one for him. He Ji-yu responded indifferently, okay. His heart had sunk to the bottom. This time, he didn't have the strength to compromise. He wanted to live for himself in the future. Still immersed in the embrace, Song Juin believed He Ji-yu couldn't live without him. But he didn't know that this time, He Ji-yu was serious. He felt like he had experienced death, that feeling of losing all strength and hope, with only emptiness before him. Next episode preview, the final goodbye. Then let's love with all our might one last time. Song Juin, you've lost me time and time again. This time, I don't have the strength to compromise anymore. Let's end it here. This time, He Ji-yu didn't want to be entangled anymore. He was tired. Even though Song Juin had said so many things he thought he would never say, nothing could move He Ji-yu anymore. Like a rag doll, He Ji-yu let Song Ji-han hold him, imagining that this must be what the end of life feels like, too indifferent even to utter a fierce word. At this moment, He-gu's heart was like a torrent of springs. He wanted to vent his dissatisfaction but didn't want to be too obvious. That night, their entanglements intensified, a passion He Ji-yu had never felt before all unleashed. Why is there such unprecedented passion tonight? It seems he wants to summarize the bitterness of these past years. Song Ji-han has never felt such passion from He Ji-yu before. He is both surprised and delighted, yet he cooperates fully with He Ji-yu. Song Ji-han cradles He-gu's face, unable to resist praising him as his darling. He Ji-yu gives no response. Tonight, He Ji-yu only wants to complete a personal ritual in silence, a ritual of unrequited love spanning 10 years. He-gu's initiative once again surprises and excites Song Ji-han. Tonight, the chrysanthemums on the balcony are not withering because of He Ji-yu. He Ji-yu seems determined, planting each chrysanthemum until they bloom competitively. Only then does He Ji-yu feel tired enough to sleep. That night, He Ji-yu had a very beautiful dream. He was standing under the school building, watching the handsome and serene Song Ji-han playing the guitar. It was such a good dream. He wished life could always be as wonderful as when they first met. The next day, Song Ji-han had to go abroad, so he got up early. Before leaving, he told He Ji-yu to wait for him at home. He Ji-yu watched Song Ji-han leave, not knowing if they would ever meet again. Be well, Song Ji-han. We shall not meet again. Shortly after Song Ji-han left, He Ji-yu took out the luggage he had prepared from under the bed. He quickly packed his clothes and passport, planning his trip meticulously. He washed up unhurriedly and even made himself a delicious breakfast. He informed Ji-yu Qingpei, Zhuang Ji-yu, and a few others he considered important about his itinerary. Then he turned off his phone. This time, he made the most resolute farewell, a farewell he once thought would break him. But he didn't, and at this moment, he was more sober than ever, as if he had been drunk. It was as if he had been deeply intoxicated for 7 years, and now, he was finally awake, completely awake. So, he decided to see a world he had never seen before. He wanted to contrast the vastness of the world with his self-imposed narrow confines. This marks the end of the first season and the opening of the third season where Song Ji-han begins his pursuit of his wife. What is tormenting a wife for a moment? Song Ji-han has started pursuing his wife. We have loved Song Ji-han for so many years, it's hard to let go. But this breakup was not prolonged and messy. How many of you have followed from the first season to the second? Raise your hands and let Mu Jae thank you for your company. In the last season, knowing that Song Ji-han was hiding his marriage plans, he chose to give up the long-standing relationship and set off alone on a journey to explore worlds he had never touched and dared not touch. Upon arriving in Amsterdam, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, he contacted a Chinese travel agency specializing in customized tours. The staff asked if he was planning a trip to Europe and how many people were going. He crisply said, "Just one." The other party was momentarily stunned. "Sir, are you planning to travel Europe alone?" He replied, "Don't you have drivers? I just need a driver. I will send you the itinerary I want to follow." The staff quickly said that it was possible and that their drivers could also serve as part-time guides. The driver would meet him at the hotel at 8 a.m. the next morning. After discussing the itinerary with the travel agency and paying a deposit, he felt like everything was a dream. How did he end up alone on the other side of the earth, so far from home? But sooner or later, he had to return, hoping to face himself fearlessly when he did. The next day, someone knocked on the door of his room. He was already packed and waiting for the driver. Hearing the sound, he went to open the door and found a rather handsome young man standing there. He wore a simple t-shirt and ripped jeans, with tanned skin and a sunny smile. "Hi, I'm Jarian Cho. My Chinese name is Zhou Hei. You must be Mr. He." He Ji-yu shook hands with him. "I'm He Ji-yu." Zhou Hei smiled and responded, "Nice to meet you. I'll be your driver and guide for the next month, so we should look out for each other." Zhou Hei was a very cheerful and talkative young man, and he loved to laugh. He Ji-yu really liked his warm and simple demeanor. Having someone like him along the way meant he wouldn't be bored. Zhou Hei introduced He Ji-yu to Dutch customs and culture, and He Ji-yu listened with a smile, feeling a strong sense of envy. Being with Zhou Hei, he felt he could also catch a bit of that carefree spirit. When they returned to the hotel, He Ji-yu heard Zhou Hei say that the hostel he was staying at had a room shared by more than 10 people. He Ji-yu then invited Zhou Hei to stay with him at the hotel, which touched Zhou Hei deeply, and he kept thanking him. Their first day of meeting ended on a beautiful and touching note. In the next episode preview, Song Ji-won tracks He Ji-yu, disregarding Song He's threats, and ultimately sets out on a journey to win back his love. He Gu's trip to Europe started with his encounter with Zhou Hei. It was destined to be relaxing and happy. Of course, while He Ji-yu was traveling in Europe, Song Ji-won in the capital city was already overwhelmed. "Did you find anything?" Song Ji-won sat in his office chair with a grim look, his eyes bloodshot and clearly exhausted. He booked a flight for the morning of the 17th to Amsterdam. Then he used his credit card to pay for a hotel, restaurant, and a local travel agency. "We've hacked into the travel agency's computer and got his itinerary." The man in a suit placed a document in front of Song Ji-won. Song Ji-won opened it and glanced at it, supporting his weary head with his hand. "His next stop is Germany. Book me a ticket to Berlin." The man in black quickly objected, "Young master, you have a very important." Song Ji-won emphasized, "Book the ticket." The man looked troubled and said, "But if the master..." Song Ji-won impatiently slammed the table. "I said book the ticket." Song Ji-won tiredly leaned back in his chair, remembering the day he came back after finishing his work and found the empty room and couldn't reach He Ji-yu. Why did he panic and leave without a single word, without leaving any contact information, just left so resolutely? At that moment, Song Ji-han suddenly stood up, swept everything off the desk onto the floor, and frantically pounded the solid wood desktop twice.